마이크 테스트합니다. 마이크 테스트합니다. 마이크 테스트합니다. 네, 마이크 테스트. 마이크 테스트합니다. 네, 하나, 둘. 네, 마이크 테스트합니다. 마이크 테스트. 오케이. 마이크 테스트합니다.
하나 둘 하나 둘 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 하나 둘 괜찮아요? 더 올려? 1번으로 말씀 소리요. 하나 둘 하나 둘 하나 둘 이거 너무 잠깐 하나 둘 하나 둘 하나 둘 하나 둘 하나 둘 지금 어떠세요? 하나 둘 하나 둘 지금 목소리를 크게 못 내서 네 작아요? 하나 둘 하나 둘 하나 둘 좀 끊기죠. 예, 이건 잘 너무 하나 하나 둘 하나 둘 하나 너무 키우면 끊기는 것 같아요. 이상. 예. 이거랑 요거 비슷하고 이거 두 개랑 저기 유선 하나에 포디움 하나. 예, 한번 다른 것도 해볼게요. 네. 하나 둘 하나 둘 하나 두 번째 무선입니다. 하나 둘 하나 둘 유선이 어디 갔지? 무선 마이크 이거 안 쓰시나? 하나 둘 하나 하나 둘 하나 하나 둘 하나 둘 하나 둘 이거 안 쓰시나? 이거 쓰신다고 했던 것 같은데 빼놓은 건가요? 하나 둘 유선 마이크입니다. 하나 둘 유선 마이크입니다. 하나 둘 네. 하나 둘 지금 아까보다는 괜찮으시지 않으세요? 하나 둘 하나 둘 하나 둘 하나 둘 지금도 끊기시나요? 하나 둘 예 제가 좀 내렸는데 하나 마이크 이 정도면 안 끊길 것 같아요. 네 네.
So now we are at 10:30. So we will start now the international seminar. So if we are standing now, you may be seated. Thank you. Okay, I will begin the seminar. Okay, good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, and dear colleagues and friends and distinguished guests. My name is Hae-Seung Shim. I'm a member of E-Commerce Korea. I'm from the Graduate School of Cultural Technology at KAIST. We begin the international seminar now, the Protecting the Past for the Future, the digital documentation as one of the imperative tools for safeguarding of cultural heritage. First of all, on behalf of the organizing committee, I'd like to extend our warm welcome and thank you to all for your participation in this seminar. As the program goes, we will have the opening ceremony with two prominent speakers' speeches, and then there will be 3 sessions followed. Each session comes with the presentations of the invited experts in the field of digital heritage documentation. So we are now opening the seminar with the opening remarks by the Mr. Ki Hyung-gun, Director General of International Information and Networking Center for Intangible Cultural Heritage in Asia and the Pacific under the auspices of UNESCO. So Mr. Gun, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Channel number 1 in English. 안녕하세요. According to the UNESCO spirit, I'd like to encourage the indigenous language of Korean. Because I think the Korean is major in here, so it would be more comfortable for you. And then, to be honest, my Korean is much better than my English. 감사합니다. 오늘 이렇게 보니까 굉장히 유명하신 분들도 많고, 그 다음에 이런 행사와 관련돼서 앞으로 우리가 다음 세대로다 또 이어지고 연결할 수 있는 그런 사람들도 많이 와 계신 것 같아요. 전 주제를 보면서 그런 생각을 했습니다. 디지타이제이션, 그 다음에 이제 세이프가딩, 그 다음에 인텐지블, 텐지블 포함해서 컬처럴 헤리티지. 아마 이런 게 주요 키워드인 것 같아요. 그런 과정 속에서 제가 정말로 기쁘게 생각하는 거는 지금 같은 경우에 어차피 장르의 벽들이 자꾸 이제 서로 융합하고 그러는 데에 우리 아이코모스 여기에서 우리 아마 한국에서 아니면 아마 세계적으로 다 굉장히 리딩 스쿨인데 카이스트에서 그리고 이제 저희 인텐지블 무형유산 하는 데가 이렇게 합쳐서 이렇게 할 수 있다는 건 정말로 의미가 깊습니다. 이런 거를 기반으로 해서 우리가 한 발자국 더 나갈 수 있는 계기도 만들 거고요. 그 다음에 각자의 영역에서 바라보는 시각이 또 다른 영역과 다른 것을 봤을 때 어떤 의미를 갖느냐, 그런 것도 한번 또 우리가 생각해 볼 수 있는 기회일 거라고 생각을 합니다. 어쨌든 간 시작을 한다는 것은 굉장히 의미가 있고, 시작이라고 하는 것은 그게 지속성을 가질 때 또 더 다른 의미를 갖게 됩니다. 그래서 이걸 계기로다 우리가 어떤 장래의 벽을 좀 넘어서고 서로 간에 협업을 하고 그렇게 할 수 있는 계기가 있으면 참 좋겠습니다. 그리고 이 자리에는 또 우리가 그 저희 아까 뭐 인포메이션 네트워킹 뭐 세이프가든 굉장히 그 긴 얘기를 했는데 그게 줄여가지고서 저는 유네스코 이치캡이라고 합니다. 그 핵심은 저희 조직의 핵심은 인포메이션과 네트워킹입니다. 그거를 위해서 인텐지블 컬처럴 헤리티지에 어떻게 기여를 할 것인가. 그게 저희들의 숙제이자 미션이고요. 이 자리에는 지금 저희 한국문화체육관광부에서는 각 지역의 문화와 관련된 전문가 초청 프로그램으로 다 5개월짜리 프로그램이 있는데 그와 관련돼서 베트남, 카자흐스탄, 네팔, 그다음에 인도네시아, 그다음에 저 이스티모로 거기서 온 우리 친구들도 같이 있습니다. 그래서 이런 자리를 통해 가서 오늘의 이것들이 우리가 원튼 원하지 않든 많이 퍼져 나갈 수 있는 계기가 될 거고요. 또 하나는 모양새를 잘 잡으시는 게 좋은 게 지금 이게 유튜브로 다 전부 다 지금 녹화돼서 생방송으로 나가고 있습니다. 고맙습니다.
Okay, thank you very much for your excellent speech. Next speaker, I'd like to invite Professor Soo Kyung-han, the Vice President of ICOMOS Korea and the board member of ICOMOS, and the Professor of Hotel and Tourism Management of Sejong Cyber University, to deliver her congratulatory remarks. So, floor is yours, Professor Han. Yeah.
안녕하세요. 김기영 사무총장님께서 한국말로 하셔서 저는 영어로 하겠습니다. Dear distinguished guest, colleague, and my friends, it's my honor to make a congratulatory remark here today. And on behalf of ICOMOS Korea, I would like to extend a big welcome to all of the participants, home and abroad, for international seminar, Protecting Past for the Future, digital documentation as one of the imperative tools for safeguarding of cultural heritage, as a post-program of the 6th ICOMOS SIPA Summer School held in Gyeongju. In 43 session of the World Heritage Committee held in Baku, Azerbaijan, just 2 weeks ago, committee inscribed a total of 29 new sites on the World Heritage List. On the other hand, in the section of SOC, as you know, that is State of Conservation, there was a big discussion on World Heritage in danger. The committee approved the removal from the list of World Heritage in danger of 3 sites. But one property has been added to the list of World Heritage in danger, that is, island and protected areas of the Gulf of California in Mexico. As well as inscribing on World Heritage list, conserving World Heritage site is significantly important. I think digital documentation is one of the very effective and strong tools to conserve World Heritage site. Literally say tangible and intangible heritage. Today's seminar, featuring renowned experts in the field of tangible and intangible heritage, will not only be an occasion to share the experience of digital documentation for the conservation and protection of cultural heritage, but also pave a way for enhancing the capacity building for conserving and safeguarding of cultural heritage. I would like to bring my speech to a close by expressing my sincere wish that this seminar would serve as a great and valuable opportunity to explore ways to forge strong bonds of cooperation in the field of digital documentation. And I would like to wish you the most pleasant and rewarding times. Thank you very much.
Thank you very very much, Professor Han. Actually, now is the end of the opening ceremony. What we are going to do, before moving it on, I'd like to inform you that we will take a group photo in front of this banner with all. So we will appreciate if you all come to the front. Thank you. 저희 지금 단체 사진 촬영이 있을 예정이니 내빈 여러분과 손님들께서는 무대 앞쪽으로 나와주시면 감사하겠습니다. 그러니까 단체 사진 촬영 이후에 세션 1을 연결해서 하는 것으로 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. So actually, between the opening ceremony and session 1, we don't have any official break. So anyway, we are going to start soon in 5 minutes. So first, I'd like to. This session will be composed of 3 invited experts from e-commerce ICICH and 1 expert from HCAP. So for this, I'd like to invite a chair of this session, the Mr. Ki Hyung-kum, the Director General of HCAP. So he will take lead of the session 1. Thank you. So, yeah.
기함이? 네, 지금부터 이제 시작을 하겠습니다. 조금 일찍 시작하는 이유는 아마 진행하다 보면은 여러 가지 이제 질문들도 나올 테고 그럴 거라고 좀 보고 있습니다. 첫 번째는 닥터 안젤라께서 말씀해 드릴 건데 오늘 굉장히 중요하고 흥미로운 이슈입니다. 하나는 포토보이스 그리고 아치스라는 어떤 프로그램이라고 할까요? 그거와 관련돼 가서 어떻게 무형 유산을 갖다가 인텐지블 컬처럴 헤리티지를 갖다가 어떤 공동체의 기반을 더 가지고서 이걸 효과적으로 다 전체적인 어떤 에코시스템일까요? 그런 데랑 이제 균형을 맞추면서 해보는 거. 그리고 이제 요 강의를 들으시다 보면은 아마 익숙하신 분도 있고 조금은 처음 듣는 분도 있을 텐데 이러한 현재의 발달된 어떤 시스템 가지고서 자발적인 어떤 가치들을 이끌어낼 수 있을 것이다. 이런 얘기들 것입니다. 네, 감사합니다. 우선 닥터 안젤라를 모시겠습니다. 부탁드립니다. 자, 여러분들 나오시면 박수 좀 쳐주세요.
Inventories are a fundamental tool for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage, or ICH. In its guidance note for inventorying ICH, UNESCO reiterates the importance of community participation in the inventorying process. In other words, ICH inventories must go beyond mere documentation of specific elements by experts and instead enable a collaborative process whereby the information gathered assists with keeping the ICH meaningful and viable for associated communities. Digital media offers exciting opportunities for engaging communities in ICH inventory processes and in modeling information in ways that help heritage professionals, advocates, and practitioners to gain a more nuanced view of an element's viability. In this paper, I present 2 digital tools, PhotoVoice and Arches, that can assist community-based inventories to identify and document the complex cultural ecosystem that ICH lives through. I turn first to PhotoVoice and its utility for enabling community members to identify ICH of significance to them, and more importantly, to elicit related cultural values, not merely describe the element's outward characteristics. Since ICH is understood as living heritage, its definition, form, and continual renewal are necessarily mediated by living communities. As the NARA document on authenticity reminds us, conservation of cultural heritage in all its forms and historical periods is rooted in the values attributed to the heritage. These values are culturally specific and must be considered within the cultural context to which they belong. Thus, ICH inventory methods must be participatory, granting authority not only to the worldviews of experts, but also to the worldviews of practitioners and associated community members. Of course, this may be easier said than done. Well-intentioned heritage professionals who engage communities in inventory projects may be surprised to find themselves combating the entrenched beliefs and practices that Smith has termed the authorized heritage discourse, and that Gonzalez has more forcefully critiqued as the heritage machine. For better or worse, we as heritage experts are commonly seen as authority figures. And when authority figures speak, and when authority figures ask questions, people assume there is a right or wrong answer. They will tend to offer what they think the authority figure will consider the right answer. A well-documented problem known in social science research as participant bias. For ICH inventories, this may result in participants underreporting elements and attendant cultural values and practices that are of great importance to them simply because such things have not been historically legitimated through the authorized heritage discourse. And yet, these personal perspectives and values are the very things that need to be shared if ICH inventories are to assist with safeguarding. Photo voice is an excellent tool for addressing this problem so that the participant's worldview is truly validated and gives the community member the self-assurance that her or his perception of the ICH elements are valid and essential for their safeguarding. Photo voice is a participatory action research method developed in the early 1990s in the field of public health. Informed by Freire's critical pedagogy and the power of documentary photography, Photo voice places cameras in participants' hands. The cameras become powerful lenses through which participants document and communicate their lived reality, collective concerns, and shared assets. Originally conducted with disposable film cameras, today, the prevalence of digital cameras and smartphones has made Photo voice even more accessible to implement. When used as a method for inventorying heritage, Photo voice enables community members to self-document ICH while eliciting associated values and identifying related resources. It follows a three-step process. First, participants take photos in response to provocative prompts provided by the research team. After taking photographs that express their own responses to the prompt, the participants share their photos in a guided discussion group, giving voice to their often divergent understandings and leading to a group dialogue that reveals the often unspoken values of the community. Finally, the resulting photos are disseminated in ways that further legitimate the community's findings, such as through an online website or museum exhibition. This dissemination step communicates the community's values to policymakers in order to support official actions that facilitate ICH safeguarding. Because the Photo voice images become cues for critical reflection in facilitated discussion groups, ICH inventory projects can move beyond a static, object-focused inventory toward creating a process for discussing community heritage values and centering the process of ICH renewal and recreation in terms defined by the community itself. Let me give you a more specific example of the way Photo voice works, based on a recent project I helped coordinate in the Caribbean country of Grenada, in which we used Photo voice to elicit local heritage values as part of a larger sustainable heritage tourism project of the Organization of American States. We trained 4 local facilitators and assembled 5 Photo voice teams. Each team had 4 to 5 volunteer participants of varying ages. The teams each met 6 times over the course of 3 months in local community centers, which we had provided with smart TVs to display the digital photos. We worked with the local facilitators to define a series of 6 prompts, which would elicit relevant information about local heritage values, not to document, but to encourage creative thinking in the participants' responses. The first prompt was, "That's we culture." When you think of the cultural heritage of your country or community, what always comes to mind? What has been passed on by previous generations? Next, we asked them to photograph the only things tourists see, as well as the things tourists never see. We also asked them to photograph things that responded to this prompt. This is not the Grenada I once knew. The fifth prompt was called Lost and Found. Sometimes cultural heritage disappears and is revived again. Think about special practices, traditions, places, and ways of life or things that once seemed lost and are being celebrated or reinterpreted again. And the final prompt was Grenada's future. If your camera lens was a crystal ball with a view into the future, what would it see? During the first meeting, the facilitators introduced the project, obtained the participants' informed consent, explained the ethics of documentary photography, and assigned the first prompt. Participants then had 1 to 2 weeks to take their photographs on their own time. When the groups met again, each participant would present 2 of their photographs to the group. For each photograph, the facilitators asked a series of questions. First, they would ask the whole group, "What do you see here in this photo?" Next, they would turn to the photographer and ask them the photograph's title. And then they would ask them, "Why did you take this photo?" Finally, the group would close with the following question: "What is really happening here?" Or, "What does this photograph represent?" We provided the facilitators with a form that they could use to record the participants' discussions, which were later analyzed. The participants contributed 202 digital photos with accompanying discussion notes. These data documented a range of ICH and cultural values that participants felt had been hidden or undervalued by tourists and locals. For instance, photographs of drum making, boat building, and jewelry making in 3 different communities generated a lot of discussion regarding the technical skill and business savvy that artisans have transmitted through generations. In our analysis, we found that these skills were highly correlated with the cultural value of resourcefulness, a value that community members agreed was ignored by tourists and even undervalued by many locals who prefer foreign goods. A photo of a tree that to me, an outsider, looked quite beautiful, elicited much different responses from local community members who noted the amount of fruit that had fallen on the ground going to waste, an alarming sign that the central value of resourcefulness was endangered. During the photo voice process, participants took control of the discourse, beginning somewhat tentatively with that first prompt, "That's we culture," which was meant to confront the participatory bias head on, something I like to call exorcising the authorized heritage discourse. As the process continued, participants gained confidence in creatively interpreting the prompts through their cameras and giving voice to their cultural values in their own terms, and not that of the expert. The magic of photo voice is the activation of a creative, collective energy. The photos are powerful prompts, eliciting information that is hard to uncover through more direct documentary methods. For instance, an image of a hive of bees, photographed by a young participant, elicited group discussion of the spirit of a local communal festival and the values at the center of its practice. These discussions help to illuminate sometimes hidden ICH practices, underrepresented cultural values, and even the subjective boundaries of what communities deem authentic. In the case of photo voice, the digital camera, ubiquitous in today's world, becomes a tool of community empowerment, documenting and giving life to participants' perceptions and heritage values. I now turn to the digital tool of Arches, an open source, web-based GIS data management system developed by the Getty Institute and World Monuments Fund. While its original focus is on built heritage, I propose that the latest version of Arches is readily adaptable to inventorying ICH. In addition to documenting cultural values, inventories need to document the viability of ICH elements, including threats to enactment and transmission, availability of associated tangible elements and resources, viability of associated intangible elements, and any safeguarding measures in place. For instance, artisans rely upon more than their knowledge to practice their craft. They also need to access raw materials, tools, markets, and more. In their investigation into the threats facing handcraft production in the Caribbean region of Colombia, the research team outlined an interconnected network of 9 variables and 27 dimensions that should be considered when documenting the viability of an ICH element. Akin to the complex dynamics of an ecosystem, ICH are affected by external and internal factors, subject to periodic disturbances due to changes, and often experience feedback loops as practitioners adapt to changing cultural, socioeconomic, technological, and environmental conditions. Perhaps the most pernicious of all are the documented threats that ICH safeguarding itself may foster when one factor is given more emphasis than others. For example, as an economic market increases for their crafts, artisans may become more productive, potentially overexploiting natural resources. In a recent volume entitled UNESCO on the Ground, Local Perspectives on Intangible Cultural Heritage, 6 case studies are presented from across the world, including one here in Korea, in which safeguarding interventions altered the equilibrium of the pre-existing ICH ecosystem in unexpected and often negative ways. Some scholars have concluded that such complexity entails a more hands-off approach to inventorying, that inventorying itself is too problematic to do justice to the reality of ICH. However, the complexity of ecosystems hasn't prevented environmental scientists from working with communities to document and model specific watersheds, wetlands, forests, or fisheries to inform management decisions. The same approach can be taken with ICH. The inventorying process is not meant to document a perfect simulacrum of the ICH element, but to set in motion an ongoing and pragmatic planning and management process that assists communities and experts to make informed decisions to strengthen viability and transmission. In these cases, such an inventory requires a complex data model that supports the documentation of the elements, as well as their relationship to other things, such as material culture, people, places, and knowledge, each of which can be broken down further. For example, people can be broken down into knowledge bearers, apprentices, practitioners, suppliers, customers or audiences, gatekeepers, etc. Because ICH inventories are to be more focused on process than product, their interfaces should enable both information retrieval as well as continual updating. Some ICH-related information may be privy to customary rules regarding who may access the information, so the inventory system needs to support granular permissions to respect such practices. Furthermore, the inventory system must be able to support the culturally contextualized data attendant to ICH, such as local vocabulary and place names. The digital tool of Arches can serve all these needs and perhaps more. Arches is an open-source database management system co-developed by the Getty Conservation Institute and World Monuments Fund to support international best practices in heritage management and information management. The software is available to anyone to freely download and customize for their own purposes. Arches is web-based, meaning it's installed on a web server. Users access the system through the internet browser on their computer, tablet, or phone. This means that users don't have to install special software to access the system. Being online means that public access to the database is the default state, but a permission system allows administrators to define specific rules for each entity and attribute in the database to support customary access restrictions. Furthermore, ArchES is a geospatial database, supporting the storage, retrieval, and display of geographic data, thus serving as a GIS, again without requiring special software. Individual instances of ArchES may implement their own vocabulary and authority tables through an internal thesaurus manager that enables data validation while supporting multilingual context and synonymous terms. This means that specific groups of users who may use different terms to refer to the same things can still search and access data while using their preferred terminology. For instance, professional jargon and local vernacular can happily coexist within the database system. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, the ArchES data model is extremely adaptable while still maintaining high standards. ArchES implements the conceptual reference model developed by the International Committee for Documentation of the International Council of Museums, or CIDOC, CRM, which became an international standard for describing cultural heritage metadata in 2006. As already discussed, heritage data are culturally and historically specific and thus quite variable. Yet CIDOC CRM does not attempt to define the specifics or impose universal definitions, but rather describes the ontology or core concepts of cultural heritage information. Following the ideals of the semantic web, CIDOC CRM aims to enable data managers to share data across heterogeneous sources by using a common language to describe their data. As heritage management is increasingly becoming more multidisciplinary and dovetailing with fields such as urban planning, socioeconomic development, and disaster and risk preparedness, data sharing and interoperability become progressively important. The CIDOC model is comprised of 89 entities and 151 properties. Entities can be thought of as the core nouns of the heritage world and are organized in relative hierarchies of classes. For instance, Entity 39 is actor, which includes the subclasses of Entity 21, person, an individual, or Entity 74, a group or a collective. Properties can be thought of as the relationships between entities or even other properties. For instance, a person can belong to a group. In fact, many people may belong to many different groups. ArchES supports the representation of these myriad relationships using a graph database, which is best suited for highly connected data and complex queries. In fact, ArchES offers a graphical user interface for exploring connections to neighboring data, helping users to uncover pathways between seemingly disparate data. ArchES offers an example information model that caters to managing built heritage data. By tracking the relationships between 6 major entities of historic resources, districts, and events, information resources, actors, and activities. However, the most recent version of ArchES presents a relatively user-friendly interface for modifying this example model or building one from scratch using the CIDOC CRM. This opens up ArchES to more holistic applications that can better support ICH inventories, or systems that don't rely upon the problematic binary between tangible and intangible heritage. Several recent experiments have demonstrated the potential of CIDOC CRM and ArchES to support ICH inventories. One focuses on the vernacular architectural form of gypsum ceilings in the Piedmont region of Italy. In this study, the researchers successfully modeled their heritage data using CIDOC CRM to include not only the tangible assets of the ceilings, but also information related to 2 separate crafts and the decorative archetypes expressed through their work. When viewing their data in a GIS application, the researchers were able to identify patterns in the spatial distribution of intangible values, craftspeople and their wares, that they had not been aware of previously, thus revealing the full complexity of a cultural ecosystem of which ICH is a part. Another example can be found in a project carried out by Lee, who used arches to document the Pokfulam Fire Dragon Dance on Hong Kong Island. Her inventory documents the complex interrelationships between the festival, the traditional craftsmanship of the fire dragon, the specific points of worship along the route of the dragon dance, the crafting workshop used by the artisans, the associative cultural landscape, the historic village that is the site of the festival, the current craftsman of the fire dragon, and even the current trainer of the dancers. She made several recommendations of how to alter Arch's information model and user interface to better support inventorying ICH, such as communal festivals. Most of her recommendations are readily implemented in the current version of Arches, except for one, the animated display of movement patterns such as pathways of parades, festivals, and dances. In my own experiments with Arches, to document folklore surrounding a number of historic sites across the United States, I have found that the public interface of Arches offers an accessible and intuitive platform that invites data exploration across all devices. Because you can completely customize not only its data model but also its interface, Arches is excellent at public interpretation and education. I was able to design a site that served our audience, conveying a sense of place, mystery, and discovery that resonated with our users. And with a mobile crowdsourcing app currently in testing, Arch's ability to serve both community-based inventory management and public interpretation will only increase. As Arches continues to grow, so does its open source community of users/developers. Any one of us in this room could begin working on the recommendation to add a way to animate festival routes. An Arches software license requires that any such improvements to its source code be shared back with the community, benefiting us all. We no longer have to work in isolation, reinventing the wheel, but can now find a community of practice committed to developing a heritage data management system that serves our evolving needs. In conclusion, together, PhotoVoice and Arches strengthen safeguarding efforts by enriching ICH inventories with self-reported EMIC data about intangible values, while providing a technical platform for mapping and monitoring the health of the complex ICH ecosystem. These two digital methods can assist the process of ICH inventorying in new ways, gaining a more nuanced view of the element's viability and values at the heart of its transmission. As UNESCO has reminded us, ICH inventories are to ultimately serve the purpose of safeguarding. To be effective, such inventories need to document elements as well as their cultural values and complex networks of social, economic, and ecological relations that enabled their transmission. There are great new possibilities of utilizing community-based digital tools for the fulfillment of that aim. Thus, I am confident that PhotoVoice and Arches should be added to the toolkit of every organization responsible for the ongoing process of community-based inventorying, one of the most fundamental measures for safeguarding the viability of intangible cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. 잠깐 그 진행에 대해서 말씀드리겠습니다. 그 첫 번째 섹션에 그 네 분의 발표가 있을 건데, 그 전체적으로 다 이걸 그 효과적으로 하기 위해서 네 분의 발표를 일괄적으로 듣고 나중에 그 질문을 받는 걸로 다 하겠습니다. 그래서 혹시 그 질문이 있으신 분들은 그 누구한테 질문한다는 걸 갖다 좀 밝혀주시면은 좀 명확하게 그 답을 얻을 수 있을 것 같습니다. 지금 발표해 주신 안젤라 박사께서는 이코머스 무형유산 학술위원이셨고, 특히 이제 지금 발표 내용에 보면은 그런 것 같아요. 강조하는 게 어떤 그 우리가 갖고 있는 가치라는 게 고정된 게 아니라 지속적으로 다 발전되고 변화될 수 있다. 거기서 모든 사람들이 단순한 그 객체가 아니라 자기의 어떤 그 자기의 의견을 놓고 그걸 갖다 공유할 수 있다. 그런 면에서 이제 지금 말씀하신 그 포토보이스랑 아치스가 어떤 면에서 서로 간에 이제 그 어떤 그 집단 지성 같은 걸 만들어낼 수 있는 아주 좋은 틀이다. 뭐 그런 걸 갖다가 이제 말씀하신 것 같습니다. 예, 그럼 그다음에는 다음 분을 모시겠습니다. 닥터 아타나시오스. 네, 그 아타나시오스 씨께서는 이 무형유산이 디지털할 때에 어떠한 절차, 어떠한 효과, 어떠한 과정 그런 것들이 있을 것인지에 대해서 그 무형과 유형을 넘나들면서 그런 그 인사이트한 의견을 주실 겁니다. 네, 부탁합니다.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. First of all, special thanks goes to the organizers, the Graduate School of Culture and Technology, the HCAP, for making this seminar possible. Thank you. This presentation deals with untouchable cultural heritage and the ways that it can be digital. Cultural heritage for me is just as representative as a language for a nation. You can see the diversity of languages across the globe. This means this kind of diversity exists in cultural heritage also. Some questions regarding the cultural heritage: where it can be found, what are its characteristics, what it can be identified, what knowledge it requires, why can it be protected, and how it is documented. The following photographic examples shows the diversity of cultural heritage, starting with caves, exterior part of caves, interior parts, inscriptions that exist inside the caves, even archaeological sites that are not visible from the ground, but in the form of elevated hills. Different cultures and different places all over the world have their own identity in form of sites and natural resources. Ancient theaters, ancient temples, a combination of natural resources and tangible sites. Even more the ways of constructing or the building materials used to build, music and dance and costumes and habits of people, habits or ceremonies related to ritual, mixed sites that combines natural resource and tangible cultural heritage, ecclesiastical monuments, inscriptions again, groups of buildings, settlements. Even if separate historic buildings. And another example of a building that needs to be restored. This is before the restoration and after the restoration. A different way of life, like transhumance, which is the regular movement of herds. It's a kind of untouchable cultural heritage. The specific types of rural homes, bridges, even small details where you can see a spring with the form of the head, or even gatherings. So according to these images, we can say that cultural heritage is the identity that characterizes each region and shows things about the physiography of a place, the sites, the religion, history, the folklore, people's customs and activities, even human interventions in the last example. So a term for cultural heritage would be that it consists of any tangible or intangible object or group or natural resource which can be inherited or created by a community in order to transfer and safeguard it to the next generations. Sorry. According to UNESCO, there are three main types to be honest, different types of cultural heritage: the touchable cultural heritage, intangible natural resources, and heritage in the event of armed conflict. These are the three logos of each of these types of cultural heritage. To begin with, some basic things about the three of them. The World Heritage Convention is the well-known convention since 1972 regarding the monuments and the sites, the protection, the documentation, and the outreach. The intouchable cultural heritage is a practice and expression or a knowledge or even an instruments, objects, and artifacts that are considered to be part of the intouchable cultural heritage, and the respective convention of a newer one from 2003 on requires these elements to be inscribed in this list that are of unique value. It's quite different, but of equal significance is the memory of the world of UNESCO. That again we have the memory of the World Heritage List, where priceless documentary heritage can be recorded there. Some more details to each of these conventions. According to the World Heritage Convention, we have the monuments, the group of buildings, and the sites of outstanding universal value from historic, ethnologic, artistic, and scientific point of view. In the category of monuments, we can have architectural works, sculpture and painting, structures, archaeological sites, or cave dwellings. In the category of buildings, we have separate or well-connected buildings. And in the sites, mainly they are the archaeological and natural sites. Here you can see the link of UNESCO where you can find the updated form of the convention. And this is the website of World Heritage Center, where you can have access to all this sort of information regarding the touchable cultural heritage. This is the number of sites that have been inscribed in the list, which is in 1,092 in total, distributed in 167 state parties. Here you can see the link of the list in the form of a map. To move on with the intouchable cultural heritage, according to the Convention of 2000, according to the Convention of the Intouchable Cultural Heritage of 2003, we have ICH can be defined as practices, representations, expressions, knowledge, skills, as well as instruments, objects, artifacts, and cultural spaces. The 5 major domains of intouchable cultural heritage, according to the Convention, are the oral traditions and expressions, performing arts, social practices, rituals, festive events, knowledge, practices of nature in the universe, and traditional craftsmanship. The following examples are those that regarding the intouchable cultural heritage, the big 5 domains. Here you can see traditional knowledge on a specific skill, traditional craftsmanship, performing arts, dances, way of communicating and gathering, rituals. There are several examples across the world, or even a specific diet, and the least but not least parts of the oral history. Here's the website of the Intouchable Cultural Heritage and the link of the basic text about ICH. Here's the website of the list of the elements that have been inscribed, and the representative example is this one, when you can have all sorts of information about multimedia, an image, an audio file, a short description. Now, what I think it's really important in order to move on with the digital documentation of data and all the processes, I think the most important thing is that to have some background or to distinguish some terms regarding the data, the metadata and the information. Data is a piece of information, a list of measurements, observation, or even a story, a description or a certain thing for communication, interpretation, and processing. Metadata is data that describes other data, and when the data is processed, fully processed, organized, or structured or presented in a given context, it can be turned into useful information. The two basic kinds of data are qualitative and quantitative. Quantitative are those data that deals with numbers and can be measured objectively, where qualitative data are those that can be observed subjectively. Another issue I want to point out, what I think is really important, is data protection and copyright. Here is a link of a website where you can see the different laws that exist in each country if you want to transfer the data from or for dissemination purposes across the globe. Another issue is the copyright of data. When we have to have in mind when we're using data for research work, or to make to get a permission from the author if we want to make some extra research in the future. As for data documentation, data and metadata deals with making the data publishable, discoverable, citable, and reusable. Only if they are clear and detailed, documented, then they can increase the data quality of this data. I will skip some slides and go directly to a distinction regarding the digital geospatial data, which, according to the presentation in digital form, we have two types, raster and vector format. Raster data, geospatial data, means that we have pixels. It's all sorts of imagery, either aerial or satellite or conventional imagery, where in the vector format we have drawings or maps, and the list elements are points, lines, or polygons, or the combination of all of them. Here you can see another example of a distinction between raster and vector data. At the bottom, you can see the real world and how it can be represented in raster form, in form of pixels, and in form of vector data. Some geospatial sciences deal with geospatial data. Here we can have surveying measurements, aerial photographs, sketches, terrestrial 3D scanners, when you can hear later on the presentations in more detail. And a distinction between these data are primary and secondary data again, where the primary geospatial data are those that are derived from direct measurements, where the secondary data, that those already exist and that we want to they're already required, or they need a process to have new data. This is the science that deals with geomatics, which is surveying, cartography, photogrammetry, remote sensing, satellite navigation systems. And having all these previous slides in mind, we'll move to the digital documentation of untouchable cultural heritage, which, according to the convention, the term safeguarding. I want to point out one of the first parts of the safeguarding the untouchable cultural heritage is documentation. A charter regarding digital data exists by UNESCO from 2003, when it points out the digital usefulness to convert all the data in digital form and try to find different methodologies to safeguard them. The need of untouchable cultural heritage to be digital is huge, because first of all, it's been threatened by globalization. Modern technologies offers great potential to outreach this heritage, but the thing is that it's upon the national governments and the cultural organizations to practice these skills and move forward this process Audiovisual documentation, digital and multimedia resources of information and communication can be very useful in form of tools of recording the cultural heritage. Some processes here regarding the digital documentation are the following: digital libraries, digital portals, digital maps and atlases, digital museums, facial and gesture modeling, speak synthesis, geographic information system, and a virtual tour. To begin with digital libraries, here is an example of a World Digital Library under this link, which is a project from the US where you can find free of charge material about newspapers, maps, manuscripts, and photographs. Another example is in the UNESCO Archives database Access to Memory, which now it has been transformed to a digital library of UNESCO, which is this link, where each and every one of us can have access to this material like publications, maps, periodicals, or anyone interested in cultural heritage. Using multimedia, we have the UNESCO Media Bank under this link, where you can see on the bottom of this slide 3 main categories: photos, videos, and audio information. Here is an example that we have image and descriptive characteristics, a short description on the right, the metadata just underneath, and shortcuts with connections to social network. Digital portals are not quite different from digital libraries. Here is an example from Europe, Europeana, which is a European portal regarding material about books and manuscripts. Again, it has a very good interface when you can see the different categories of these elements. And just an example of Europeana, which is a small description of a manuscript and the metadata on the right. A third example, which I found it's the most user-friendly web page, is the one of the Intouchable Cultural Heritage of Scotland. It's very user-friendly, and you can find all sorts of elements that have or have not been inscribed on the list of Intouchable Cultural Heritage. Again, we have the different categories, or we can have a search according to the geographic region. Here is an example. To move on with digital maps and atlases, the first example of these atlases is the Tangible Cultural Heritage map itself, where we can have a thematic map by different colors. We have the status of the site, either it's a mixed site, and a natural site, or a tangible site, with search information on the left. Another map of UNESCO deals with the world languages in nature. What I think it's really important, because there more than 2,000 languages have been documented in this website in digital form. Of course, with a spatial reference. Another example of digital atlases and maps is in a different form that use web semantics and graphic visualization is this one, that connects the 5 domains of cultural heritage and the interconnections between them. Here another form regarding the biomass and natural resources. And another one that we have in circle output, that we have the 5 domains and how they are connected to each country. Few things about digital museums. When we have inside a physical museum, we have a web presence. We can have 3-dimensional virtual environments that include digitized spaces or real museum rooms or virtual museum spaces, 3D scannings of artifacts, interactive displays, and artifact display with map reference. Here is an example of 3D scanning of artifacts when we can have a 3D model to move around of an artifact combined with the historic information about the specific artifact. Another example is about the interactive displays, and in physical, let's say, form inside museums, or the user-friendly interfaces on these displays, either it's separate artifacts or periods in our chronological sequence. This example combines both the spatial reference of the specific room in a museum and the respective artifacts that exist there with relevant information. Another application is facial and gesture modeling. Different faces, human faces, are estimated to be more than 2,000 face expressions, and this gives certain output about the intouchable cultural heritage elements such as dance, oral history, or presenting. We can have 3D scanning and modeling of the gestures in volumetric or scatteral models, or you can see here the transformation of 2D to 3D facial gesture modeling. Speech synthesis, on the other hand, is quite important if we have inscriptions from the past and we want to make the artificial production of them in human speech. This is the flow chart when we have a text-to-speech system that converts the language into speech. It converts raw text and numbers and abbreviations to written out words, and the synthesizer converts the symbolic linguistic representation into sound. Two examples for geographical information systems, where I will go directly to the example where we can have a historic settlement. And in a GIS system, we can create a geolink between spatial and descriptive characteristics. There's a connection between them. As soon as we select the building, a window comes up with the descriptive characteristics about the history or the materials of this specific building. These are digitized buildings across the settlement. Even for outreach purpose, we can upload in a WebGIS system a documentation sheet that's been connected to the building. Or we can perform in GIS system spatial queries. That means that we can ask the geodatabase to select spatial information regarding to the characteristics that are beneath. This means that we can select some of them that have specific historic information. Another example of intouchable cultural heritage in GIS is the transhumance, which is the regular movement of herds. Here are the images that all these sorts of formation, either tangible, natural, or intouchable, can be combined together to end up with a map, interactive map that we can select each route of the movement of the herds, and the respective table of the formation is being highlighted. About virtual tours, we have 3D virtual tour modeling that we have imaged a descriptive formation in an interactive way. Here I can show you an example of ecclesiastical monument. This is the exterior part, an Orthodox monument, and the interior part, where we have, except for the materials and architecture itself, the intouchable elements that deals with the religious of this specific monument. And we can end up in the 3D virtual tour model where we can have all sorts of information of this about the specific part of the church and move around the region or have zoom or pan options. Here is another example of a temple of virtual tour again. To conclude, cultural heritage consists of any touchable or intouchable or natural resource that has been inherited and safeguarded to the next generation. Of course, digital technologies provide an innovative approach for the transmission and the heritage management. What I think is quite important is the interdisciplinary approach that it needs to have this, the cultural heritage. This means that it cannot be treated separately, that we need to have some information about the natural, the intangible, and intouchable cultural heritage, and to have a good collaboration among different scientists with different methodologies. Data protection and copyright, as I explained before, is quite crucial to exchange and transfer the data. And last but not least, what I think it's the most important if you want to move or make use of digital data for intouchable cultural heritage is the theoretical knowledge. If we don't know the theory of cultural heritage, of a monument, of an element, we cannot move forward or have a good result. So to end up, which of the three would you prefer? I would say that these three types of cultural heritage is well connected between the two. And the last slide, I took a phrase from the web that it well shows the connection between the three types of cultural heritage. This is the settlement choices made by people throughout history were strongly influenced or conditioned by the characteristics of the natural environment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. 아타나시우스. 우리 아타나시우스 박사께서는 어떤 그 디지털이 갖고 있는 이걸 활용했을 때 사실은 보존이나 우리가 갖고 있는 게 좀 더 그 생명력을 가질 수 있을 것이고, 또 하나는 이게 그 활용의 폭을 되게 넓힐 수 있다, 가변성을 줄 수 있다. 또 하나는 이런 걸 통해 가서 누구나 쉽게 접근할 수 있고, 그렇기 때문에 어떤 면에서 이걸 갖다가 뭐 비주얼라이제이션 한다든지 그렇게 하게 되면은 사실은 언어든 장소든 시간이든 이런 공간들을 갖다가 제약을 벗어날 수 있다, 그런 말씀을 해 주셨습니다. 그러면서 또 이제 그 역시 이런 것들이 갖고 있는 하나의 어떤 저작권 문제가 이제 우리가 이제 공유 저작물이라고 해서 크리에이티브 커먼스에서 공유롭게 쓸 수 있는 것도 있지만 각자의 이제 그 저작권 문제들이나 이런 문제들에 대해서 역시 관심을 가지면서 해야 될 것 같다, 그런 얘기를 했고요. 특히 이제 그 한국 같은 데서는 여기 그 저기 안재홍 그 카이스트 박사님도 계시지만 그 전에 지금 그 파리에서 있는 노트르담 그 복원할 때 그 3D가 그러니까 그 어떤 복원에 많은 그 도움이 될 거라고 지금 보듯이 앙코르와트라든지 아니면 이제 베트남에서 그 응앤왕조의 그런 걸 갖다가 이제 그 3D로도 하고 그랬던 경험들이 많습니다. 그러니까 그런 부분에 대해서 아마 그 서로 활발한 의견이 나올 것 같고요. 여담입니다만 그 우리 그 아타나시오스 교수님께서 지금 그 그리스의 그 테살라 대학에 있는데, 테살라 대학의 마크를 보면은 그 궁수자리 있죠. 그 궁수자리라고 해서 켄타우루스가 이렇게 있는데, 켄타우루스가 그 여러분 그 멘토입니다. 그러니까 그 옛날에 그 저기 뭐야 오디세우스가 트로이 전쟁을 갈 때 자기 아들을 가장 현명한 친구에게 맡겼어요. 그래 거기서 이제 그 멘토라는 말이 거기서 나온 거거든요. 근데 그 대학의 엠블럼을 보니까 그 케이론의 마커더구만요. 네, 고맙습니다. 네, 다음은 이어서 그 모나리자 박사님께서 여러분들 이런 그 이게 디지털라이제이션 되고 그러면은 지금 이제 간계망이라든지 그런 소셜 미디어 같은 게 어떠한 이런 우리가 그 인텐지블 컬처럴 헤리티지라든지 그런 걸 갖다 보존하고 확산하는데 어떠한 효과와 어떠한 성과를 가질 수 있느냐, 그걸 갖다가 이제 실질적인 예를 들면서 말씀해 주시겠습니다. 그 저기 모나리자 박사님을 모시겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
Good morning, everyone, once again. I'm a bit nervous now. And also, I'm Mona Lisa Maharjan, as introduced, and I'm all working for the CIDIOS, is a research center in Portugal, and also for the UNESCO Chair, which is hosted within the Research Institute, and the Research Institute is based at the University of Évora. So I did my PhD from there. I'm from Nepal. Now I'm working there as a research fellow in CIDIOS and UNESCO Chair. As my title of my presentation, it's use of social media as a tool for documentation and the knowledge transfer. When we say like social media, because of so many controversies going on now with the social media, how we use and the reliability of the text, pictures, and everything we see in the social media. So it's, everything has like two faces, like every coin has. So I'm looking to the other side of the coin, which has been a bit helpful in the work that I do in the Nepal, in Kathmandu, and also like which helped to do my research with this, the use of the social media and the network we were able to create due to the social media. So my presentation will be about some, I was using my computer for the, it's about like, it's a brief introduction about the ICS in context of the Asian countries with the specific about Nepal and some background with the Kathmandu Valley and the social media during the festival and how it has been used to disseminate the information, the practical cases, and also the way forward. Intangible heritage, as previous presentation already presented, like what is intangible heritage and this thing, it's more like a ritual, song, dances, everybody knows these things. But at some point, I feel like everything is intangible heritage. You know, like all the monuments we see, all the squares we see, they have the specific purpose the squares are used for the gathering or to do some event. But we see, like every day we see just this square, but it has specific function. Sometimes, like over the time, it loses the sense of the function, or people, it get erased from the memory of the people. Some still continue. So this is what intangible, like heritage is about. And now we segment everything like tangible, intangible, natural, and also now UNESCO categorized into 4 domains. But actually, like, it's not that easy line. Like we cannot draw the straight line for the intangible heritage. This is for music, this is for dance, because everything is connected. Like in case of Nepal, there will be like festivals. Festivals which have the song, dance, and also the craft together. So this is the intangible heritage. This is the heritage. It's not one-dimensional, you know. And and in case of Nepal, like many times, like intangible heritage is not only for this artistic creation or something like fabulous things to enjoy, but it's so much connected within the everyday practices of the people. Like, and it's also the way how people communicate within the society, and also to have the bond within the family. Like, for example, we can see this is like this is a picture taken like during one of the field visit to one of the villages of Nepal. That is not that far from Kathmandu, but the accessibility is really difficult. You know, like I went there for 12 hours in the motorbike in the rough road. So they are having this ceremony. It's a ritual where the Buddhist priests are performing. It's for the purification of the new house. So without purification, they don't enter into the house. And these are the monks and all the people that you see. Like, you see. What is this for? Okay. these are like these are the seeds of the plant they use, and these are made from the rice. You know, these are all this associated with them. Like without these things, they cannot continue these rituals, and without rituals, they don't go inside the house. This is how the things. And this is the next is in Kathmandu. This is for like young girls from age between 2 to 5 or 6. It is like every human being has the stages in their life according to the Newar Buddhist and Hindu traditions. And here, like the young girls are getting married. It sounds strange, but they are getting married to the fruit, and that fruit that which never decays. So in English, the fruit is named wood apple, and this is the rituals. They are going like there are like 3 marriages in the life of the woman. Like one is, and one they do like in like 10 to 12 years before puberty, and the one is actual marriage. So there is a lot of other philosophical thing goes behind that. So and here you can see like one of the Buddhist monasteries that's taking place. And here with the intangible thing, this is not for like these are the social practices which every family has to do. Like to be within the society, to be called Newars, like they have to perform these things. You know, it's like creating identity within the society or within the society, and also like the society, within that, also the having the identity of that community. And there are other also like many rituals and practices that goes on in Kathmandu Valley because of I was just looking for more pictures. There are more practices that goes on within the Kathmandu Valley, which is like there are numerous practices. Like one of the writer, he told like there are more number of rituals than the days in the year in Kathmandu Valley. So now you can count like there are 3 cities within the valley. The valley is so small, the cities are so small, and there are more towns and villages. So every town, every valley, like every city, they have like one rituals, and every family has their one. So there are uncountable number of the like practices, like what we call intangible heritage now. So, but and also like there is no any formal list that has been yet, I'll call it like by the government of Nepal on the ICS of Nepal. So since I'm talking about only Kathmandu Valley, so if you see about Nepal, there is a huge lot number of ICS. And the beauty of ICS is like you cannot just document the ICS like a building. It always has to evolve. The people adds on their one footprint to the ICS. Like, okay, this generation they will conduct the festival in their one way. In next generation they will have a different way. So this is how the ICS has been continuing. Like I'll show you the example. Like this one. This is a chariot festival, the longest chariot festival in Nepal. It goes for about 3 months, and this is carried out in the city of Patan. And we can see like it's like a rightful color with more green things here. And next one, this is in the 1967. This is a bit different, and you can see how the things are taking up. And if you trace back, this is a different picture. So you can see how the same festival, same, like not same people, but in the same city, how this has been changing. And this is the beauty of what I call it Aishiyat. And also like with Aishiyat, it's not only this fancy chariot festival, but when you see, there are other things. Like it's not look so fancy. Now this is in the middle of the street. The people dug up the hole and they are worshipping. So for the outsider, it might seem so strange. Why people will worship just in the middle of the street? but actually the street was made in the worshipping place. This is one of the festival during the winter time where they call like the god hidden inside, and they just worship, dug up in that specific day and worship them. And it's really important for the people. It doesn't look that fancy, but for the people who continue the practices, it's very important for them. So you can see how the things are with all the vehicles and this thing. So, ICS and safeguarding mechanism. So this is just to give the brief idea of how the safeguarding has been taken place. And for centuries in Nepal. In Kathmandu Valley, I want to specify, we still don't have the law for ICS and safeguarding and specific funding by the government and this thing. But still we have so many rituals, practices, dances, and music. But this is how it's so strange for the people, like when government doesn't have so much funding. This is because one of the important factors we should think about is the community behind the practices. We have these ancient practices which has been carried from 5th century AD. It's called Guti. It's like a social association of the people based on the caste and specific event and also the locality. Like to take care of the temple, there will be like it belongs to a specific community with a specific caste, and they have to take care of them, like organizing the one big event every year, and then like taking care of them like every morning and evening rituals, or taking care of painting, cleaning, and those things. And they will also have the land endowment to continue the practices. They're like it's like a sustainable way of providing funds, like all the revenue collected by the land from the agriculture, it continued for so many years, like 1500 years, and still there are like still many temples and many festivals continue because of those practices. Since my PhD thesis was also based on this, so I can go along for this. I don't want to continue now. And since like the social media on the documenting, social media like all the countries right now, like social media has been used everywhere, right? And in countries like Nepal, it has been used more because one is like internet is getting really cheaper, and also because of every people have a smartphone, and every people want to be photographer with all the DSLR cameras that you saw in my opening pictures. And with all the festivals, and people are so much, and after also like I call it like after the earthquake of 2015, people have more sentiments towards their heritage. And not only about the festival, but also all the small practices they continue. So I want to take an example of one of this festival. It's called Yenya Puni. It means like a day of the full moon day that's worship. The special events happen on that day, but it continues for 7 to 8 days depending on the lunar calendar. So this is 7 to 8 days, and there are lots of it will be like unfair to say this is one festival. There is a lot of the small festival that goes within this big festival. You can see the priest taking care of the rituals, and this is like the mask god which is displayed, and there will be like numerous of these things going on within the Kathmandu. And this is the chariot festival. You might have heard about the living goddesses that we have in Kathmandu. So this is her chariot, and there are other 2 chariots of other 2 gods, and this is like one of the lamp ceremonies that goes on. And this is like one of the marks dance from one of the communities, which is like a community of the farmers. This is really beautiful dance. There are more other marks gods in this dance group, and there are like this is also the displaying of the god. This is the one of the chariot, and this is other marks dance come from the other city, and this is also the one of the other. It's like a performance or show, and this is another marks dance. This is also the like elephant dance that goes on the city. So this is just to give the brief idea like how the things are. Like it seems every corner of the Kathmandu is celebrating. Everything is celebrating. Like everything is in celebration mode for 7 to 8 days. Like you cannot imagine how things are there. The music, dance, festival, and you can even have the free drinks pouring out of the god's mouth. So you can go and drink there. So this is this crazy thing that goes on. And so it's very difficult to document everything at a time. You know, like even for the people who live there, it's impossible to know like what time this will go and what time this will happen. Or what time this will come for some specific rituals. You know, so because of the Facebook media and trendy people now, they have like a new, this type of Facebook page and more blogs. Facebook pages are more convenient because everybody can post them and it's so easy to use, it's so accessible, and it doesn't take more data space. And so there are more of these things, there are more of these pages, you know, and people are even organizing this photographic competition targeting this specific festival. It's done by just the young people who are engaged there. It's not by any government, nothing, is like no affiliation with anything. And also like you can see many pages like this which has been like by the amateur photographers. So in the sense, this is one of the ways which could be seen as a way to document the heritage. And also one more point I forgot, like in these pages, sometimes you can see also the pictures, like vintage pictures that you don't see anymore. So it's really difficult. If you want to go to the archive and see those pictures, I don't think they probably have it. But in Facebook, you can find those ancient pictures. Like sometimes I found really, like during my PhD, I found a picture of the square, which is no more square. Now it's a road. And there was been performing this one of the Marx dances, and it was so strange for me that I asked the people like, why do you perform in the middle of the street? Because all these same Marx dances they perform in the raised platform. And one of the oldest man, he told me like, you know, like there used to be a platform here and there used to be a house, and it was so hard to trust him, you know, like you know, it might be or. But I saw the picture, which he was telling, it was true. Like there was the houses, and in front of that there was like a platform. So you can get these things. As a researcher, it was very interesting for me to see those things, hidden things. And also we could say like this is the way to self-document. As Angelina said, mine is not so much like a well-structured, but this is way how people are documenting their one heritage, like which I would call like everyday practices, everyday heritage, which doesn't matter, which I think won't matter to be on the like tourism brochure, but it matters to the people to continue their everyday life. And about the information dissemination, this is really interesting, and I was also I'm still a part of this type of thing. There are many pages now, like which provide information about the heritage, about the specific place, about the site and rituals. Like this is a recent case study, a recent example. This is now you can see this like a small stone sprout, like a structure. But these were used to be covered in the debris. I even didn't know that there was this stone sprout. It was 3 stone sprout. And now this youth, some person, they found like, okay, they had the idea, let's clean up. And they are now cleaning it up, and I think it will be presentable like in a few more days. I have to update on what is happening now. This is just a recent example, like last week I saw these things. So this is how like the social media is bringing together. And this is next one, like a page, which my friend and colleague, he is designing this. This is a small video he posted, and it's about this this Mahabihar he has explained. and he updates every day about the different informations. And this is about the page that I'm also associated with the Safe Heritage. And we also have this so many events and campaigns that we continue with this one. And one of the most important thing is like there was one pond. It's called Rani Pokhari. That was about it was a temple in the middle of the pond. It was destroyed in the earthquake, but the pond was as intact. It was built in like 15th century, I think, 14th, 15th century. And the government decided, like a metropolitan city, decided to make it like a tank where they can refill the water and have the coffee shop in the surrounding. But when we saw that, like people protested that, not only for the temple, but for the surrounding, you know, like you cannot, how can you make like a functional, like a self-recharging pond to the one that actually like a tank where you have to fill like millions of gallons of the water. So we helped with the social media campaign. We helped to stop that, and now the government is in the process of reconstructing the pond in the original state. And we also had like a brought of the like-minded people, and we had the event which discussed about like with the expert how the traditional pond could be built and the use of this one and other heritage things associated with that. And the video is still in the YouTube, which has been shared several times. So the conclusion of this presentation is like social media is really underrepresented, and also like when people think about social media, it's not taken seriously. I don't say like people don't have a look on social media or they don't post, but people don't take it seriously. But social media can be actually a good tool to do this documentation of the heritage, like in case of Nepal, where there are so many things happen and so many things are not well structured, well documented, where there are many people. It's when actually local people organize and continue those events. And it's also like economic, and yeah, it engages lots of people. Like many youths are being engaged because of the social media. And also for the information dissemination, this has been like, as I told you, like this has been a very useful, practically, like I think like not useful, but more practical for the intangible heritage, or for the information dissemination. Yeah, that's my presentation. Thank you so much.
Very much.
Thank you so much.
네, 우리 모나리자 박사께서는 실질적으로 다 네팔에서 페이스북을 중심으로 다 한 소셜 미디어가 어떠한 역할을 하고 이게 어떤 무형유산의 이제 보존에 어떤 기여를 할 수 있는가, 그걸 좀 실내로 다 보여줬습니다. 근데 저는 그런 생각이 들더라고요. SNS의 관계는 우리가 말하는 보통 느슨한 관계라고 하거든요. 근데 느슨한 관계가 굉장히 중요합니다. 이런 문화재나 보호나 그런 걸 갖다가 정부나 공공기관이나 그렇게 너무 어떻게 가입을 하게 되면 이건 이제 강한 관계가 돼가지고서 같은 생각을 가진 사람들끼리만 의견이 돌게 돼요. 그러면 이제 우리가 많이 조심하는 그룹 싱킹이 이루어지거든요. 잘못된 판단이 되는데, SNS를 통해서 느슨한 관계를 하게 되면 집단지성이 가능해집니다. 컬렉티브 인텔리전스가 가능하기 때문에. 그리고 또 아까 체리어트 프로세션을 보니까 제 SNS에서도 네팔 보면은 그 사진들이 좀 많이 나와요. 이렇게 서로 관계가 없는 데서도 연결돼가서 이게 이뤄진다. 그런 점에서 굉장히 의미가 있다고 생각을 합니다. 특히 이런 것들이 이제 분산되고 많이 나눠져 있지만 우리가 컬렉티브 인텔리전스도 하지만 머신러닝이 되면은 아티피셜 인텔리전스도 될 거예요. 그래서 그런 것들이 손쉽게 또 모을 수 있지 않을까 그런 생각도 해봅니다. 네, 다음에는 저희 유네스코 아태 무형유산센터 그 협력 네트워크 실장께서 실질적으로 다 저희 그 유네스코 이치캡에서 하는 무형유산의 어떤 보호 활동 이런 거를 갖다가 한번 그 여러분들에게 설명드리도록 하겠습니다. 우리 그 박원모 실장께서는 이쪽에서 이론도 그렇고 실질적으로도 그렇고 제가 보기에는 뭐 적어도 대한민국 탑 레벨이라고 저희들은 자부하니까 하여튼 부탁드립니다.
I presented by Korean language and use interpretation. 예, 지금 방금 소개받은 그 유네스코 아태 무형유산센터에서 네트워크 업무를 그 총괄하고 있는 협력 네트워크 실장 박원모입니다. 그 오늘 제 발표에서는 그 정보 기술을 활용한 아태 지역 무형산의 보호라고 하는 제목이지만 주 내용은 그 정보 및 네트워크를 중점 기능으로 하고 있는 그 우리 센터가 수행하고 있는 또는 추진했던 그 무형산 정보 관련 사업들을 소개하려고 합니다. 그 센터는 정식으로 2011년 7월에 유네스코 카테고리 2 센터로 설립되었지만 그 이전인 2006년부터 설립 기획단을 만들어 활동해 왔습니다. 그 오늘은 그 센터 여러 가지 활동 중에서도 특히 무형산의 정보와 관련된 그 현황 조사 및 목록 작성 그리고 영상 기록, 자료 복원, 무형유산 정보 네트워크 그리고 무형산 온라인 테마파크인 이지식관에 관해서 소개하려고 합니다. 이를 통해 그 센터가 지향하고 있는 무형유산 정보 네트워크에 대한 그 대략적인 윤곽을 조금이라도 드러내 보려고 합니다. 그 여러 가지 그 부정적인 요인에도 불구하고 이제 지식과 정보의 그 원활한 보급 그리고 의사소통의 촉진, 생활의 질적 향상 등을 통해 인류 사회에는 그 획기적인 변화가 초래되고 있습니다. 그 문화유산 분야에서도 정보통신 기술을 적절히 활용함으로써 전통적인 방법이 아닌 새로운 방식으로 그 새로운 양식의 보호 체제를 구축할 수 있으리라는 기대가 고양되고 있습니다. 이는 그 아태 지역의 열악한 인프라 환경에도 불구하고 기술의 발달과 정보 격차를 해소하려는 국제사회의 노력이 각국의 그 정보 역량을 강화할 것이라는 전망을 전제하고 있습니다. 이에 그 아태 센터는 정보 기술을 창조적으로 활용하여 그 무형유산의 보호와 진흥을 위한 온 오프라인 상의 정보 네트워크를 구축함으로써 아태 지역의 무형유산 보호 활동에 공헌하고자 설립되었습니다. 그 오늘 발표는 특히 그 아태 센터 여러 목적 중에서도 정보의 조정과 보급을 통한 아시아 태평양 지역의 무형유산 보호를 위한 역량 제고라고 하는 것에 초점을 맞추어 그간에 있었던 몇 가지 센터 활동을 소개하겠습니다. 센터 활동을 기획하고 추진하는 데에는 그 무형유산 보호를 위한 한국의 경험이 그 많은 아이디어와 노하우를 제공하였기에 간간히 해당 사업과 관련된 그 한국의 사례와 경험도 함께 소개하도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째로 그 아태 센터는 해당 지역의 요구를 반영하여 그 무형유산 보호를 위한 적절한 활동을 펼치기 위해 우선적으로 아태 지역의 무형유산 보호 현황을 파악하는 것이 시급한 과제였습니다. 그래서 센터는 2009년부터 아태 지역 내 국가들을 대상으로 각국의 무형유산 보호 현황에 대한 기초 정보를 수집하기 위하여 조사 사업을 실시했습니다. 센터는 먼저 전문가들의 자문을 받아 설문지를 작성하고 국가별 전문기관 혹은 전문가를 선정해서 해당 조사를 수행하도록 했습니다. 그 내용은 각국의 무형유산 보호 제도와 정책, 그 국가 목록, 관련 조직과 단체, 관련 회의 및 행사, 그 현안 과제와 요구사항 등 크게 5가지 영역이었습니다. 각국의 조사자들은 영문으로 된 A4 용지 한 100매 내외의 보고서를 작성해서 센터에 제출했습니다. 2018년까지 10년간 총 한 35개국에 대한 조사 보고서가 작성되었습니다. 그 관련 내용들은 보고서 형태로 제본되어 발행되었고, 또한 그 센터 홈페이지 내 이지식관에서 온라인으로 서비스를 제공하고 있습니다. 그 옆에 오른쪽에 보시는 것은 이지식관 내에 제공하고 있는 페이지입니다. 아트센터의 그 앞에 그 국가별 무형산 보호 현황 조사 사업은 그 한국의 무형문화재 제도 도입 초기 그 한국 민속 종합 조사 사업의 경험과 노하우가 어느 정도 반영되었습니다. 그 한국은 1962년에 그 문화재보호법을 제정하면서 처음으로 그 무형문화재를 보호하기 위한 그 법적 행정적 조치를 취하게 되는데요. 이후 그 1968년에서 그 1980년까지 13년에 걸쳐서 그 한국문화인류학회의 그 한국민속종합조사라고 하는 것을 전국 단위로 하게 됩니다. 그 소멸해 가는 그 민속 문화를 그 조사 기록하고 무형문화재 지정 사업상의 참고 내지는 기준을 마련하기 위한 학술 연구로서 문화재 행정 연구의 기초 자료가 되었습니다. 그 해당 그 조사 사업은 지역별 조사에서 주제별 신청 조사를 확대되면서 2000년대 초반까지 계속되게 됩니다. 그리고 그 또한 그 아트센터 그 앞에 그 종합조사와 함께 그 한국의 무형산 보호제도 구축과 정책 실현을 위해서 또 하나의 중요한 작업 중에 하나는 그 국가 무형문화재에 대한 지정조사와 기록화 사업이라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 그 한국의 국가 무형문화재 지정 작업은 1962년 문화재법 제정 이후 1964년부터 시작되는데요. 이때부터 지정조사가 실시됩니다. 그 현재 그 132개 종목, 세부까지 포함하면 144개 종목이 국가 무형문화재로 지정되었는데요. 이러한 지정 작업에는 반드시 지정조사가 그 실시되었고 각 종목에 대한 상세한 내용의 지정 보고서가 작성되었습니다. 지금 표에 나온 통계는 지금 지난 3월 기준으로 하다 보니까 그 130개 종목으로 되어 있는데요. 그 이후에 올해에도 불복장 작법이라든가 전통 어로 방식이라든가 이게 그 추가돼서 지금 132개 현재 그 지정되어 있습니다. 한국의 무형산 보호제도 구축과 정책 실현을 위해서 또 하나의 중요한 작업 중에 하나로 죄송합니다. 그 1990년대 들면서 그 국가 지정 문화재에 대한 기록 사업이 법률로 규정되면서 그 국가 무형문화재에 대한 기록화 사업이 또한 대대적으로 진행되게 됩니다. 1995년부터 그 2010년 초반까지 해당 지정 종목의 역사적 배경이라든가 실현 과정이라든가 전승 현황 등에 대한 상세한 기록 작업이 추진됩니다. 그 현재 기지정된 종목들에 대한 기록 작업은 거의 끝이 났고요. 신규로 지정되는 종목들에 대한 기록 작업이 실시되고 있습니다. 그 현재까지 그 세부 종목 포함 130건의 기록 도서가 발간되었습니다. 그 오른쪽의 페이지는 웹사이트의 그런 자료들을 지금 제공하고 있는 온라인의 사이트입니다. 센터는 한국의 이러한 경험을 바탕으로 무형산 보호 관리를 위해서는 국가 목록에 대한 그 정보 체계 구축이 무엇보다 중요하다 판단하고 설립 이전 기획단 시절부터 아태 지역 국가들이 무형산 국가 목록의 작성과 관련해서 해당 정보의 수집 및 관리 체계를 구축하는 데 적극 협력해 왔습니다. 센터는 2008년 몽골, 베트남을 시작으로 2010년에는 카자흐, 키르기스, 타직, 우즈벡 등 중앙아시아 4개국, 2011년부터는 라오스, 부탄, 미얀마 등의 국가에 현지 조사를 통해 무형산 목록을 작성함과 동시에 관련 자료를 획득할 수 있도록 기술적, 재정적 지원을 계속했습니다. 이를 기반으로 각국은 그 협약 체제 하에서 무형유산 보호를 위한 국가적 관리 체계를 구축함과 동시에 해당 정보를 기반으로 국가 목록을 작성할 수 있었습니다. 센터와 해당 국가들은 협력 결과의 한 형태로 무형유산 그 국가 목록에 대한 해설집을 발간하기도 하였고요. 최종적으로 영어와 모국어로 된 두 종의 무형유산 홍보도서를 발간하여 보급하기도 하였습니다. 특히 중앙아시아 국가들은 그 무형유산 정보를 관리하기 위한 데이터베이스를 개발을 하기도 하였고요. 국가 무형유산 전문 웹사이트를 제작하는 사업도 센터와 같이 함께 추진하였습니다. 현재 센터는 10개 및 1개 소지역에 총 11종의 무형유산 홍보도서를 발간하여 보급하고 있습니다. 그 왼쪽에 그 사진은 그 무형유산 해설집, 저게 지금 우즈벡 같은데요, 이고요. 가운데 사진은 지금 그 베트남 하노이의 무형유산 목록에 관한 홍보도서고요. 오른쪽은 우즈벡의 그 무형유산 웹사이트가 되겠습니다. 그 현재 센터는 관련 홍보도서들을 온라인상에서 PDF로 일반에 그 서비스를 제공하고 있습니다. 한편 PDF로만 할 수밖에 없는 단점을 보완하기 위해서 각국의 국가 목록을 보다 효율적이고 사용자 친화적으로 일반에 제공할 수 있는 데이터베이스 작업을 위한 환경을 조성하고 있습니다. 그 한국의 경우는 이미 그 1960년대 지정 작업이 시작되면서 국립영화 제작소를 통해 16mm 영화 필름을 그 국가 무형문화재 종목에 대한 영상 제작 사업을 추진합니다. 이 영상들은 오늘날에도 그 해당 종목에 대한 귀중한 자료로서 평가되고 있는데요. 그 이후 국가 무형문화재 종목에 대한 본격적인 영상 기록은 그 국립문화재연구소에 의해 1990년대 중반부터 국가지정 중요 무형문화재 기록화 사업이 진행되게 됩니다. 그리고 1910년대 초반부터 그 15년 가까이 진행된 기록화 사업을 통해 한국은 국가 무형문화재 130여 종에 대한 상세한 영상 기록물을 획득할 수 있었습니다. 그 현재 국립무형유산원에서 보유자 등 현재는 그 유산원에서 보유자 등 전승자들의 생애사 기록을 위한 구술 체록을 그 영상으로 진행하고 있습니다. 센터는 그 이러한 한국의 경험을 토대로 영상 기록 공동 사업을 추진하기 위해 그 현지의 전문가들과 함께 시범 사업을 추진했습니다. 그 2011년에 베트남, 2012년에 몽골, 2013년에 키르기스와 시범 사업을 추진했는데요. 센터는 3번의 그 시범 사업을 통해 한정된 시간과 예산으로 제작되는 무형유산 영상 기록의 효율성을 극대화하기 위해서는 그 목적이 명확할 필요가 있다는 것을 확인하였고, 무형유산 영상 기록 내용의 신뢰성을 강화하는 한편 대중성을 담보하기 위해서는 무형유산 전문가와 영상기록 전문가 간의 협업이 중요하다는 것을 공감하였습니다. 그리고 또한 그 많은 노력과 예산으로 제작된 그 기록물들이 아카이브 속에서 파묻혀 사장되지 않게 하기 위해서는 대상 자료의 적극적인 공개와 다양한 활용이 전개되어야 한다는 것을 인식하게 되었습니다. 센터는 그 이 시범 사업을 통해 얻은 교훈을 바탕으로 그 회원국들의 무형유산 보호 역량을 강화하고 아태 지역의 무형유산의 갈성을 증진하기 위한 방안으로 관련 전문가들과 협력해서 무형유산의 생생한 현장 기록을 위한 아태 지역 무형유산 영상 기록 10개년 사업을 계획했습니다. 그 중앙아시아, 몽골을 시작으로 동남아시아, 서남아시아, 태평양 지역까지 그 범위를 넓혀 아태 지역 곳곳에 그 숨겨진 무형유산 현장을 생생하게 기록할 예정입니다. 그 현재 중앙아시아 4개 국가 몽골이 1차 2개년 사업으로 50편의 영상을 제작하였고, 동남아 8개 국가 그 2차 3개년 사업으로 지금 80편의 영상을 제작하고 있습니다. 그 무용산 영상기록 공동 제작 사업은 우선 전문가들의 자문을 받아 사업에 대한 가이드라인과 훈련 그 프로그램을 구성하는 것으로 시작됩니다. 그 이러한 가이드라인을 바탕으로 각국의 포컬 포인트를 선정하고 이어서 국가별로 전문가위원회 및 그 영상 기록팀을 구성합니다. 그리고 각국의 대표들이 참석하는 전문가 워크숍을 통해 공동 사업에 대한 이해를 공유하고 국가별 그 전문가위원회에서 선정된 무형유산 종목을 각국의 영상 기록팀이 제작하도록 하고 있습니다. 각국이 제작한 영상 기록물들을 제작에 참여한 각국 대표들이 한데 모여 시사회를 개최하고 서로 간의 의견을 통해 영상 제작의 사업에 대한 컨센서스를 만들어 나갑니다. 각국에서 제작된 영상물은 영상 라이브러리 형식의 전문 웹사이트를 제작해 일반에 공개하고 있으며 각국의 방송사를 통해 방영을 할 수 있도록 협력하고 있습니다. 또한 영상 전시회, 출판물 발간 등 다양한 형태로 홍보 및 가시성 제고 사업을 추진하고 있습니다. 또한 그 학생들이 수업 시간에 그 활용할 수 있도록 비디오 클립 형식의 그 교육용 콘텐츠를 제작하고 있으며 대학 수업에서 부교재로 그 활용할 수 있도록 각 대학과 협의를 진행하고 있습니다. 다음으로 이제 자료복원 디지털화 사업인데요. 그 아태 지역의 많은 국가들은 자국의 귀중한 무형유산을 보호하기 위해서 그 이미 오래전부터 다양한 매체를 통한 전문적인 기록 작업을 실시해 왔습니다. 그러나 많은 그 전문가들이 열정을 가지고 기록해 온 아날로그 자료들이 열악한 보존 환경으로 인해서 심각하게 훼손되고 있습니다. 뿐만 아니라 그 해당 기록 매체의 생산 중단 등 시대에 따라 기록 작업의 환경이 급변하는 것으로 인해 그 재생 불가능한 상태에 놓인 자료들도 상당수 존재합니다. 그 아태센터는 그 무형유산 자료복원 및 디지털화 사업을 통해 그 아태 지역 회원국들이 소장한 노후화되거나 훼손 위기에 처한 아날로그 자료, 시청각 자료들을 디지털로 전환하여 보존 관리 활용할 수 있도록 하는 지원 사업을 추진하고 있습니다. 그 해당 사업이 추진되게 된 배경은 그 몽골의 무형유산 그 국가 목록 작성을 위한 보호제도 구축 지원 사업 준비 단계로 그 전문가 회의를 진행하던 그 2007년에 그 상황에서 비롯됩니다. 이때 그 센터를 방문한 그 몽골의 전문가 몇 분이 자신들의 연구소에 보관 중인 1950년대, 70년대에 획득한 아날로그 자료들이 세월이 지남에 따라 사용 불가능한 상태에 놓이게 되었다며 그 해결 방안을 요청해 왔습니다. 해당 요청에 대해 그 한국의 유사 경험은 그 중요한 모델이 되어 주었는데요. 그 한국 또한 1960년대부터 그 지정조사 과정에서 획득한 마그네틱 테이프가 시간의 지남에 따라 훼손 위기에 처하게 되어 긴급한 복원 및 디지털 작업을 추진할 수밖에 없는 상황이 있었습니다. 국립문화재연구소의 그 보관 중인 마그네틱 테이프 1040롤에 대해서 1993년에 국회에서 관리에 관한 심각한 문제 제기가 있었고 1994년에서 1995년에 걸쳐서 해당 자료에 대한 디지털 변환 및 자료 분류 작업이 진행되게 됩니다. 결과물은 이제 보정을 거쳐서 희귀 국악 음반 시리즈로 그 시리즈라고 하는 CG로 제작되어 일반에 제공되었고 지금은 그 왼쪽에 있는 온라인을 통해서 서비스가 되고 있습니다. 센터는 몽골의 요청에 따라 2011년부터 12년까지 2개년에 걸쳐 그 자료 복원 및 디지털화 사업을 추진하였습니다. 그 센터와 몽골은 그 한국 전문가들의 실사를 통해서 몽골 과학 아카데미 언어문학 연구소가 1950년대 초반부터 녹음한 마그네틱 테이프 713시간 분량의 자료를 복원하고 디지털하는 것으로 결정하였습니다. 이후 몽골의 그 해당 연구소와 MNB 라디오 관계자 등이 센터를 방문하여 그 자료 복원 및 디지털화를 위한 훈련 웍사과 함께 사업 계획 수립을 위한 협의를 진행하였습니다. 해당 자료에 대해 가장 잘 알고 있는 연구소의 연구원들이 직접 그 보건 및 디지털화를 진행하고 MMB 라디오 관계자가 이들 연구원들을 사전 교육을 하고 또 몽골 정부 관계자가 해당 사업에 대한 감사를 담당하는 구조로 사업을 설계했습니다. 그 해당 사업 결과물의 일부는 콜렉션 형식으로 그 초원을 달리는 소리라고 하는 제목으로 그 10장짜리 CD로 제작돼 배포되었습니다. 이러한 경험을 통해 설계된 그 자료 보고 및 디지털 사업에는 그 몽골 언어문학연구소 이후에 베트남 음악학 연구원, 그리고 우즈벡 예술연구원, 그리고 필리핀 문화예술위원회, 네팔 음악박물관, 그리고 인도 민족음악 아카이브 연구센터, 그리고 피지 박물관, 야프 역사 보존 연구소 등 현재까지 총 8개 기관이 참여해서 디지털 작업을 하였습니다. 관련 음원은 그 온라인을 통해서 일반의 서비스가 제공되고 있습니다. 아트센터는 앞에서 소개한 현황 조사, 목록 작성, 영상 제작, 자료 복원 등의 결과물과 함께 센터에서 발간하고 있는 ICH 꾸리에와 뉴스레터, 각종 회의 자료 및 관련 발간 도서 등을 활용해서 아태 지역 국가들이 그 자국의 국민들을 위해 무용산 정보 서비스를 강화하도록 지원하고 있습니다. 그 일환으로 처음 센터가 시도한 것은 각국의 무용산 전문 웹사이트를 제작하여 정보를 제공할 수 있도록 지원하는 것입니다. 그래서 몽골, 카자, 키르기스, 타직, 우즈벡 등의 국가들의 자국의 무용산 사이트를 제작하도록 지원하였습니다. 또 한편 센터는 그 무용산 그 웹사이트를 손쉽게 제작할 수 있도록 최근에는 그 웹 템플릿을 제작해서 그 필요로 하는 그 국가나 공동체에 그 무료로 제공하고 있습니다. 센터는 열악한 태평양 지역의 그 정보 공급을 위하여 그 NGO 단체인 아일랜드 아크 프로젝트 재단과 함께 팔라우의 그 웹 템플릿 보급 사업을 진행하고 있습니다. 그러나 센터는 이러한 그 사업이 그 지속성이 담보되지 않는다면 많은 노력에도 불구하고 무용한 템플릿이 될 것이라는 판단에서 국가별로 무용산 정보를 전문적으로 다루고 있는 기관들을 선정하여 지원하는 방안을 구상하고 있습니다. 국가별 1개 이상의 기관을 선정하여 각 기관의 성격과 역량에 따라 센터와 필요한 협력 및 지원 체계를 구축하는 것입니다. 그 센터는 무용산 정보기관 활성화 지원 사업을 통해서 기술 자문, 정보 구축, 장비 지원, 인적 교류, 역량 강화, 협력 사업 등 그 해당 기관의 필요에 따라 다양한 형태의 협력 관계를 가질 예정입니다. 그 작년에 처음으로 그 타지키스탄 문화정보연구원과 첫 번째 업무 약정을 체결하고 장비 지원, 정보 구축, 역량 강화 등의 지원 사업을 진행하고 있습니다. 그리고 또한 올해는 베트남 문화예술연구원과 업무 약정을 체결하고 기술 자문을 진행하고 있습니다. 각국의 무용산 정보센터는 그 ICH 인포넷이라고 하는 그 네트워크의 멤버로 참가하여 서로 정보를 교환하고 협력할 수 있는 체계를 구축할 것입니다. 그 센터는 무용산 정보 담당관 회의를 그 지난 2017년부터 개최하고 있으며 정보 담당관 회의를 통해서 지속적으로 그 현안 문제와 향후 과제를 논의하는 온오프라인의 플랫폼을 제공하고 있습니다. 이런 과정을 통해서 그 아트센터는 해당 지역의 무용산과 관련한 그 유용한 정보를 보다 효율적이고 신속하게 무용산 이해 당사자들에게 전달하기 위해서 아태 지역 무용산 플랫폼을 개발하는 것을 계획 중에 있습니다. 센터는 이제 그 무용산 플랫폼으로 가는 과정에서 임시 방편으로 그 센터가 그 회원국 파트너들과 함께 생산 가공한 정보와 그 자료들을 사용자 친화적으로 일반에 공개할 수 있는 한 가지 방안으로 이지식관, 이날리지 센터라고 하는 무용산 온라인 테마파크를 개발하여 제공하고 있습니다. 이 지식관에는 그 센터가 여러 가지 조사 사업을 통해 획득한 무용산 정보, 회원국과 그 협력 사업을 통해 제작한 콘텐츠, 그리고 각종 회의 및 행사를 통해 그 축적한 자료들을 일반인들이 접근하기 용이한 하도록 디자인을 추가하여 서비스를 제공하고 있습니다. 이 외에도 센터는 그 ICH 꾸리에와 이 뉴스레터를 서비스하기 위한 사이트, 그리고 온라인 커뮤니티를 위한 사이트 등도 개발하여 운영하고 있는데요. 이 모든 그 사이트들은 그 아태 지역 무용산 플랫폼이 개발되면 그 이전에 개발했던 그 무용산 아카이브와 함께 하나로 통합될 예정입니다. 센터는 이상과 같이 그 아태 지역 무용산에 관한 그 축적된 다양한 지식과 정보를 무용산 보호와 진흥에 적극 활용할 수 있도록 정보 기술을 기반으로 한 정보 네트워크를 구축하는 것을 하나의 목표로 하고 있습니다. 이를 실천함에 있어서 센터가 추구하고 있는 그 접근 방법을 말씀드리면서 제 그 발표를 마치려고 합니다. 첫째, 그 센터는 그 아태 지역 회원국들이 자국의 무용산 정보를 수집 생산할 수 있도록 관련 활동을 지원하고 획득한 정보를 효율적으로 관리 저장할 뿐만 아니라 디지털 형식으로 가공 제작하여 온라인을 통해서 그 일반 대중에게 널리 보급 확산할 수 있도록 국제 협력을 통해 그 기술적 재정적 지원을 제공함으로써 회원국들이 그 무용산 정보 역량을 강화하도록 지원할 것입니다. 두 번째로, 센터는 그 아태 지역의 무용산에 관한 지식과 정보가 센터로만 집중되는 그 중앙 집권적인 형태의 플랫폼이 아니라 그 네트워크를 통해 아태 지역 개별 국가의 플랫폼들이 각자의 지식과 정보를 제공하고 유통하는 그 유기체적인 정보 네트워크를 구축하는 것을 지향하고 있습니다. 셋째로, 그 센터가 구축하려고 하는 아카이브는 단순히 자료를 모아놓는 저장 창고 역할만을 하는 것이 아니라 원본 자료를 2차, 3차로 가공, 제작하여 무용산 보호에 활용할 수 있도록 하는 데이터 뱅크의 기능을 적극적으로 담당하고자 합니다. 그리고 마지막으로, 센터가 그 회원국들과 함께 구축하려고 하는 아태 지역 무용산 플랫폼은 각국의 무용산 관련한 그 다양한 지식과 정보를 제공하는 종합정보센터 역할을 담당함으로써 사용자가 보다 편리하게 관련 정보를 접속할 수 있도록 지원하기 위한 것입니다. 따라서 센터와 회원국 간의 그 정보 네트워크 속에서 유통되고 있는 무용산 관련 각종 정보와 관련 지식이 관계기관 및 전문가를 비롯해서 일반 대중에 이르기까지 보다 많은 사람들에 의해서 무용산 보호 활동에 적극 활용될 수 있도록 포털 사이트의 기능도 담당하고자 합니다. 네, 이상 제 발표를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 끝까지 정치해 주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you much, Director Bach. 그 저희 유네스코 이치캡에 대한 여러 가지 활동들에 대해서 핵심적으로 다 잘 정리해 주셨습니다. 제가 그 설명을 들으면서 그런 생각이 들었습니다. 처음에 있었던 우리 안젤라 박사라든지 아타나시오스 박사라든지 모나리자 박사께서 각자 하신 어떤 새로운 메소돌로지의 툴, 그런 것들이 저희들 사업에도 적용이 될 수 있을 거고, 그 다음에 이렇게 디지털라이제이션 하는 데에서 우리가 유의할 점과 또 이제 그 어떤 시점을 잡아야 될 것들, 그리고 또 이런 것들이 SNS를 통해 가서 실질적인 생활 속으로 다 어떻게 하면 쉽게 갈 수 있는지, 이런 것들이 저희들도 배우고 여기 계신 분들도 이치캡에서 이런 어떤 자그마한 또는 그런 허브 역할을 할 수 있다 하는 데서 계속 그 관심을 갖고 연결할 수 있으면 좋겠습니다. 자, 이제 지금 그 네 분의 발표를 마치고 그 다음에 이제 플로로다 마이크를 넘기겠습니다. 잠시 자리 정리한 한 1분이면 되겠죠? 네, 그 자리를 좀 만들겠습니다. 의자만 4개 놓으시면 될 것 같은데, 의자 4개 놓으시고 나는 여기 앉겠습니다. 자, 발표해 주신 Dr. Angela, Dr. Anasios, Dr. Mona Lisa, and Director Bach, please come to the 그 막간을 이용해서 잠깐 그 설명을 드리자면은 그 질문을 하고 싶으신 분은 어떤 분에 대해서 특히 지정을 해주시면은 그게 준비를 하기가 쉽고요. 그 다음에 본인의 소개를 짤막하게 하면 좋겠습니다. 그래서 우선 그 질문을 그 3개 정도, 4개 정도를 우선 받고 그 다음에 그 답변할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 저 질문하고 싶으신 분은 손을 들어주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 네, 말씀해 주시죠. 마이크 좀 부탁드립니다.
예, 한국전통문화대학교의 김영재라고 합니다. 아까 저는 두 번째 그 발표하신 교수님께 참 질문을 아나시오스 모이시아디스 교수님께 질문하고 싶은데요. 그러니까 스크립트상에서 봤을 때는 아까 이제 그 마지막 부분의 결론 부분에서 본 바로는 일단 모든 그런 그 디지털하는 과정들, 무형유산에 대한 디지털하는 과정들이 전 세계적으로 되게 하나 스탠다드화 돼야 된다는 말씀을 하신 것 같아요. 근데 저는 솔직히 그거가 좀 굉장히 의문이 되는 부분들이 실제로 이런 무형유산 부분들이 각각의 나라마다 전통적인 관습이 있는데 그러니까 발생한 배경이라든지 그리고 이 발생한 배경이나 실제로 운영하는 어떤 과정들에 대해서 그걸 보호하는 법들에 대한 법제적인 것들을 결과적으로는 그런 법들이 그런 다른 배경에 의해서 다른 법들이 적용이 될 수밖에 없는데 그걸 어떻게 똑같은 법으로 만들 수 있는지가 저는 굉장히 큰 의문이거든요.
Yes, I'm going to ask a question to Mona Lisa about your presentation. Using the social media for the documentation was a very interesting approach, I think, and this can be one of the two to use for the documentation. But I just would like to ask your opinion about the credibility of the data that obtained through the various social media. Because there is no guideline and no standard, but anyway we collect the data, but how can we consider those data is really the information that we can actually based on for example the research. So without resolving such kind of related issue, I don't know whether this data can be really reliable resources or not. So that's why I am asking this question. Thank you.
SNS를 통해서 얻게 되는 여러 자료들이 과연 어느 만큼 신뢰를 할 수 있는 것인가 그런 질문을 하셨습니다. 또 다른 분 있으십니까?
Thank you very much. My name is Andreas Georgopoulos. I'm a professor of photogrammetry at the National Technical University. My question, or rather provocation of a comment from all speakers, is that, okay, you all talked about digital data. As far as tangible cultural heritage is concerned, we understand that we acquire digital data, and then we process the data and we produce something that enables conservation, documentation, and safeguarding. I would like a comment from all of you. What, for example, processing needs to be done on digital images or digital video to go a step further for the preservation and safeguarding of intangible digital heritage?
네. 거기서 조금 더 명확하게 하기 위해서는 그러면 무형 유산에 대한 어떤 그 비디오와 관련된 프로세스를 질문하신 겁니까? 아니면 전반적인 그 인텐지블 아니면 텐지블 모두를 포함하시는 건지요?
No, I'm concentrating on intangible heritage.
오케이, I see. 네, 그러면은 요거는 특정 분에게 질문이 간 건 아니고 여기서 나중에 그 답변해 주셨으면 좋겠다. 첫 번째로 저쪽 뒤에
예, 안녕하십니까. 유네스코 아타무형센터 연구정보실장을 맡고 있는 김덕순이라고 합니다. 저는 두 번째 발표하신 모나리자 교수님께 질문하고 싶은데요. 저희가 지금 무형유산 정보 또는 데이터를 수집도 하고 보관도 하고 관리도 하는 부분들이 굉장히 중요합니다. 하지만 그와 더 못지않게 중요한 부분이 이제 그것들을 보급하고 공유함으로써 서로 간에 어떤 다른 문화를 가진 사람들이 서로 공유해서 서로 문화 간 대화가 인류의 다양성을 높이는 것이 중요하다고 생각합니다. 그래서 정보의 공유 차원에서 이 SNS라는 부분이 굉장히 중요하다고 생각이 드는데요. 그 문제는 그 정보의 어떤 종류인데요. 대부분 SNS나 이런 쪽에서 교환되고 하는 공유되고 하는 정보들은 주로 무형유산의 어떤 실질적인 깊이 있는 내용이라기보다는 행사라든가 어떤 그런 그 이미지적인 것이 많이 있다고 생각합니다. 그래서 혹시 이런 SNS나 소셜미디어를 통해서라도 무형유산의 어떤 좀 깊이 있는 내용들을 잘 전달할 수 있는 그런 어떤 방향이라든가 움직임이라든가 이런 어떤 방법들이 혹시 있는지 있으면 저희들하고 함께 공유해 주셨으면 감사하겠습니다. 이상입니다.
네, 우리 김석동 선생님께서는 그 SNS에 조금 더 전문적인 내용들을 갖다 다룰 수 있는 그런 부분들에 대한 어떤 인포메이션을 좀 부탁한 것 같습니다. 역시 그 모나리자 박사께 가셨고요. 첫 번째 네 분의 질문 이상 받으시면서 지금 보니까 우리 아타나시스 선생님께 한 질문 그리고 모나리자 박사님께 2개 질문 그렇게 갔습니다. 그러면은 나머지 하나는 가능하시다면은 아까 안드레아 교수님이 말씀하신 거에 대해서는 우리 박원모 실장님이나 아니면 안젤라 교수님께서 가능하시다면 코멘트를 해주시면 좋겠습니다. 네, 첫 번째 아타나시스 교수님 가능하십니까?
About the first question, I think it was about the standardization of the data. In the respective slide, I just mentioned that if we want to use data, a data transfer from some data from, let's say, Korea to Greece, we have to take in mind the national laws into the distribution of this data and the copyright issues. It doesn't mean that we can use it as it is. That's why I found this website, which I think it's quite useful that has a map and have a reference to the specific local laws of each country so as to know in order what's going on with the data, if you can use it or not, what are the criteria or some other issues in using them or not. This is the quite difficult thing. That's what I tried to point out with this slide. This doesn't mean that we can use it free of charge or under no circumstances at all. You've got to take that in mind before using the data. And this is quite a thing if you want to process, to make a proposal, let's say, for a research project, to know if you have the ability to use them in good effect or not, and in which category of data.
네, 고맙습니다. 땡큐. 그다음에 모나리자 교수님께는 두 개의 질문이 있는데 각각 2개를 한꺼번에 답해 주셔도 될 것 같습니다.
Yes, thank you so much for the 2 questions. This is the thing that I also faced about the credibility of the Facebook information and the pictures. And I faced this during my research when I was collecting the data on how people continued after the earthquake of 2015. You know, like this festival, people continued when everything was in ruins. With still, we have aftershock after 5 months. The earthquake was in April and May, and then like still it was earthquake like. And people continued the festival, so it was really interesting to see how different part of the corners were celebrating, and people were posting, and it was more emotional for them to share the things. So sometimes it was like for me, like what I did was I verified like pictures, not from one source but different source, and also I knew the people on the different places. Because I'm from that place and I have like a link, so I verified them, like I double checked. So this is way how I did that. Still in the heritage, like I don't think, you know, people fake it most of the time, but it's as a researcher we cannot say that. So what I did was like to double check, with also like verified with the local people. This is like way to triangulate the data, like in a sense. And about the sharing the information, I think like even like every organization nowadays, they have the Facebook, Instagram, not Instagram, more Twitter. So UNESCO also has this one, their Facebook. I think UNESCO Kathmandu has it, and they share like credible information with the Facebook, because when they share it, like they can, it gets access to more number of people. So, and about the in-depth information, I think the Facebook is right now for to share like some news, like instant news. So if you want more in-depth, like I think you have to go in-depth, I think. So still like there is not 100% thing with the Facebook, like it's not that credible. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다. 그 다음에 그 안드레아스 교수님 질문에 대해서 우리 닥터 안젤라께서 코멘트 해주셨으면 고맙겠습니다. 그 다음에 디렉터 밖에서도 코멘트 해주셨으면 좋겠고요.
Well, I think for a seminar on digital documentation, I'm going to take a low-tech answer. And perhaps I'll allow Director Park to take the high-tech answer, because you've digitized so much media as you presented. I think that the low-tech answer that I have is very indicative of the difference between how ICH and tangible heritage fields approach our media and our data. I think that it's really important for ICH professionals to remember that, as UNESCO tells us, it's more about process than product. And so when we're using our media, it's really important to not fetishize the form of what we're seeing in those photos. So that's why I argue that the processing actually has to be more about consulting and eliciting qualitative information from contemporary communities about those pictures. I think Mona Lisa had a really great example where she showed the different historic photos of one festival over time, and you could see both change and continuity there. Well, I would say that the processing step, the low-tech processing step, would be then to bring the associated communities together, to view those images together and to discuss them, so that the ICH professional can hear not only what those changes are from the standpoint of those communities, but more importantly, what are the consistent meanings and values that have stayed consistent, even if forms have changed. It's that value at the center of it that maybe tangible heritage professionals would call integrity, that ICH professionals are really listening for. And so that would be my low-tech answer to the processing step that we need to pair with our media.
자, 먼저 그 모나리자 선생님께 그 제기된 그 신뢰성의 문제에 대해서 먼저 그 좀 얘기하고 가고 싶은데요. 이런 어떤 SNS를 통한 그 기록 작업의 신뢰성이라는 거는 그 전제가 집단지성에 대한 그 믿음이 전제하고 있는 것 같습니다. 그러니까 한두 명의 사람들이 했을 때는 그게 부정확할 수도 있지만 많은 사람들이 그 작업을 했을 때 그것이 보다 그 신뢰성 있는 그 자료가 될 수 정보가 될 수 있다는 그런 것이 이렇게 그런 걸 믿음을 갖지 않으면은 할 수 없지 않는 거 아니냐 이런 생각이 들고요. 그리고 또 한 가지 이거와 관련해서 대척점에서 또 중요한 건 한 공공성의 문제인데요. 특히 아시아 같은 경우에는 유럽과 다르게 아까 제가 발표했을 때 보면 많은 프로젝트들이 어떤 정부나 어떤 공공 영역에서 이렇게 진행이 된 것들이 많습니다. 그러다 보니까 어떻게 보면 이렇게 그 신뢰성이 있다고 판단됨에도 불구하고 어떤 경우에는 굉장히 좀 조작적인 영역이 있을 수도 있기 때문에 굉장히 의심스러운 부분도 있게 마련이죠. 그러니까 이 어떤 대중의 어떤 기록과 어떤 공공 영역의 기록이 어떤 것이 더 신뢰성이 있느냐보다도 이 두 것의 장점과 단점을 서로 보완할 때 보다 더 신뢰성이 있는 그런 어떤 정보가 축적 정보로 작용할 수 있지 않나 생각이 들고요. 두 번째로 아까 표준화, 법적 문제 이런 것들을 말씀하셨는데요. 이 부분은 굉장히 저희도 끊임없이 논의되고 있지만은 참 해결하기 힘든 부분인 것 같습니다. 예를 들어 표준화 같은 경우에도 이제 저희 한국 같은 경우도 여러 기관들이 있어서 가지고 있는 자료들을 서로 호환해서 많은 사람들이 국민들이 활용할 수 있게 하자고 하지만은 그 일들이 쉽지가 않더라고요. 그래서 여러 기관들이 계속해서 만나서 협의하면서 같이 공동으로 사용할 수 있도록 하기 위한 노력에도 불구하고 아직 많은 가시적인 성과를 못 내고 있는데 이게 국경을 초월했을 때, 국경을 넘었을 때 다른 지역과 다른 국가하고 할 때는 아까 말씀드렸던 이제 표준화 문제도 있지만 또 다른 아까 말씀드린 또 법적 문제 이런 것들도 굉장히 대두하기 때문에 이 부분들은 끊임없이 저희가 노력을 통해서 이렇게 해결해야 될 문제가 아닌가 이렇게 생각합니다. 그리고 안데레아 씨가 말씀하신 그 말씀까지 계속 들어가도 되겠습니까? 어떤 프로세스의 문제요. 프로세스의 문제 같은 경우에 이제 제 경험인데요. 프로세스보다도 더 중요한 거는 가장 기초적인 자료들, 무용사들에게 기본이 되는 자료들을 많이 축적해야 되지 않나 이렇게 생각합니다. 저희 센터의 활동들을 보면 굉장히 단순하면서도 기본적인 작업들이거든요. 그러니까 그런 것들이 쌓였을 때 그 다음 작업들이 가능해지지 않을까 이렇게 생각되는데요. 사실 제가 이제 이 센터 HK 업무를 하기 전에 이제 국립문화재연구소라고 하는 곳에서 기록 작업을 담당했었는데요. 기록화 방안으로서 이제 모션 캡처를 활용해서 무용산을 한번 기록해보자 하는 연구가 하나 구체화돼서 몇몇의 무용 종목을 모션 캡처로서 한번 캡처를 해본 적이 있었습니다. 근데 이제 캡처는 했는데 그 다음에 후속 작업들, 예를 들어서 이제 애니메이션 하는 작업이라든가 하나의 캡처하는 기술은 발달됐지만은 그 다음에 다른 기술들이 아직 충분히 발전되지 못했기 때문에 그 작업의 데이터만 간직한 채 더 이상의 작업은 이제 충분히 못하고, 물론 예산이 굉장히 중요한 포지션을 차지했고요. 그랬었는데요. 이런 것들이 이제 기술이 발전하면서 이제 더 많은 활용 방안들이 생기리라고 여겨지는데요. 그런 과정에서 제일 중요한 거는 기본적인 자료들, 목록, 그러니까 저희가 이제 아시아 국가들과 같이 얘기하는 것들이 국가 목록의 가장 기초가 되는 사진, 문자 자료라든가 사진 자료라든가 영상 자료들 이런 것들을 충분히 확보하고 그 다음에 다음 단계 해 나가는 것들이 필요하지 않나 이런 얘기들을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 저는 이제 프로세스라고 하는 것 같아요. 접근 방법을 어떤 과정을 하느냐보다도 지금 뭘부터 해야 되느냐 우선순위를 빨리 결정하는 것들이 중요하다고 이렇게 생각합니다.
네, 고맙습니다. 우리가 이제 정해진 시간에 5분 남았습니다. 꼭 질문하셔야 되겠다고 하시는 분 손들어 주십시오. 이렇게 하면 되게 질문 안 하시더라고요. 그래서 어쨌든 간 여기 다들 계시니까 궁금하신 거는 여쭤보시고요. 저도 이 모더레이터를 하면서 그런 생각이 듭니다. 이런 용어들이 보편적으로 쓰는 용어인지 모르겠지만 한국에서는 디질로그란 말을 많이 썼어요. 디지털 플러스 아날로그. 그러니까 디지털만 갖고서 있는 것, 디지털화 돼서만 다 커버하지 못하는 영역이 있고 또 아날로그가 갖고 있는 부분들이 여전히 그 생명력을 갖고 있고 그래서 이제 디질로그라는 어떤 융합어를 쓴 것 같은데 저는 오늘 이렇게 쭉 발표를 들으면서 그런 생각을 했습니다. 디지타이제이션에 대해서 얘기를 하지만 역시 아날로그적인 요소를 갖다가 다 담고 있구나 그런 생각을 했고 또 하나는 이런 컨텐츠라고 하는 게 아까 우리 안젤리나 박사께서도 그러고 다 했는데 이게 어떠한 컨텍스트나 어떠한 컨테이너 속에서 이걸 해석해야 되느냐 그 문제를 제기하셨던 것 같아요. 그러니까 그렇게 종합적으로 다 서로 보게 되면은 이걸 단순히 인텐지블, 텐지블 이렇게 딱 나눌 수 있는 게 아니다. 뭐 그런 생각이 좀 들고요. 마지막으로 이제 우선 오전 세션을 마치고 우리 심혜성 선생님께서 공지하는 할 사항이 있습니다. 고맙습니다. 땡큐.
Yes, there is just one announcement. So we just finished the session 1. So now we are going to start the lunch. So lunch is prepared outside of this room. So you can have a light buffet outside and then please come back to the room by 2 o'clock. So we are going to start the session 2 from 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Question. Can I use my computer? Because I'm not sure that some videos will play. Because of the codecs. Is it okay? I have VGA, I have HDMI. Yeah, and I can. Can we try?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait 1 second. I just asking them. Because I just want to check because the format sometimes is not.
You can use Discord.
Did you upload everything?
No, because it disappeared and. Yes, but are you around? Are you seeing around? Awesome. Are you seeing around? Are you here? Okay, so I will reach you in 5 minutes.
Can we check the presentations?
Look, if it's too difficult, I will try. If it plays here, the video, then okay. Okay? But
Can we check the presentations if they're playing? Okay.
Stratos, I tried half an hour. Just one sentence and wait a minute because there's a video. Yeah, I want to see it. No, go here please. And then
it plays.
okay.
Okay. So, where is the other one? Where's the
Check if this is fine. This one.
XCC video? Sure. Do you have video? also?
Yes, but it's working. I just want to take my.
Okay, let's try.
Use this one.
Where do you put the? This is mine. Okay, I copied it. Control copy. This one. But they put it somewhere else. No, no.
Can I use my laptop?
No, it's still. It plays, so it will show, eh?
Yeah, it will show.
Because I have videos in the same slide, and I need to click on the video to let me start.
Let's check on this PC.
Looks so interesting.
So you want me to copy it here?
Looks so interesting.
It does?
Yeah.
Eject? This? Eject?
Eject, yes. That is
Okay. So I don't need a laptop.
Maybe just check so that we can connect. 뭐 누가
아니요, 제가 여기서 잘 작동해서 비디오가 그걸 확인했어요.
아 연결 안 했대요.
네네.
아 그래요? 근데 저분도 뭐 연결한다고 안 하셨어요? 파그 저분?
아, 네, 지금 발표자를 갖고 오셨어요.
아 네. 선생님도 헬스장 빨리 하셔야
하나 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 하나
So now we are 2 p.m. So could you please make your seat? So we are going to start very soon. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a very, nice, light lunch just inside the museum. We are now starting the session 2. The session 2 title is that digital documentation in conservation of cultural heritage, current issues and related innovative technologies. This comes with 4 prominent members of e-commerce SIPA, Heritage Documentation, which is our very important partner for the organization of the 6th Summer School for 3D Surveying and Modeling in Cultural Heritage, which was held in Gyeongju until yesterday. So for this, actually I would like to invite Professor Young-jae Kim, who is the chair of this session, is from the Department of Heritage Conservation and Restoration in the National University of Cultural Heritage. Thank you.
Hello everybody. So this is Young-jae Kim. So I'm Korean National University in Cultural Heritage. We start the session 2. So a very important session, I think. So maybe the 4 issues is presented in this session. So the first person, as I know, is a very famous person. Mr. Shim said so. Maybe it's come up here. So I will expecting his presentation about his geometric documentation of the heritage and SIPA role. Please attention.
Okay, thank you very much. When you're getting old, they call you famous. So this is to justify why Professor Kim called me like that. I would like to thank very much the organizers for putting up such a nice organization. And the summer school was maybe the most successful summer school of SIPA so far. So thank you very much, and also thank you very much for the invitation and all your efforts. So I was asked to talk about geometric documentation and the role of SIPA. As for these 4 years, I am the president of SIPA. We have our next elections in September, so until September, I'll be the president of SIPA. Which one do we... this one. Maybe? No. Which one do I press? This one? Okay, I found it. So, what is cultural heritage? You can... we discussed a lot about cultural heritage and its importance. So it's a carrier of memory for all mankind. And we need to protect it, of course, and cultural heritage is also tangible and intangible, as we have heard this morning. Now, unfortunately, I will focus more on tangible heritage, but I think not only because of this morning's talks, that you cannot enjoy and you cannot appreciate tangible heritage without its intangible content. So I think those two go hand in hand. Okay, for example, we have ancient temples, and if you don't know what they were used for and what the rituals were, it's just like a piece of stone, a piece of marble lying there. So I think they go hand in hand, and we have to protect them in conjunction, okay, together. Unfortunately, cultural heritage is in danger for a number of reasons. It is destroyed, it is lost, it is forgotten, and also we are responsible for that as humans. Okay, it's not only natural disasters, but it's also human activities that endanger cultural heritage. Hence, we need to protect it. I have here some pictures of cultural heritage that has suffered. For example, this is an iconostasis of a Byzantine church in northern Greece, and as you can see, there are a lot of icons missing. So this is looting, okay? This is stealing cultural heritage. This is another example of a natural disaster. This is very close to Athens. It's about 30 kilometers from Athens, and it's in a place where when there is rain or heavy rain, it floods. So it's a pity, and it should be protected. This is an example from the city of Van in Iran that was destroyed after an earthquake. And today we discussed about Nepal. So these are aerial photos from that destruction. And of course we have also intentional destructions inflicted by humans. So we need to protect cultural heritage, and what we need to do about protection, we need to do documentation. That's the first thing we should do. Document what you have in hand now, because tomorrow you might not have it. We need to exercise and perform accurate measurements, monitor the state of cultural heritage, so have an eye, keep an eye on its state and its changes. Apply proper management to cultural heritage so that as much as we can protect it. Make preservation studies, conservation studies, and most importantly, raise public awareness about cultural heritage, because without the contribution of the public, especially the younger generations, we are not able to protect cultural heritage in the future. So for that, for those actions, I think you all know that there are international organizations, international agencies that dictate the way that these actions are applied on cultural heritage. So we have UNESCO, and we have ICOMOS, the International Council of Monuments and Sites, and of course we have SIPA, which, as Mrs. Shim said, is one of the contributors for the SIPA, for the summer school. Now, in order to give you an idea how these came into being, UNESCO was formed right after the Second World War, and a few years later, maybe 15 years later or almost 20 years later, ICOMOS was formed. On the other side, ISPRS, the International Society for Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing, was established in 1910. So this is the society that has the technology and promotes the technology for measurements, for georeferenced measurements. And these two, that is ISPRS and ICOMOS, in 1969 formed SIPA, which stands for Comité International de Photogrammetrie Architecturale. That's a French name for the International Society of Architectural Photogrammetry. Now we call our committee SIPA Heritage Documentation, in order to bridge the gap, bring technology from the people who are promoting technology to conservation. So this was the scope that SIPA was formed about 50 years ago. In fact, we celebrate our 50th year this year, and we will publish a book about SIPA history, which will be available online from September onwards. Stratos? September onwards, yeah? Okay, in our webpage. I will tell a little bit about the webpage later. So why do we need to document? The first official document that these societies, these agencies published and in which they expressed the necessity of documentation before any intervention on the monuments was the Charter of Venice in 1964. In Article 16, it clearly says that before any study of conservation or restoration or whatever on a monument, you should make a detailed and accurate drawing of that, a detailed and accurate document of that. So this is why we think that the geometric documentation, being a subset of an integrated documentation of all of cultural heritage, is very important before any study or for any study that is going to be applied for the protection of cultural heritage. Okay, you can see what other kind of documentations there are here. Okay, historic, archaeological, legal, things like that. Now, what is geometric documentation? Geometric documentation is all the actions that collect the necessary data to produce the information about the position, the shape, and the size of the object. So this implies that we have a record of all geometric properties of the monument, be it big or small, or very small or very big, okay, or a site. And this is done at a given moment in time, because our measurements last, let's say, for a couple of hours or a couple of days or a couple of weeks, but this is a very small amount of time. This is a very small moment in time in the life of the monument. So this brings us to the notion of monitoring. If we take those measurements, let's say every year, we can monitor the changes of the monument every year or every month or every whatever we think that this monument is deformed or changed. Actually, what we do is we collect a lot of points, because our methods measure points in 3D space. All these fancy methods measure points, determine the position of points in 3D space. We collect a carefully selected set of points, and we project those points on planes, either vertical or horizontal planes or other kind of planes. Usually they are horizontal and vertical, and these are the 2D drawings that we all know that geometric documentation consists of. Of course, nowadays we also have 3D models, and we can also use these 3D models, but I don't think that we are mature enough to perform our studies on 3D models yet. Maybe in 10 years' time we will have this possibility. Okay, the most important thing for our methods is that all these points are referenced in the same and common reference system. So a point on the roof is related to a point on the basement, and maybe they don't have a line of sight between them. So this is to visualize what I said before, and of course these documents, these drawings, have the notions of accuracy, of scale, and data collection methods are diverse. I will go into detail in a few moments, but mainly they include simple hand measurements, or as we call them, geodetic measurements, surveying methods, and photogrammetric methods or scanning methods. All these 4 groups of methods produce, as I said, the 3D points in space. Now, what do we have now? What are the digital technologies that we have now available? And maybe you can project what technologies will be available in the future. So we have fancy and very fast instruments like digital cameras, scanners. You can see a couple of scanners out exhibited. We have GNSS, that's satellites that rotate around the Earth and give us signals, and we know our position on the globe. We also have 3D printers, anything that we can that you can imagine. And then this instrumentation helps us collect data, and we collect digital images or digital video, or, as I said, points in 3D space in a digital form. And of course, at the same time, we have hardware and software that can process this digital data, and you should know that it's not that easy to process that huge amount of data that we can collect. So we need powerful computers and smart software to do 3D data processing, image processing, or let's say, image modeling, as it is called. And of course, we heard about GIS or MIS, Monument Information Systems, as we would like to call them. So all these technologies have brought automation, which is not always good, because automation is giving the initiative to the computer, and this is not always a wise thing to do. Has brought speed, accuracy improvement. We need that, we would like to have that. And most importantly, we are now able to produce alternative products, to have alternative documents for the geometric properties of a monument. Now, another thing that these modern technologies have contributed to is to change the way traditional professions which are concerned with the monuments to change their view. So archaeologists, architects, conservators, and people who are specialists who are involved in monument conservation have now changed their way of thinking in a way to expect some more things from these modern technologies. And of course, the public has also different expectations, and most importantly, the younger generations who are always with a smartphone at hand. Even I catch myself to have my phone more than often in my hand, so they expect everything to be available, to be digital, so this has also changed their attitude towards cultural heritage. And of course, UNESCO was not indifferent on these changes, and in 2003, it published the Charter for Digital Heritage and stressed the necessity for digital libraries. We heard about digital libraries from Dr. Moisiadis in the morning. And what we have at hand is that we now can digitize cultural heritage. So this is a very controversial term, as I will explain in a few minutes. But this is an overview of the methods that we can use. You can see that there are from very simple tactile methods to very simple topometric methods. And we go on to surveying and GPS, and we also have satellite remote sensing and aerial photogrammetry and close range photogrammetry and UAV. So we all have these methods at hand to collect the data. So the difference between the yellow and the blue is that the yellow do not use images while the blue use images. So this is to differentiate a little bit on the methods. So, as I said, we have the possibility of digitizing cultural heritage, and it gradually replaces analog archives, which are gradually becoming obsolete. And as I said before, most of the users, if not all, are expecting to find everything online. If we have a question, we just Google it. So everything should be online. I don't say must be online, okay? These are the expectations. Of course, we have compatibility problems. For example, can you read a diskette, a floppy disk? No. I don't think it's possible nowadays to read data that is stored in a floppy disk. I mean, half of you don't know what a floppy disk is, I'm sure. Okay. So we have to search for the real role of digitization, and this was the meaning of my question earlier to the first speakers. What are we going to do with this information? Certainly, digitization is not preservation, as I will conclude in this slide. Okay? So what is digitization? Is converting everything from an analog form to digital form. Okay, this is easy. But most importantly, I think, is this bullet here, that we have to transform by careful processing, transform the data to information. And this is very important because, okay, we collect a lot of points, for example, for the geometric documentation. If we don't convert that to, let's say, lines, forms, etc., we miss the information which is contained behind or within those data. So we need careful processing to convert the data to information. And this is very, very important, I think. Okay, we talked about digital libraries. I won't go into detail, and this is as bold as I could make it. Digitization is not preservation. We should not think that as long as we have the 3D model, no matter how accurate and how high resolution it is of an object, and this object is destroyed, is burnt, is lost, then we lost the authentic object. We only have a digital copy, okay? So this is not preservation. Now this is an overview of the scientific methods as they are now, okay? We call geoinformatics or geomatics this combination of traditional measuring techniques or traditional digital measuring techniques and information systems that can process this information. Okay, so the relationship and the combination of these two blue and red parts, I think, is today's ability of technology, of science, for the benefit of cultural heritage. Now, bringing now technology to the conservation area creates a conflict between the users, the people who are going to use the technology for the studies, so the conservators, the archaeologists, etc., and the people who bring the technology, who know the technology and bring them to the conservators, the providers. So there is an international communication gap there, which we try to diminish, we try to bridge. So we need mutual understanding. Without that, we cannot go further. We need positive and well-intentioned cooperation. So we shouldn't say, okay, he's an archaeologist, he knows nothing, I am the geomatics expert, I know 3D scanning, I will tell him what he needs. This is wrong, okay? And well, I could not express that differently because I'm not an archaeologist, but we should always listen to what their needs are. And always the people who are going to, the users, should always understand what technology can provide to them in order to communicate and get the best results. So the key word is interdisciplinarity. We should cooperate together, a lot of specialties, in order to have the best result for cultural heritage. So SIPA, our International Scientific Committee, is trying to do just that. Okay, so this webpage is wrong. I will give you the webpage later. Sorry, I didn't change it. So SIPA, a few words about SIPA is, as I said, an international scientific committee of ICOMOS and ISPRS. It's a voluntary organization. It is run by an executive board which has 12 members. It has regular, expert, and sustaining members, and we live on the sustaining members. It has task groups. They will be changed now to 3 commissions because we changed the statutes. We publish a newsletter every 3 months. We organize every odd year an international symposium. This year it's going to be in Avila, in Spain. We organize workshops depending on the demand and on the will of our collaborators and let's say friends. And we organize summer schools, like the one we organized this week in Korea. Yeah, okay. I have a difficulty in pronouncing, as you have difficulty in pronouncing my name, and you call me Andreas, I say, okay, we had the summer school in Korea. So we try to bridge that gap. And I think we, in a sense, we are quite successful over the past 20, 25 years that we try to do that, exactly that. And we do that via a few actions. This is a copy of our webpage. I'm not going to go through that because I want to show you a nice example of this collaboration. It says with more words what I just said before, but this is the correct webpage now, address. And if you are interested in contributing either as a user or as a provider, please become a member and participate and contribute. It's free. Okay? You don't have to pay any money. And there is nothing behind it. Okay? Okay. After 1 month, now you have to pay, the trial period is over. No, it's not like that. So interdisciplinarity, I think it's the key, as I said, is the key word from what I said so far, and we try to promote that. We try in our symposia to attract people from diverse disciplines to contribute in our exchange of ideas and concerning, of course, documentation, any kind of documentation, okay, not only geometric. So this slide here, I think, gives you an idea of this interdisciplinarity. There, maybe I have forgotten another circle, so I'm sorry, but okay, 3, 6, 8 circles are quite enough, I think. Now this is a white slide. No. How much time do I have? 5. Okay. In the next 5 minutes, I will try to show you an example of this interdisciplinarity based on a project that we did in our university, which lasted from 2016 to 2017. It's the rehabilitation of the Holy Edicule, which is the Tomb of Christ. Okay, it's above the Tomb of Christ in Jerusalem, and it was falling apart, that little construction. Little is about 6 meters by 9 meters by 12 meters height because of that funny dome above. And it's visited by thousands of pilgrims and tourists every day. So it was in such a bad state that in 1947, as you can see, the British had put an iron cage around it in order to support it, but in 2015 some marbles were ready to fall on the heads of the tourists. So we were asked, our university was asked to embark on its rehabilitation. So this is the official opening page of the interdisciplinary committee. As you can see, we had a lady professor as coordinator. She's from the chemical engineering department, architecture, surveying, chemical engineering, and civil engineering. So this is really an interdisciplinary team to offer rehabilitation for that construction. For those of you who don't know where it is, it's in Jerusalem, in the Old City. This is an aerial view of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and this is a cylindrical building, and in the bottom of that cylindrical building is that construction that I showed you before. It's a living monument because there are, as I told you, there are a lot of pilgrims, a lot of visitors every day. And when there is a cruise ship in Haifa, there are even more because they come with buses to Jerusalem. So these are some images from the deformations that it suffered. You can see that some columns were leaning or deformed, and some of the marbles outside, it's a marble, there are marble slabs were falling apart. So we were asked to intervene, and our lab did the documentation, the geometric documentation for all the phases. So we used scanning and image-based modeling, and we produced a 3D model on which there was a study and a proposal to the three religious communities, and the three religious communities accepted the rehabilitation. This is a historic document that was not, they hadn't signed an agreement 700 years now. So they agreed to let us do the work, and we set up a work site in order not to stop the pilgrims. So we worked with the pilgrims. So how we worked inside, we worked during the night when the church is closed. So we did the documentation for every phase of the rehabilitation. I won't go into detail because I have 50 seconds. Yeah. These are some documents of ours based on which all the slabs were measured, the slabs were taken off, the masonry was revived, and maybe also some stones were added. And then the columns were reset after some works. You can see, you can follow the dates up there. That was November. We started in May 2016. And then there is, based on our 3D models, the structural engineers on finite element software found out that, okay, it can stand without the cage. So we removed the cage of the British, and it didn't fall. Good. And, okay, I will show you some before and after images, before rehabilitation and after the rehabilitation. You see these are after, both of them. But then I have a few slides here. Sorry. This is before, and this is after. I hope that the projector allows you to see the difference. This is before, and this is after. And also, I think this is the south facade. And after, okay. And now I have a video, if I can show that video. Okay, can you press for the video? Yeah, okay. So this shows you how it looked like when we started. This is before any intervention, and you can see the iron cage. This is the 3D model. This is not the real object. So we had a 3D model for every phase. So this is the final 3D model, and what you are looking at is a virtual tour of the 3D model, not the real Edicule. Okay, so we will also go inside. Can you run a little bit? So because I have 40. No. on the bar underneath. Yeah. Put it there. Yeah. Thanks. So this is the inside the main chamber, where you could see. You can see some frescoes on top of the dome, which when we first went there, it was completely black because of the smoke, okay? And they were restored. Of course, now they are gray because they put back all the candles and these ritual things, and now it's again smoking. So, okay, I can do that. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry I took some more seconds. If you have any questions.
If you have any questions, I think you need to waiting for after another person in discussion. Okay. Come back. Thank you so much. Yeah, great. Thank you for your presentations. I think I'm getting a great opportunity to listen to your presentation here. I'm so many of the image in the module, so building module, So I think it's very useful. Maybe in the future, so digital heritage for digitalization. So the second presenter, his name is Fabio. Fabio Lemondino. So he have present about his U-tour for the heritage documentation, its conservation and management. Please pay attention.
Thank you. Good afternoon also from my side. So the topic that I was assigned, it's about the new tools for heritage documentation, conservation and management. But actually what I will show you is mainly new tools for 3D documentations as propedeutic, as added on material for conservation and management. So I will not say much things about conservation and management, but as Andrea said, 3D documentation is something that should be used then to start documentation, conservation, and preservation. So first of all, I will say a few words. Why do we need the 3D documentations? We also call it 3D surveying. We also call it 3D recording. So there are many different keywords. Then I will show a few things about the techniques. Something was already shown previously by Andreas. Something will be shown also later on. And then a few words about the new tools, and then I will wrap up with some conclusions. So again, why 3D documentations? It was already mentioned that something like 3D documentation is something in between. So on the top we have what we normally call sensor and technology. So for example, laser scanning, photogrammetry, and so on. And on the other side we have the expertise, but also, as was shown before, the interdisciplinarity. So the needs and the necessity of the people. So everything goes into 3D documentation, which is then the first step for conservation, for preservation, for management, and so on. So here are some examples outside the heritage field, because of course there is not only heritage. We have a lot of requests for 3D recording, documentation, or modeling, as you want to call it. For example, for the documentation of man-made infrastructure like bridges, streets, roads, and for doing quality control and so on. In the field of energy efficiency, there are a lot of requests to monitor if the building are losing energies or to compute the photovoltaic potential of the roofs. For the governance and the public administration, there are a lot of requests, for example, to update cartography, to do what is normally called BIM, so building information modeling, to find hidden buildings, so those guys who are not paying taxes, and as well a lot of things in the environmental field, so to monitor landslide, flooding, and so on. And then going to heritage, there are many, of course, many needs for documentation and for recording. Can you click on, yes, this one and the upper one? So here are just a few projects. The video below is not working. So this is related to the Afghanistan Buddha, which was destroyed some 20 years ago. Actually, this was my PhD project who took me into the heritage field. And as you see, the Taliban did a very good job. They destroyed perfectly. And then using internet images, at that time Google was not available, so it was really a mess to find these historical pictures. But we could collect internet or let's say touristic, as they were called, touristic images, and then using some photogrammetric methods, we could reconstruct the Buddha as it used to be before the Taliban destruction. Another example here is the World War I fortifications in the north of Italy. So some years ago, it was the 100th anniversary of the start of the beginning of the First World War, and so 3D documentation is very useful for valorization of this heritage site. So to do documentation, we need a kind of pipeline, a kind of chain. So first of all, we need some sensory platforms. Then using these tools, we need to collect data. Data can be either images or directly 3D data, directly 3D point clouds, as we call them nowadays. Then we need some software and some algorithms to process this data. And then this processing is producing the classical 2D or let's say the new 3D results, which are then used for visualization, for conservation, for management, for preservation, and so on. So I will mainly try to focus on few things, or let's say new tools in this field, so in the sensor side and in the algorithmic side. So which kind of technique do we have nowadays? This was already shown before. We have what we normally call image-based technique. Here there is a video, but there are no codec to play it. So the first one is called image-based technique. So we can use what is normally called photogrammetry or computer vision and so on. Then we have what is normally called range-based technique. These are normally called laser scanning, structuralized system, and so on. The differences between the two is basically that here we need cameras, so passive sensors, while here we need something like laser scanners, so active sensors. Okay, so here you need much more expertise, much more knowledge, much more brain, while here it's mainly using a simple tool that is doing everything for you. So here you see a typical example of a 3D documentation using laser scanner. So you can get a very nice geometry, and then if you have nice images, you can plot these images on top of the 3D geometry. And then last but not least, we have the classical surveying method. So topography, GNSS, as we call it nowadays, so global navigation satellite system, and so on. And last but not least, you should remember that all of these, they are normally called reality-based techniques. Because you document, you record what is really existing, okay? So you don't invent anything. You inspect, you document reality as it is. But beside those techniques, of course, we have also what is called, for example, procedural modeling or computer graphics. So with procedural modeling and with computer graphics, of course, we don't do real measurements. We just need some fantasy, and then we can create very nice 3D results. But of course, these are not a reality-based technique because we don't go in the field, we don't survey the heritage which is there. We just use some rules and some fantasy. So normally for cultural heritage, if you really want to do documentation, these are the main techniques that should be used. This was already shown, so this is simply to summarize all these techniques. So just to give you a couple of examples, if you want to document a big area, so you are in this part of the axis, but you just need a few points. So here you see that you can use satellite positioning systems. On the other hand, if you need to document a very small object, but you need a lot of details, then you are in this part of the graph. So you need the close range photogrammetry and terrestrial laser scanning. So knowing what you need to document, what you need to record, and knowing the details or the resolution that you need to produce, you can select which is the best technique. Of course, there is not the winner. Normally, the integration of different techniques is normally the winning situation. Okay, so now I'm going to the new tools. So in terms of as I said, hardware and softwares. So in terms of hardware, I consider some new sensors which are now available on the market. So you can have, of course, a high resolution camera, mobile phones. Now you can do basically everything with mobile phones. Laser scanner, in particular the mobile one, so the one that you can go around, keep it in your hand or on your backpack. And then in terms of platforms, of course, we can go from satellite to underwater, but I think the UAV and the drone, they are really having a return nowadays after the 70s and the 80s, where they started to be used. Oblique photogrammetry from airborne, the new laser instruments, which are called SPL, single photon lidar, and so on. On the other hand, in terms of software, I divided in algorithm and, let's say, modeling tool. So in terms of algorithm, we have a lot of new things in terms of automated image processing, as it's normally called nowadays, structure from motion, multi-view stereo, and so on. We have a big boom in the point cloud classification using deep learning, machine learning methods. While in terms of modeling, here I included something which goes more towards preservation and conservation, so HBIM or heritage building information modeling, the FEM analysis, so finite element analysis, and then all the part related to communication and exploitation or remote visualization, so virtual reality and augmented reality. So the yellow things, the red things, now I will go much more into details. So we can go a little bit more into details about drones. So those are new, let's say, new platforms. Of course, this was used during the war, so there were kind of real drones. And then in the 70s and the 80s, there were the first experiments, and these are the kind of platforms that you can find and use nowadays. You see that there is a kind of, let's say, problems with the terminology. Every country and every community that you go, where you go and that you meet, use totally different terms. But you see that most of the terms include the word system, because it's not only the toy that you use, but it's a bunch of things. So the flying platform, the remote control, the operator, the ground stations, and so on. So that's why, for example, in Europe, the terms with the European Commission is pushing a lot is AirPass, remotely pilot aircraft systems. But of course, you can find also the name drone, which is coming more from the military community. You can find UAV, so unmanned aerial vehicles. If you go in US, the term which is mainly used is unmanned aircraft system. So it very depends where you go and with whom you talk. So normally there are three big classes of drones. And here I divided according to this terminology. So the first one is normally called swinglet or fixed wing. So they are really flying things with wings. And so here you can see some examples. And let's say the peculiar things of this is that the camera is always below, and so it's always looking downwards. And the first thing. The second is that you can throw them in the air to let's say, to take them off. And to land, they need a landing line. So this can be a problem, for example, if you want to work in historic city center or in areas where you don't have a landing line. And so that's why there is another category which is normally called multi-rotor. This is much more flexible because they can take off and land, let's say, in a vertical on a single point. And the very nice thing is that the camera is normally mounted here in a kind of box or gimbal, and you can point the camera wherever you want. So this is super flexible because, for example, you can picture images on a vertical facade, and this you cannot do it with this kind of toys. Let's say one of negative things of this is that of course they use batteries. So normally, if you are really lucky, you can fly maximum for 20 minutes, and then you need really to recover it. Otherwise, you might lose everything. And last but not least, they are normally called model helicopter. Okay, so they are real but scaled down helicopters. They don't work with batteries, but they work with an engine. So you put the gas, you put benzene, and you see they are much bigger. So just to give you an example, this was more or less 1.5 meter long. And of course, being bigger, having a real engine, they can have on board a bigger payload. So you can put cameras, you can put laser scanner, you can put multiple instruments. And having an engine, their endurance can go up to 1 hour, okay, if you have a big tank. So you can put on board different things from RGB cameras, so from small to let's say very easy and low weight cameras like the GoPro. You can put multispectral cameras. You can put a small LiDAR sensor. Of course, it's a risk if you put a 50,000 euro below a LiDAR, below a UAV. You can put a positioning and a sensor like a GNSS, INSS, and so on. And of course, you can put any type of sensors. Here I just put 2 examples. For example, you can have gas sensors, and then you can fly over the city, and you can smell the pollution which is over the city. Okay, so it's not limited only to classical documentation instruments, but you can put any type of sensors. Here just an example of a project that we have done in the south of Italy. It's an archaeological site called Paestum, and there are various of these Greek Roman temples, and you see they are quite big, let's say more or less 15 per 24 meters, with a lot of columns, so it's quite complex. So of course here only one technique is not sufficient, and so that's why we took various UAV images from the top and all around, and then different terrestrial images in order to combine the different acquisitions. Here I hope you can see the camera poses, so where the images were shot, some from the ground and some flying, and this is the final 3D results, which was then used by the superintendents to plan a new, let's say, conservation and management activities. Okay, so going to the next topic, it will be something about mobile phones. So as you know, mobile phones are in the pocket of everyone. So there is really an ever-growing market and an ever-growing potential of these, how to call it, platforms of instruments, because you can do really everything nowadays. And moreover, there is an ever-growing potential of the cloud. With the cloud, we mean doing processing or storage or whatever somewhere, you don't care, but somebody is doing it for you. So the idea was to combine the smartphone capabilities with the cloud potential. So that's why we developed this European project. So it's again another interdisciplinary project which was called Replicate. And using the smartphone video, we were taking, let's say, videos or images with the phone. Then from the video, some frames were selected, and then into the phone, the processing was done. And then some processing was also delivered to the cloud, because if you do everything on the phone, you will have, something will burn in your hand. So the combination of the cloud and the smartphone could deliver very nice 3D results. Okay. And the other things that we did, it's not only that I was using myself the phone, but also other people in the same location could use the phone. So this we call it collaborative acquisitions. So imagine you are in the same archaeological site, so more people were acquiring, for example, this monument with one mobile phone, another guy with another mobile phone, and another guy with another mobile phone. Hopefully at the same time, because although they don't move, but maybe something is changing. Or the same here, we are in the square, so you see some guys is taking some videos from this side, other people from the other side, and then the server was collecting all these videos, and then was understanding that the location was the same, of course, the object was the same, and the processing could deliver the 3D, collaborative 3D results. Here an example of a temple in Paphos, an heritage site in Cyprus. So here you can see some of the different frames by phone number 1, phone number 2, and phone number 3. And here you can see the trajectory of the people in blue, in orange, and in violet. And so you can see that there is, of course, some overlap between the people. This is mandatory. But then everything was co-registered and the 3D model was produced. Here another example, user 1, user 2, and user 3. And then you can see them here working more or less at the same time, or let's say with a difference of few days. And this was the final 3D model of the building. Okay, then a few words about now the software side. So a few words about point cloud classifications. So nowadays, point cloud is available, I would say, almost easily can be produced easily by anyone using either laser scanner or photogrammetry. So let's say that we are more or less tired to see these point clouds with only colors. So the new trend is to classify these point clouds in order to give some semantic information. Okay, so the idea is to have not only a 3D representation like this one, but to have also specific, let's say, names or tags or metadata, how you want to call them, or semantic information, which should be the right terminology. So, for example, this part of the cloud belongs to something which is called column, this part of the cloud belongs to something which is called capital, and so on. So that's why we normally distinguish between segmentation and classification, okay? So segmentation is simply that you have the cloud, and you segment the cloud in different pieces. While with classification, we take these pieces and we give also a name, okay? So we segment the cloud and we say, okay, this part is called column. So when we give the name also to the class, this is called a classification. And we can do it, of course, manually or automatically. This is where researchers are spending their time. And we can do it either on the images, but this is, I would say, almost solved by the big companies like Google, like Facebook, or in 3D. And this is where people are really losing time to classify 3D data. To do this, the trend and the state of the art in the research is to use what is normally called machine learning or deep learning methods. So basically you train a computer and then the computer is doing things for you. Okay, so machine learning, because you give some information to a computer or to a software, and is doing hopefully the classification for you. So we don't have to go much into details, but let's say that deep learning is a subclass of machine learning, and they both come from the neural network community, but they are going to be let's say, used and introduced now also to the heritage community. So just to show you how it works, you have a point cloud. Here it's a small part of the city, but it doesn't matter. So what we normally have to extract is what is normally called features. So it's something which is specific, which is representing the area that you want to classify. So let's call them a key feature or whatever. So then you give all these features that you extract, you give them to a classifier, which is normally used, for example, random forest, single vector machine, or whatever you want to use. And then this classifier is doing the prediction all over your data set. Okay? So you can see that this is not so complicated because it can be done manually. Hopefully we can do it also automatically. This part has nothing to do with you because it depends on what you give, but the prediction is super difficult. Okay? So that's why it's called machine learning. Because the highest is the level of training that you give, the better are the results. So that's why in 2D, when you do 2D classification is more or less easier because there are billions of images around. And that's why Mr. Google and Mr. Facebook, they are the best one because they have a lot of your images, okay? But in 3D, it's still very difficult, okay? So the prediction is still very, very difficult. So I say that we need some features here. So normally in 3D, these are the features that we normally use. So they are a combination of what we call eigenvalues and eigenvector. So you can have different type of combination of these eigenvalue, eigenvectors. So in terms of linearity, planarity, sphericity, whatever you want, you can invent your own features. And then you throw all these features into a classifier, and hopefully, if you have enough features, the classifier is doing a good job. Here an example. Can you click, please? Here an example. So this is a 3D reconstruction of a tomb, an Etruscan tomb called a sarcophagus. And the aim here was to classify the 3D, or let's say the 3D point cloud in different classes. So we had a collaboration with some, of course, expert, because we are not expert in this field. So starting from the map, from the texture map of this object, the expert wanted to extract all over the object these classes. So the mimetic cement, the state of preservation, and the deteriorated surfaces. Okay, so we had some few examples, and then the model was totally segmented using this prediction. But the most important thing is that the 3D model is metric, okay? And so you also can quantify, for example, how much cement is available. And so having the 3D model classified in more or less 1 hour, then we can count how much cement is there. And so this is what we did, and we computed and we delivered the data. Here another example. Can you click, please? This is the temple of in Paestum that I showed you before, the Neptune temple. Again, the 3D reconstruction was done using terrestrial and UAV images. So in this case, a lot of million of points to process. And then the operator here needed to select what we wanted to have. So that's why we ran the feature extraction. Here you can see some example of some features. The previous one I think was linearity, this is verticality, and so on. And then you throw all these features into your classifier, and you can finalize the classification, identifying the classes that you want, so the tympano, the cornice, the frieze, the architrave, and then you can extend it to the entire model, which is now coming. And this is the entire 3D temple classified. Okay, I need to skip. Last one, laser scanning. We have a lot of mobile and handheld. I mean, there are also some outside. The good thing is that they are portable. You can have also large scenario scans, and they can basically be mounted on anything that you have in mind. Either your iPad, your backpack, if you have a boat, if you have a car, whatever. And here just some example of what you can do with this. For example, in the historic city center, you can walk around and you can document your 3D your city center. This is an example of World War I fortifications. So you can more or less easily get all let's say the fortification inside, but also outside, if you can go inside with this nice and swingy system. Or you can also have underground elements, again, underground tunnels and bunkers of the First World War. Okay, so coming to the conclusion, this was already mentioned by Andreas. So to do 3D documentation, first of all, we need interdisciplinarity. And second, the 3D documentation, or as we call it, 3D surveying or 3D recording, is useful to many other things. So it's the first step to do something else. Here probably I forgot also something, but you see you can do a physical replica, you can do remote access and visualization, multimedia, you can do archiving, you can do digital restoration, structural analysis, and so on. So we have a lot of sensors, a lot of technologies that can be used, but you need to be, let's say, an expert. So you need really to understand the performances of these instruments, because if you use them as black boxes, of course, you might do a very bad job. Okay, so if you don't know the technology in detail, you need to collaborate with the expert. And as said, 3D is very important, but it's only an added value for preservation, for conservation. So it's a very important step. So you don't need to work alone, but you need to bridge the gap, as was shown also before. And this is also the role of SIPA. So that's why a few years ago there was a SIPA ICOMOS initiative which was called Recordim, and thanks to Robert Leterrier there was this kind of ideas. So from one side we had the humanities people, and from the other side we had the, let's say, the expert, the 3D experts. And the idea is that really that these people work together for more successful projects. Okay, so to conclude, this was already mentioned by Andreas. In few months, in a couple of months, we will have the SIPA symposium, which will be in Spain this time. So we are traveling all over the world, and this year will be in Avila, in Spain. You can find all the information on the SIPA 2019 website, and will be the first week of September. So you are really welcome to come and to join the event. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. We don't have time, so we need to the time of the question and discussion is after another discussion finished. Yeah, we will discuss this the more discussion about his your presentation. So after that, thank you so much. Second, third presenter. His name is Isabel Tocci. The title of the presentation is Best Practice in Heritage Documentation. Please pay attention.
Yes, thank you. Thank you also from my side for inviting me to give a very important talk on something that, in my opinion, is paramount when we want to properly document our heritage. Indeed, as Andrea said, documenting and geometrically documenting our 3D cultural heritage is important. And as Fabio said, data is there, instruments, techniques are really available today. However, I think it's also important to know how to properly do it. So the topic of best practices, in my opinion, is a fundamental topic in whatever field we are going to approach. Because when a technology, when a new technique grows up and becomes mainstream, so many new users, probably also not really expert in it, try to approach it, we should establish guidelines, best practices. And why? Because a best practices basically is a method that leads to an enhanced project performance. So if you properly follow these best practices, probably at least you have an increased chance of successfully complete your task. And if these guidelines, let's say, are very popular in many other traditional surveying and industrial fields, I think that in the cultural heritage field, probably only in these few last years, this topic has become more paramount. And the reason for this is very obvious if you think that active 3D images, passive 3D imaging, as Fabio and Andreas also talked to us, are becoming very popular. So nowadays we have many techniques, many sensors to acquire data and process them, and hopefully, let's say, documenting our cultural heritage. And if this is something very positive, in my opinion, it's not if we don't know how to properly do it. It can be risky. So clear procedures on how to properly use these techniques should be established. And when I was asked to give this talk, I immediately think that when we want to measure something, and 3D documentation is a shape of measurement, we should know how to do it. So without metrology, there's no measurement. And that's why I would like to give you at the very beginning some basic rules that were first adopted in the metrological field. So MPL a few years ago, and it's also updated, give us very important guidelines for a good measurement result that at least for these first 3 points are very easy to be, in my opinion, understood. So if we want our measurement to be good, we should know what we are going to measure. So what is the object, the target we want to measure? But this is not enough, of course. We should know how to properly measure it and who can be sufficiently competent and properly qualified to measure it. However, these conditions are not enough because, of course, everything changes over time. So is this instrument, is this technique still the right method? We should, let's say, both internally and externally with independent assessment procedures, take care of a regular review of our instrument, of our equipment, and try to demonstrate that we can still trust that measurement and give them a traceability to standards, if standards are there. But this will be the talk on that we will be listening later on with Stratos. So these 6 basic and guiding principles should be paramount for us, for all of us. But there's a small bad news for us. That is that even if we properly follow them, there are still some factors that will influence the result of our measurement. So anyway, there will be some, let's say, uncertainty components that will propagate to our measurement throughout the method, the hardware, the software, the environment, the material, and the people itself that are going to accomplish this task. But there's also good news. If uncertainty will be always there, so included in my measurement, and so no measurement will be never right, we can measure it. Let's say we can plan it, we can express it, we can estimate it, so we can manage it. How? I think that first of all, we should understand which level of accuracy or uncertainty can we tolerate. So which is the target that for us, for the final aim of our work, is good, is enough. But we should also express it. So we should clearly say which is the margin of doubt that characterize my measurement. And how can we express it? By estimating it. So first identifying all the sources of uncertainties, the one that I showed you before, estimating the size of this uncertainty and combining them to the final measurement result. And how can we estimate them? Using statistics. So repeating our readings, our measurements, and try to apply statistical analysis on them. And this is important because if we don't say which is the uncertainty level of my measurement is basically nothing. Now, how can we translate these basic principles to best practices in the field of cultural heritage geometric documentation? This is the point. And I would first start to give you a very general overview of the pipeline I suggest you to follow for a good 3D documentation project. And then I will try to summarize the main steps using examples. So this diagram here was modified by, from ASTM Decommission E57, that is the one on 3D imaging system. And as you can see, it includes different steps that should be followed for your successfully performed 3D documentation project, according to the deliverables and the criteria that are on the bottom. And I will try to give you an insight on the first and the very last part. while this part here, so the central part, will be covered by examples at the end. So first of all, and this is obvious, but it's very important also to be understood by everybody, we should plan what we want to acquire. And why? Because this may minimize the impact of those uncertainties that we were talking about. So first of all, you and we should understand which is the level of spatial resolution and accuracy for our project. So what, first of all, shall we be able to define in the 3D or 2D representation we are going to extract from our data? Which is the minimum sampling interval we are interested in? And at the same time, we should define the depth uncertainty we are satisfied with. So based on the measurement principle, the acquisition, the surface characteristics, which accuracy do we need to achieve? Based on this, we can select the sensors. We can select the techniques that hopefully best fit our needs. So as Fabio said, we have both active and passive 3D imaging systems. Both have advantages and disadvantages. I will not go through them because I'm sure you know better than me. But we should be aware of this. And this also means that we should characterize our sensors. That is not only looking and reading to the specifications that are delivered with the instrument by the instrument provider, the companies. These are important for sure, but they are mainly related to internal specifications and standards. And especially they are derived in a very ideal conditions. So what we suggest you and what we normally do is to go on with a more deep characterization of our instruments and techniques. So from procedure, first of all, so using repeated measurement and test under different conditions to see if this technique is really what I'm looking for, no, for my final target documentation project, and using artifacts of known geometry. For example, planar target, spheres that can give us a better traceability for our characterization. And this lead at the end to a quality assessment. So did we really meet the targets we wanted to achieve? This is the question. And we should do it not only qualitatively, but especially quantitatively. So based on measurement, on a quantitative assessment. How? I would say that basically we have two approaches. So from one end, working with geometric artifacts, so estimating the local level of noise using geometric primitives. Or at the same time, we can use reference data as our ground truth, as normally we talk about, to evaluate the accuracy of our measured result. But this is very tricky, pay attention, because our ground truth should be really a ground truth. And this should be proved. And sometimes it's not. So maybe the first approach has a better traceability let's say, chain, in my opinion. So let's say that we learn how to plan our project, how to evaluate the fit for purpose of our sensors, and how to assess the final result. But we should also do our project. I mean, we should document our object. And how can we do it? I will go through it afterwards, using some examples. I will give you now some examples that were mainly done by our group in FBK in Trento, where I try to summarize in 4 different steps what, in my opinion, are the 4 basic principles for a good practice work. starting from the planning and the acquisition, as I said, that is the basis. And here I would like to talk to you about a very nice project. I don't know if you see something because it's very dark, but this is a very long porticos, 40-kilometer porticos in the city center of a beautiful city in Italy, Bologna. And it's so beautiful that UNESCO thought to include them in the UNESCO World Heritage Site. And they asked us to develop a reliable working approach to capture, to 3D document these 40-kilometer long porticos. Of course, as you can think, the challenges were a lot because of the textureless surfaces with repeated patterns, occlusions, columns, but also people. Illumination changes. You know, these were really narrow passages, so also the acquisition space was really quite challenging. Limited field of view, of course, shadows and reflection. So everything was there, basically. And what we decided to do was to, first of all, analyze the different techniques. So we didn't know which was the best for this kind of acquisition. So we tried with, as you can see, different approaches, terrestrial laser scanning, handheld, mobile mapping scanner, terrestrial photogrammetry, and also airborne one to acquire the rooftop of the cities. And what we tried to do was to characterize each technique from a geometric point of view and also from a cost-effective point of view. So how much time do we need for each single processing step by using these different techniques? And at the end, photogrammetry, terrestrial photogrammetry was the, let's say, winner one, but just for this case, I mean, it was probably the most flexible technique. But the takeaway message I would like to give you here for this case study is to take your time to properly evaluate which is the most suited documentation technique before approaching your 3D documentation task. Also because sometimes, and I would say that almost always, one single technique is not enough. And the only workaround solution is combining different techniques. And this is the second case I would like to show you. So integration. Integration between data coming from different sensors and coming from different platforms as well. Maybe you recognize it because Fabio already showed you some images on it. This is our Greek temple in Paestum, that is an archaeological site in South Italy. And as you can imagine, this is big. And we could not have just a terrestrial-based survey in order to achieve a complete 3D reconstruction of this monument here. So the challenge was to accurately and completely represent the shape of this architecture using a combination of two platforms. So the technique was photogrammetry, but we acquired both images from the ground and from a UAV. And here the challenge was how to properly perform this data fusion. Because data fusion is not just merging something coming from a source with something else coming from another source. It would be easier, but it's not rigorous. And you will see that results are also not fitting for purpose in that case. So what we developed is a different procedure where the integration is not done at the end, but is done earlier in the processing. So by combining some more raw data coming from both surveys that are type points, homologous points, and then refining the orientations of both network, so terrestrial and airborne one, using the refined combined population of type points, and only then extracting the dense point clouds at the end. So you see maybe you don't see really the difference, but believe me, from a very noisy result, we could gain a more clean and geometrically accurate model. So just to tell you that hybrid multi-platform data integration probably is the future trend, and I think that everybody can agree on this, but we should learn how to do it properly. And the solution is not at the end, but is at the beginning. So how to properly integrate the raw data level that are coming from these two sources, 2 or 3 or 4, whatever. However, when we have a 3D model or when we have a 3D representation of whatever object we have, I think we should also be able to communicate it, to share it, because it's not just an intellectual task, no? And how to do it, I would like to show you for this a nice project on a very great castle in close to where we work, in Trento, Castello del Buon Consiglio. That is probably the largest complex in Trentino. You see the measurement there, the size there. So I will not go through the measurement techniques, so the acquisition steps that we followed in order to achieve a complete 3D reconstruction of both the external part and some of the internal rooms, using airborne photogrammetry, terrestrial photogrammetry, and also using some existing plan. Here the challenge is how to exploit this big amount of data when these data have been produced, have been acquired. And what we did was to use the web, because of course this is a quite popular instrument nowadays. So we customized a quite famous point-based, web-based visualization tool, where the user now can navigate into the point cloud and not only having an idea of the measurements and of the appearance of that point cloud, but also we connected to specific point the metadata and paradata, so also the data on the acquisition techniques, in order to give to the user the possibility to really gain something from what we produce, surveyed. Just a final, so takeaway message, web-based platform is, in our opinion, a quite efficient means to visualize, manage, and also disseminate big amount of data. Really last example on how to enhance this data. Because as Fabio said, okay, geometry is a very important result because we can measure, but we would like also to give an added value to this product. So data enrichment is, in our opinion, the fourth key point in our 3D documentation. And in this case, I would like to talk to you about this project on the Etruscan tomb Bartuccini in Tarquinia, that is also in Italy, where the final aim was to derive, first of all, a photorealistic 3D model, so geometry combined with RGB. And for this, you see, we used a terrestrial laser scanner for the geometry, and we added the projection of panoramic images to have an RGB information to the surface as well. But the point here was to automatically identify the deteriorated surfaces area. So you know these beautiful paintings were partially damaged. How can we classify the damage in an automatic fashion? This was the challenge. And as Fabio said, we can now gain something from the artificial intelligence field. So use those segmentation and classification approaches. But how can we translate those approaches in the cultural heritage field? This is the topic here. So let me just show you with a video the result. Here we decided to use features, so properties that characterize the neighborhood of each pixel or of each point, using both images and geometry-derived features. And we learn a classifier in order to automatically predict these three classes. So the eroded surfaces, the non-deteriorated surfaces, and the one that were deteriorated due to water infiltration. So the idea was that in this case, both RGB, so both the texture and the geometry, allowed us to automatically learn a classifier to predict where these surfaces are in a completely automatic way. So, and to measure them, of course, as Fabio said, because now we can work on something that is metric. So we can, as you can see, measure the percentages of deteriorated areas. So basically, both RGB information and geometry can be more further exploited in order to increase the knowledge on the object itself. I am at the end. Just conclusions. Here is a sentence that I love, and that says that when you can measure something, is there that you know something about that object, you know something about it. So for me, documentation is also measurement, and we should learn how to do it properly. And some takeaway messages from this talk and also from our experience are the ones that are now listed. So fully understand, please, the performances, the specifications of your sensor, and this applies also to software. So please don't use software like black boxes. If multi-sensor and multi-platform data integration is a trend, do it properly. So understand how to properly integrate those data. A very efficient way to communicate your data is web-based access to this information, and probably this is really the future dissemination key, and also more efficient if we add semantic knowledge to this data. And as you learn, we have really techniques that can help us in this. So I'm at the end. Thank you.
We have a time limitation, so we need to continue to another presenter. So yeah, last presentation. His name is Stratos Stella Anidis. The title, presentation title is the issue of the standardization development of the global, the international principle in technical aspects. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, please pay attention. His last presentation. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thanks also the organizers for this kind invitation to be here. It's just after our summer school, and okay, I'll try to shrink a little bit my presentation, as we will have some time for questions after that. Yeah. Let me just find the way. Okay, this is a way. So I'm gonna talk a little bit further than heritage documentation, trying to put some notions, some ideas, okay, on how can we start thinking about global standards, okay? We don't have the solution, and I don't have the solution, but I have some ideas that I can share with you, and maybe we can see if we can do something together. Opa. Okay, thanks. So heritage documentation, it's a process, okay? 3 basic things that we have to know about that. That is applicable to tangible, and as we discussed this morning, in the intangible resources, concerning the metric, the narrative, the thematic, the societal records that we are recording. Okay. So this, or like this, was already shown by Andreas in a previous talk. But this is the from the very first beginning of 1964 in the Venice Charter. It was written down that we have to deal with drawings, we have to deal with photographs at that time. We didn't have had images, okay, and records. So we're talking about products, and we're talking also about procedures, which, as you will see in the next slides, are highly connected with what the standards framework is considered. So documentation is a process, is a dynamic process, trying to plan, to capture, to process, of course, the data that is captured, all the information that is captured, and of course to store this information for many, many reasons. So unavoidably, in this data, let's say, structure and the procedures, standards are somewhere, hidden, okay? And that's what we would like to discuss. So NS data is the heart, is the nucleus of our work in documentation. As I have to be closer to the microphone. Okay, sorry about that. I'm just, okay, sorry about that. No, I'm fine. I will stay closer to the desk. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So data is in the heart of our work. So it has to do with the inventories, the data, the images, the archives, the drawings that we have. It has to do with workflows as well, which is connected with procedures. And of course the relationship, the glossaries, the classes, etc. This figure also shown by, sorry about that again, by Andreas and by Fabio, but I'm showing this figure for another reason, because standards, as we will see in the next slides, is going to have some technical specifications if we agree on that. And concerning the technology that we are using, let me find which is a red dot. Okay, this one. Concerning the technology that we're going to use, this reflects to the specifications that we have to define and the users have to follow. It's different if we're talking about specifications of under millimeter or specification of few centimeters or for few meters. And let's say in cultural heritage, we are in the area of, I would say, between few millimeters to few centimeters, depending the application, if it's going to be on objects or on sites. But also, we should have in mind that discussing on standardization and on standards, that is not only the data that we are creating or we are capturing, but it's also the data that they are already there, okay? From archives, from libraries, from collections, from crowdsourcing or from social media, as we discussed earlier this morning, and what we call from citizens and sensors nowadays with mobile technology and mobile devices in general. So we have also to include that while discussing about standardization, because something which was created, let's say 50 years back, or was shooted or was captured 50 years back, I'm sure that at that time we didn't have any type of standards or specifications, okay? And Also, it is the different data types that we have. Okay, we're talking about descriptive data, sketches, photographs, digital images, maps, drawings, satellite images, or data, which are contributing to what we want to create, let's say, an inventory of data. Okay, that they have to follow some standards, some specifications. And of course, another parameter is the heterogeneity of data collection. We have different tools, okay, from hands. I do not have the hands here. From single tapes to UAVs to mobile mapping systems to GNSS systems to laser scanning to images. So different technologies that are capturing data which are processed in order to create some outcomes. And let's go a little bit closer about standardization. What is standardization? Standardization is above all is a voluntary cooperation among different stakeholders like academia, industry, public authorities, international organizations, researchers, and other interested parties for the development of technical specification based on consensus. Okay? If we finally reach an agreement which is accepted by the international community. Okay? So why standards are important? Standards are important because they provide people and organizations with a basis for mutual understanding. We have a common base to discuss, to talk about the same things. They are used as tools to facilitate measurement and communication. That's obvious. Huh? Facilitate interaction between the users. I mean, if we have a common base, if I do something, I can give it to another one to continue the work for another reason. It enables people and organizations to comply with relevant laws and regulations. Like, if we agree on something, there's going to be, maybe it's going to be transformed in national legislation or regulation in one country. Provide interoperability between new and existing products, services, and processes. Of course, because this is one of the main purposes we will see why we need to conclude in standards. Form the basis for the introduction of new technologies and innovations. Because the standards are creating the base on how technology is going to move on the next step. To leverage. And ensure, of course, that the products supplied by different people and organizations will be mutually compatible. Okay? We're doing things that are useful for other groups. Okay? And of course is the knowledge dissemination in terms of processes and outcomes for the benefit of all these stakeholders that we are discussing in the beginning, which are coming together in order to constitute, let's say, not a consortium, but a group of international, or let's say an international community that is concluding to an agreement with respect to standards on cultural heritage documentation. Okay, so it's industry, it's academia, it's public authorities, international organizations. It could be, of course, many, many more. And is the gap bridging, okay, between research and market, okay, because the scientists and the academia, sometimes we are accused because we are a little bit isolated from the market, okay? And if we have a common base communicating and having it as a common ground, this secures that we're going to be on, or we're going to talk on the same language. The fast and easy transfer of research results worldwide because of the common language that we are going to use. We're going to agree together. And why use standards in heritage documentation? Because it avoids duplication of work if it does not follow specific rules. It places the work on a broader foundation which is acceptable by the international community, ensure compliance with worldwide acceptable conditions, increases the transparency for prospective users and clients, which means that all of us were working with the same, the same rules, the same rules that we agreed. Increase the potential for research funding, more powerful dissemination strategy, and of course the increase of visibility across the world. Let's say that we didn't have processes approved by the international community, but let's say we had some initiatives that led to some results. And I will show you just two examples. The first one is the 3x3 rules introduced in 1988 by Waldhäusl and Ogilvy, trying to put some rules. How do we collect data, okay, in heritage documentation? And they had three different pillars, three different building blocks. The first one has to do with geometric rules. The second one has to do with camera rules that we have to follow in order to be able to exploit this information to our maximum capacity. And of course, are the procedural rules that we have to follow. And here is the complete 3x3 rules as extended by another community. Andreas, if I'm not mistaken, this came from a bigger group. Huh? You Jose Luis and yourself were added in the group of Waldhäusl and Ogilvy. So it was Austria and Australia, and then Spain and Greece were added. And they tried to break down the different rules in terms of geometry, camera, and procedures. Okay. Another initiative which you had from Fabio, it was the recording initiative, which was initiated by SIPA Heritage Documentation, at that time coordinated by Robin Letelier, who was vice president of SIPA, and was funded by Getty Conservation Institute. Okay, and what did they try to do, as you hear before, try to bridge the gap between the information providers, which is coming more, let's say, from the ISPRS community, and from the for the information users that are coming from architecture and conservation. And within this initiative, they tried also I think in one task group to put down on a paper, to write down on a paper some rules that they have to be followed. But now I want to put something else on the table. And that has to do with the, how do we call it, the new revolution, Industry 4.0, and how this gonna affect our work in the near future. I mean, in the work of the preservation community. So just to make a record, the first industrial revolution, the second industrial revolution, the third industrial revolution, 1970s, let's say, when the introduction of the computers. And nowadays we have, let's say, industry number 4, as it was introduced, trying to capitalize on the automation of the data that is collected in terms of smart and autonomous systems. Okay, this is the trend, let's say, that our communities, our societies will move on in the next coming years, at least. And this is gonna be driven by data and machine learning. You also learned a few things, heard a few things about that from Fabio. But not only these technologies are going to be used. We're talking about 3D printing, machine learning, Internet of Things, augmented reality, all these technologies that can be embraced on what we call smart and autonomous systems. Okay? And this does not affect only heritage documentation. It's more coming from the industry, but I'm sure that, of course, because it has to do with data and data collection processes, for sure it will influence our communities as well. So we have various outcomes. Okay, we have vectors, we have point clouds, we have 3D visualized outcomes. So the question is, what do we do with them? How do we start to define, let's say, an international standardization framework? Is it possible? I'm not sure if it's possible, but I'm sure that we can try, at least to discuss it openly. So let's put some consideration on standardization. In order to conclude to some standards, we should have two main building blocks. The first one is what we call the quality assurance, and the second one is the quality control. The first one means that assures that what you delivered is according to some rules that all of us we agree. And then when you collect this data, this information, you have to proceed with the quality control. Is that following, is the vector drawing that I have in my database, or is the photograph that I have in my database following the specifications, the detailed specifications that we put down on that? So the standards is going to be an outcome from these two, from the fusion of these two processes, the quality assurance and the quality control. Quality assurance means common formats. We have to agree on that. We have to agree, all of us, on that. In terms of images, of vector drawings, of CAD drawings, of 3D models. We have to discuss also about open standards, which are reachable by everyone. And is that acceptable by everyone? That's another question. XML-based formats for textual data. Data interoperability is for sure, I don't know, I don't think it's negotiable. And of course, something important as well is the metadata standards, okay, which are useful for archiving purposes and for searching data. Quality control, I will not go to, and that was not the reason of my, of course I have some ideas, but I'm sure that we don't have the time to do that, and that was not my intention to put specific detailed technical specification, but to discuss with you such ideas. So we have to conclude with detailed technical specifications in terms of the different outcomes, okay? Vectors, images, orthophotos, point clouds, or whatever. And of course, an interesting slide is this one, because as I said, it's not going to be an easy process, but at least we should try to do that. Because if we should not try to do that, I think that the gap with, let's say, with the introduction of Industry 4.4 is going to be bigger in the coming years. So concerns on standardization. How about acceptability by the international community? It means that we have to be sure that all the stakeholders that are participating, they will have an outcome, that it will reach international organizations, that they will give the label that, okay, that's the minimum that we can conclude, and this is acceptable. How do we train the developing world? And that has to do with the 4th point mainly, which talks about technological gaps, or which means that people does not have access to technology like everyone. From international standards to national legislation. How easy, for instance, here in Korea is, if we conclude in 2 or 3 or 5 years in an international framework of standards, how easy it's going to be in your country to adapt that on a national, let's say, legislative infrastructure. Maybe in your country it's easy, but maybe in other countries it's not so easy. This is something that we have to consider as well. And of course, as I said before, I mean, this is a key point, the Industry 4.4 mindset, which is going to change, let's say, on how do we collect, on how do we process, and on how do we share data. And because heritage documentation has to do with data and processes, as I said, for sure it's going to be pushed, and for sure it's going to be affected. I think we have to try. I don't think that we have the solutions. Of course, we have technical solutions that they can help us. And I think that, I think that somebody has to take the initiative. The players are many. I just put few on this circle. Okay. We as SIPA were ready to play the game. Okay, contributing by our expertise. And I'm sure that the next coming years we should start seriously discussing about this initiative, which has to do with reaching international standards at a minimum level, approved by anyone and labeled by an international organization. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're going to have some Q&A time. Someone is very waiting for this time. So, yeah, could you take the chair to the phone for sharing? The phone for
네, 10분만 시간 있다고 합니다. 그래서 10분 정도 시간 있으니까 한 뭐 3분, 4분? 4분, 3분, 3분이랍니다. 3분 정도 앉으셔가지고 손 흔들어 주시면 질문을 마이크를 드리겠습니다. 네, 아니 뭐 뭐 모르겠습니다. 네, 네.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Very interesting. Today, I knew that we are really interconnected worldwide. When I post today's seminar on my SNS, one guy from Kingdom of Bhutan just sent me a short message. Actually, his question is directing to Dr. Andreas. In the first session, I played the moderator, but in this session, I'm just a messenger from the Kingdom of Bhutan. And then now maybe his friends are watching our YouTube. Yeah. His question is very simple, but I'm not quite sure it's really related to your lecture. But anyway, I will read his inquiries. before introducing his inquiry, actually he's the NGO activist focusing on the encouraging entrepreneurship for the Bhutanese youth. And then the NGO name is Rodam Foundation. And then his question is like that. Indeed, this is the reality, but the issue we often face is of the funding resource and the lack of capacity in ICT for cultural keepers to develop access to the digitized data. So, please putting emphasis on building localized digital repository and online access could be the next step for us. Maybe he does not watch full of our programs, but anyway, I think the Professor Andreas will probably understand what's the point he want to get your answer, right? Thank you.
다음 질문 받겠습니다. Just the only one questions.
I'd like to address this question to any of the speakers. Andreas's paper first brought it up to my mind, but I think that it's lying behind each of your presentations, and I'm sure that you each have wisdom to offer here on this. I really appreciated when Andreas made the bold point that digitization does not equal preservation. And the fact that you had to put it in bold suggests to me that that is a problem that you're fighting against, or a mindset, right? And it seems as though as the technology improves, as the years go by and become more economical, it's going to start being used for a number of other situations that aren't just at our huge iconic sites. So for instance, with the recent fire with Notre Dame, there was no question that there would be intervention and rebuilding. But for smaller sites, when we're using this type of documentation for mitigation purposes, I can see quite easily how the beautiful models, 3D models that you're able to produce, both exterior and interior, could stand for some developers, people in Industry 4.0, and their politicians as, you know, why should we save these sites when we can create something that we can all experience from the joy of our living room? Let's get rid of it. How do you fight against that mindset without returning to the platitudes of authenticity in material fabric? I mean, I think it's a really knotty challenge right now for us.
Two questions just for the Andreas. So another. Just his first question is for the Andreas, and the second question is I think is we so only one person is the answer. So we have no time. So could you tell me the first question?
Okay, thank you very much. I think we can all comment on all four of us can comment on these questions. I'll try to be brief and let some time for my colleagues here. For the first question from the Kingdom of Bhutan, I think that okay, this is the direction we should work to. That is, make repositories of all artifacts and monuments that we document, provided that these repositories are approved by the owners of the monuments. That's the archaeologists, the curators, etc. And there is an international controversy there, because a lot of these curators are not so much into technology, and they're afraid that if something goes up in the internet 3D model, that this will be stolen and then we lose everything, etc., etc. And this helps me to comment on the second question. I think that the 3D models and all these let's say, ability to admire the artifact from our living room, as you say, or from our desk, contributes to the public awareness to safeguard them. So I think this is what they should be used for, and not, okay, now we have the 3D model, let's destroy and put a block of flats or a mall or whatever. No, of course we are not working towards that, yeah?
Yeah, for Bhutan, everything was said already. For the 3D, I fully agree, it's only the starting point. And then you need to use this 3D geometric data with a metric attribute to start preservation, to start valorization, conservation, and whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm gonna comment about the second one, about the second question raised. If we sit on a table, for sure we will follow all the existing charters, and principles. And as you know better than us, as part of ICOMOS, authenticity is there, so we cannot avoid that. This is point number one. Point number two is that if you can recall the last couple of months when we had the disaster, the devastation of Notre Dame, I remember from that communication, especially in the ICOMOS community. So, and how about authenticity? Should we have to bring here in Paris, because there was a big discussion, how about the wood that was going to be used for the real restoration of the Notre Dame? Do we have to cut all these trees? I don't remember the country. I think it was Thailand. I think it was Thailand because the wood was there. This is point number two. And point number three is that the real reconstruction and the restoration of Notre Dame started because a detailed 3D documentation process was there. Okay, so authenticity can be preserved, can be maintained, but 3D documentation is necessary for many, many reasons.
Yes, I basically agree with them, of course. So probably what can I add is that I think that from a technological point of view, we are ready. I mean, we have all techniques we need. Of course, they can be improved, but basically everybody can now approach a task of 3D documentation. What is missing is how to augment the result, how to really make it useful. So this is not a restoration, but can be any way used to support it. And this is what we are trying to push, to promote.
We have no time, so we are. If you have any questions, if you further questions, so after this session, you can use you can tell them. We talk about this more. So after this session, we're gonna have a break time now. Yeah, thank you so much.
There is one announcement. Actually, we planned a 15 minutes coffee break, but we don't have enough time. So we will keep the timing until 4:15. It means that we only have a 5-minute break, and then we are going to start the session 3. Thank you. We are now 4:20, so could you please have a seat? 얘긴 했는데, 네 지금 너무 늦어서 안 돼. 말했어? 알겠지. 저 그냥 Okay, now we are 4:20, so we are going to start the session 3. Session 3 is that we are going to explore the Korean case and in the heritage documentation. There are two presentations planned in Korean, so now I'm going to say something in Korean from now on. So if you need a translator, could you please put your interpreter device, and then you won't miss anything. So I just explained a little bit more. Actually, these two presentations planned 20 minutes for each presentation, but because of time is running, so I'm going to ask the speakers to make a presentation in 15 minutes, and then we are going to have a 5 minutes Q&A session. So, 네, 그래서 먼저 그 첫 번째 발표를 하실 그 문화재청에 있는 최연규 정보화 담당관실 사무관님을 앞으로 모시겠습니다. 발표하실 제목은 그 한국의 문화유산 디지털 데이터 구축이라는 걸로 프레젠테이션을 진행해 주실 예정입니다. 감사합니다.
이 늦은 시간까지 이렇게 자리를 꽉 채우시다니 놀랍습니다. 먼저 이 자리를 빌어서 문화유산 정재숙 청장님의 감사의 말씀을 이 거모스 10화 회원님들께 전해드리겠습니다. 참고로 원래 이 자리에 문화청장님이 참석하시기로 했는데 제가 청장님 참석하시면 엄청난 과제를 저한테 던질 것 같아서 제가 오지 말라고 했습니다. 한글이라니 이게 희비가 끌리네요. 먼저 한국의 문화재 현황에 대해서 말씀을 드리자면 한국은 1377건의 지정문화재를 가지고 있고 최근에 등재된 걸 포함해서 유네스코 등재유산이 총 49건을 있습니다. 그리고 대표적인 이제 공릉 문화재 같은 경우에는 한 해에 한 1,200만 명 정도를 찾고 있습니다. 저희 예산은 한 9천억 원 정도 되고 저기 문화재청의 직원들은 한 1,000여 명 됩니다. 예산은 내년에 한 1조 2천억 정도 지금 늘리려고 하고 있습니다. 제가 발표드릴 내용은 기술적인 분야는 제 이후에 진행하실 그 안재훈 교수님이나 앞에 세션에서 많이 했기 때문에 문화청에서 추진하고 있는 그런 사업 그리고 정책적 방향 위주로 설명을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째로 문화청에서 추진하고 있는 문화유산 3D 데이터베이스 구축 부분에 대해서 발표를 드리도록 하겠습니다. 문화청은 국가 주도의 디지털 데이터베이스 구축 사업을 추진을 하고 있습니다. 그 목적은 문화유산 멸실 훼손 시 원형 복원 그리고 문화유산 해석 교육 활용의 기초 자료로 사용하기 위해서 추진을 하고 있고요. 그 과정에서 디지털 문화에 대한 기술들을 접목을 해서 좀 기록을 하고 있고, 그리고 문화재청이 문화재를 총괄하는 기관이기 때문에 문화재청뿐만 아니라 개별 지방자치단체 재생에서 생산된 자료들을 통합 공유하는 그런 것들을 하고 있습니다. 그리고 그렇게 구축된 것들을 연구 보존하고 있는 그런 활동들을 하고 있습니다. 문화재청에서는 좀 전에 말씀드렸다시피 3D 데이터베이스 구축을 각기 다양한 사업들을 다 하기 때문에 어떤 표준화된 절차가 굉장히 중요하기 때문에 이런 절차를 정해놓고 3D 데이터를 구축을 하고 있습니다. 이런 식으로 해서 조회 공정을 통해서 구축을 하고 있고요. 그리고 구축된 데이터를 가지고 다양한 분야에 활용을 하고 있습니다. 특히 최근에는 이제 학교 현장을 방문해서 실제로 이제 교육 보조제로 그 학생들이 3D 데이터를 이용한 프린팅을 이용해서 이런 교육 사업들도 진행을 하고 있습니다. 그간의 디지털 기록 사업을 하면서 나름대로 이렇게 문제점이 되는 부분들을 말씀을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 최근에 문화재청에서는 건축문화재 기록화 사업들을 하고 있는데, 건축물에 대한 기록화는 이미 다 끝난 상태이고 건축물에 딸려있는 그 부속 기록물들을 기록을 하고 있는데, 위에 보시는 바와 같이 보존 상태가 양호한 경우에는 기록하는 데 문제가 없지만, 아래처럼 육안으로 식별이 불가능한 이런 현판들이 있어서 이런 것들을 정밀 사진 측량 기술들을 이용해서 기록을 추진할 계획을 가지고 있습니다. 또 한 가지 문제점이라고 할 수 있는 고민은 한국은 목조 문화재가 굉장히 많습니다. 석조 문화재하고 다르게 목조 문화재를 기록을 해서 저희가 이제 실제로 그 도면화 작업을 해서 실제로 문화재를 유지 관리를 하고 있는데 활용을 하는데, 3D 스캔을 통해서 획득한 이제 도면 같은 경우는 치수는 굉장히 정확할지는 모르지만 문화 현장에서 엔지니어링 도면화하는 데는 좀 한계가 있습니다. 반면에 기존에 이제 그 현장에 쓰이는 도면 같은 경우는 형태는 2D 도면이지만 이렇게 갖춰져 있지만 치수가 정확하지 않은 그런 한계점을 가지고 있습니다. 그래서 이 대안으로서 저는 BIM을 생각을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 3D로 스캔한 형상 정보와 각 건축물 부재, 한옥 같은 경우는 굉장히 많은 부재도로 구성이 되어 있는데, 이런 속성 정보를 결합해서 통합한 정보 관리를 해야 되겠다. 그래서 그렇게 구축된 그 건축문화재 생애 주기 관리에 좀 활용을 해야 되겠다. 그래서 대안을 좀 모색을 하고 있습니다. 다음으로 앞서 세션에도 표준화 관련한 이야기를 많이 했는데, 특히 문화재청 같은 경우는 일단 기념물뿐만 아니라 유물, 자연유산, 기록유산, 근대유산, 무형유산 등 그 문화유산의 범주가 굉장히 다양하고 다양하게 생산된 그런 데이터들이 그 문화재청으로 다 집적이 됩니다. 그래서 그걸 통합 관리하기 위해서는 어떤 메타데이터나 이런 것들이 굉장히 필요한데 굉장히 좀 어려움이 많습니다. 그래서 국제적인 호환성을 갖춘 메타데이터 세트를 구축을 할 예정입니다. 여러 가지 표준들이 다 있는데 제가 생각을 할 때는 문화유산이 워낙 다양하기 때문에 일원화된 분류를 적용하기는 힘들고 다차원 분류를 적용을 해서 표준화된 데이터 세트를 구축할 계획입니다. 다음으로 나타나는 문제점들은 문화재 소유자와의 데이터 활용 갈등입니다. 3D 스캔을 통해서 한국의 대표적인 석탑이라고 할 수 있는 불국사 상평석탑을 스캔을 한 다음에 이것들을 그 교육 현장에서 활용하기 위해서 총 12개의 부재로 만들어서 이것들을 이제 블록 조립 형태로 해서 학생들이 체험을 하면서 이 문화재의 어떤 형태적인 특성, 탑의 조성 원리, 부재 명칭을 학습하게 했는데 현장에서 반응은 굉장히 좋았습니다. 학생들도 문화재를 쉽게 접근할 수 있고 교사도 굉장히 좋았는데, 다만 이 석탑이 문화청에서 볼 때는 이거는 건축문화재다, 그리고 공공재라고 했지만 이것을 소유한 조계종이나 불교 측면에서는 이것은 석가모니 사리를 봉안한 그 신성한 신앙의 대상인데 어떻게 이것을 해체해서 다시 조립하고 이런 것들은 문제가 있지 않느냐, 뭐 그런 이의 제기를 해서 그 소유자와의 활용 부분에서 갈등은 뭐 계속되고 있는 그런 상황인데 이에 대한 대안으로서는 조계종과 그렇다면 이렇게 만들어진 문화유산 데이터를 어떻게 활용할 수 있는지 그 가이드라인을 공동으로 좀 만들어서 불교 문화재를 활용할 때는 이러이러한 어느 정도 룰은 지켜서 이렇게 한다든지 뭐 그런 것들을 협의해 나가고자 합니다. 제가 이 업무를 맡은 지는 한 2년 정도밖에 안 되는데 문화청은 여러 가지 2017년에 18 국제 심포지엄이라든지 뭐 적극적으로는 아니지만 지속적으로 전문가 교류 협력을 추진을 하고 있고 오늘 세미나와 별도로 해서 올해 9월에 경주에서 다시 한번 지능정보기술과 디지털 문화유산 기술의 융합이라는 주제로 포럼을 할 계획입니다. 다음으로 문화청에서 역점적으로 추진하고 있는 사업을 설명을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 그 디지털 기술이 일상화되고 최근에 또 4차 산업혁명이라든지 이런 변화의 바람이 문화청 자체도 디지털 혁신을 추진을 한다. 그래서 데이터 기반 디지털 혁신을 추진을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 보존관리 활용 측면에서 원형을 세밀하게 기록하고 변화를 관측, 뭐 애축지수나 보존이라든지 방향을 설정해서 추진을 하고 있고 이런 미션을 달성하기 위해서 총 12개 과제를 추진해서 설립을 해서 추진하고 있는데 이 과제 중에 가장 중요한 부분이 문화재를 정밀하게 기록하고 과학적으로 보존관리하는 부분입니다. 그 과학적으로 기록한 그런 그 디지털 데이터가 문화재 보존관리 활용 전반에 활용이 돼야 실질적인 디지털 혁신이 일어나고 있다고 보는 겁니다. 그간의 문화청에서는 디지털 데이터 구축 사업을 많이 했었는데 실제로 기존에 그 아날로그 데이터를 디지털로 변환할지 이런 것들은 어느 정도 되어 있는데 그런 데이터를 지금의 환경, 지능정보화라든지 4차 산업 환경에서 활용하는 데는 굉장히 제약이 있습니다. 그래서 기존에 양산 위주의 디지털로 했다 보니까 비표준이라든지 저품질 이런 문제를 가지고 있고요. 그리고 뭐 똑같은 이야기지만 개별적으로 이제 생산 관리다 하다 보니까 나중에 통합하려고 하는데 개방을 한다든지 굉장히 좀 문제가 있는 부분이고요. 그리고 기존에는 디지털 데이터에 대한 수요가 그렇게 많지는 않았는데 그 수요가 이제 폭발적으로 늘어나지만 그러면 수요는 어떤 수요가 있는지 그 수요에 맞는 데이터를 어떤 식으로 수집을 해서 제공을 해야 된다든지 이런 부분이 좀 없어서 수요에 대한 요구 분석 체계가 좀 필요하다 이런 것들을 한계점이라고 볼 수 있습니다. 그래서 수요는 문화유산 행정이라든지 아니면 문화유산 탐방객, 연구, 교육, 뭐 산업, 지자체에서 다양한 수요가 있는데 이런 것들을 통합적으로 제공할 수 있는 그런 플랫폼이 없다. 데이터 중심으로 지능형 서비스를 위한 문화유산 하는 플랫폼이 필요하다고 볼 수 있습니다. 개념적으로 보면 기존에 생산된 뭐 행정정보 시스템이나 아카이브에 있는 데이터들을 지능정보 기술을 이용을 해서 통합을 하고 문화청이 생산한 데이터뿐만 아니라 정부 각 부처에서 가지고 있는 문화유산과 관련된 그런 데이터들을 뭐 연계 수집을 해서 문화유산 보존, 관리, 활용 플랫폼으로 공급을 해주는 그런 개념입니다. 네. 플랫폼은 일단 생산자보다는 소비자를 맞춤형으로 연결해주는 지능형 온라인 플랫폼이 돼야 될 거고요. 그리고 활용을 통해서 데이터가 자동으로 축적되는 가치 선순환 체계를 좀 구축해야 된다고 보고 있고요. 그리고 국가에서 그동안 일방적으로 했다 그러면 뭐 소셜 데이터라든지 아니면 지자체 다양하게 생산되는 그런 데이터들을 수집을 하기 위해서는 상세 협력적 거버넌스가 좀 필요하다고 보고 있고, 그리고 문화유산 디지털 기술뿐만 아니라 여러 가지 지능 정보 기술들이 좀 융합되는 상황에는 통합 플랫폼 구축이 돼야 되겠다 이렇게 보고 있습니다. 네, 개념적인 그림인데 뭐 데이터를 수집해서 서비스하고 활용하고 뭐 이런 부분들은 위와 같습니다. 플랫폼을 통해서 어떤 서비스를 할 거냐 했을 때 대표적인 사례로 저희는 맞춤형 국능 관람 서비스를 생각하고 있습니다. 그래서 국능 관람하는 그 서비스 관련한 데이터를 수집해서 플랫폼에 통합을 하고 빅데이터 분석을 통해서 관람객에게 최적의 관람 환경을 제공한다든지 관람 동선을 한다든지 다양한 서비스 개선에 이제 적용을 하는 부분이고요. 그리고 내부적으로는 그러면 서비스를 하기 위해서 어디다가 벤치를 설치한다든지 뭐 그리고 외국인 관광객이 어느 시점에 많이 온다든지 뭐 이런 것들에 대한 뭐 모니터링을 해서 정책을 완료하는 그런 부분. PPT가 좀 깨졌네요. 또 하나는 스마트 문화재 안내판 서비스입니다. 기존에는 그 형태에 있는 문화재 안내판 서비스는 텍스 위주로 뭐 하고 유지 관리가 어려운 부분이 있습니다. 그래서 다양한 모바일 기기, 5G 기반의 모바일 기기를 이용을 해서 좀 입체적인, 그러니까 디지털 헤리티지 기술을 이용한 뭐 3D 컨텐츠라든지 이런 것들을 뭐 현장에서 서비스를 해줘서 서비스 개선을 좀 생각을 하고 있고요. 이 과정에서 뭐 융복합 센서라든지 5G 모바일 뭐 빅데이터 분석이라는 기술을 적용할 계획입니다. 뭐 기대 효과는 뭐 서술식으로 표현하는데 시간 관계상 생략하도록 하고요. 다음으로 역점적으로 추진하고 있는 이건 빌딩 과정에 있는데 한양도성 타임머신 프로젝터입니다. 대한민국은 올해 4월에 전 세계 최초로 5G 상용화를 실현을 했습니다. 5G 환경은 기존의 4G 환경보다 엄청난 데이터 속도를 계획을 가지고 있는데 정부 입장에서는 그렇다면 이렇게 데이터 고속도를 뚫어놨는데 여기 쓸만한 데이터가 뭐가 있느냐 와서 국민들한테 이제 상용을 했다 그러면 그에 걸맞는 뭐 콘텐츠가 있어야 되지 않느냐라고 해서 그것이 실감 콘텐츠라고 해서 다양한 부분에서 실감 콘텐츠 제작 사업에 투자를 하고 있습니다. 뭐 K-팝이라든지 스포츠라든지 뭐 이런 방송이라는 걸 많이 하는데 문화유산 쪽에도 실감 콘텐츠를 공급을 해야 되지 않느냐라고 막대한 이제 재원 투자 계획을 가지고 있는데 근데 뭐 일단 문화유산 데이터라는 것들이 뭐 컨트롤 C, 컨트롤 V 하듯이 이렇게 막 찍어낼 수 있는 데이터가 아닙니다. 그래서 저는 이런 걸 하기 위해서는 철저한 고증이 필요하고 정확한 기록이 필요하고 그런 걸 통해서 생산된 데이터들이 서비스가 돼야 이게 실감형 컨텐츠라고 할 수 있는 것들이지 문화재의 진정성이나 이런 측면을 봤을 때 그냥 급하게 뭐 이렇게 생산되는 그런 컨텐츠는 있을 수가 없다. 그래서 이런 프로젝트를 좀 제안을 했습니다. 개념적으로 설명을 드리면 600년 역사를 가진 서울도성을 3D 모델링, 제가 4차원 모델링이라고 했는데 3차원 모델링으로 해서 그 시간에 따라서 이렇게 연대별로 이렇게 복원하는 그런 개념입니다. 그리고 실제로 모델링을 했을 때 건물의 형상만 해서는 되지 않기 때문에 한양도성 관련한 그 아카이브된 빅데이터들을 빅데이터화해 가지고 여기 그런 건물이나 문화유산에 대해서 생명을 불어넣어서 다양한 이제 서비스, 뭐 AR이 됐든 VR이 됐든 이런 식으로 서비스하는 걸 좀 생각을 하고 있고요. 그동안 문화유산에서는 디지털 헤리티지 기술을 이용한 프로젝트들이 있었지만 규모가 그렇게 크지가 않았습니다. 개별적으로 적용되는지 해서 굉장히 좀 에러가 있었는데 이런 좀 플래그십 프로젝트를 좀 마련을 해서 제가 생각할 때는 한 3년에 300억 정도 투자를 해야 여러 가지 기술 전문가들이 모여서 좀 한국을 대표하는 그런 가상 공간에 문화유산 컨텐츠를 서비스할 수 있는 그런 공간을 만들 수 있다고 생각을 하고 있고요. 이렇게 만들어지면 다양한 이 분야에 종사하시는 분들이 연구하거나 그리고 기술을 적용할 수 있는 테스트베드가 된다고 좀 생각을 합니다. 그래서 추진을 하고 있고요. 구체적인 방안은 지금까지 뭐 제가 고민하는 건데 일단 4차원 모델링을 합니다. 시간적 범위는 한양도성이 만들어진 조선 개국부터 임진왜란에서 불타고 경복궁 중건하고 대한제국 일제강점기 근현대 서울까지 뭐 이렇게 하고 현재 그 실존하는 것 같은 경우는 저희가 3D 정밀 스캔을 하고 사진이나 도면으로 일부만 남아 있는 경우에 예를 들어서 대한제국 시대 여러 가지 이제 공사가 묻히셔가지고 그 사진 기록에만 남아 있고 현재 건물이 없는 것들은 이제 복원을 하고 그 나머지 이제 그 옛날 고지도나 이런 거에 때 나오는 것들은 가상 재현을 해서 그 한양도선 전체를 좀 모델링을 하려고 합니다. 일제 시대 때 만들어진 지적도에 의하면 한양도선 내 가옥이 45,000채 정도 된다고 생각을 합니다. 한 3년 내에 다 복원을 가상 공간을 다 복원할 생각이고요. 그리고 그렇게 모델링된 그 공간에 어떤 숨을 불어넣은 거는 빅데이터 구축을 통해서 하려고 합니다. 그래서 한양 600년 동안의 다양한 역사적인 사건이 될 수 있고 거기에 관련된 여러 가지 인물도 있을 거고 다양한 예술품 이런 것들이 있는데 그런 것들을 다 요 가상의 공간에 집적을 시키려고 하고 있습니다. 실제로 문헌 자료는 여러 가지 고문원이나 뭐 총부독구 간보의 간보나 이런 데는 데이터를 수집을 하려고 있고 인물 같은 경우는 뭐 여러 가지 한국에는 그 보학이 발달을 해서 각각의 인물들이 어떤 관계에 있는지들도 추적이 가능하다고 좀 생각이 됩니다. 그래서 머신러닝을 통해서 시간, 사건, 인물, 주제, 장소 등으로 연결을 맥락화해서 당시의 사회상을 좀 재구성을 하려고 하고 있고요. 그렇게 구축된 것들을 개방형 콘텐츠 플랫폼을 통해서 서비스하려고 합니다. 그 일회적으로 서비스를 하는 것들이 아니라 아까도 말씀드렸다시피 이런 그 개방 플랫폼을 만들어오면 다양한 그 기술들을 적용을 해서 디지털 헤리티지 기술뿐만 아니라 다양한 기술들을 실증을 하거나 다양한 서비스들, 뭐 우리 이동통신사나 민간 포탈이나 협업을 통해서 다양한 서비스를 개발을 할 수 있다고 생각이 되고요. 완성이 되면 이걸 주제로 해서 국제 페스티벌도 지금 계획할 계획입니다. 한양도선이 이렇게 시대적으로 변화 왔습니다. 그래서 여러 가지 사건들도 있고 한데 뭐 지금은 없어진 건물도 있고 이런 것들을 시민들한테 이제 가상으로 복원해서 돌려준다는 것들입니다. 단순하게 이제 우리가 이제 영화나 드라마를 통해서 볼 수 있는 것들은 그 감독이 정해지는 그 시각대로 이렇게 보여드는 건데 이게 구축이 된다 그러면 인터랙티브한 그런 다양한 예를 들어서 어가행렬을 재현을 한다 그러면 누군가가 찍은 영상을 보는 것들이 아니라 어가행렬에 본인이 들어가서 옆에 뭐 방상치도 보기도 하고 그런 체험을 해서 좀 실감을 느낄 수 있도록 뭐 그런 역사적 소재들은 굉장히 많다고 생각합니다. 뭐 3.1 운동도 있을 수 있고 뭐 여러 가지 그 한양도성에 일어나는 것들이 있는데 그런 것들을 좀 재현을 해 보려고 하고 있습니다. 이게 이제 경복궁의 모습인데요. 그 제일 첫 번째 나오는 것들이 이제 고종 당시의 경복궁의 모습이고 그 두 번째 보이는 게 일제가 훼손한 경복궁의 모습. 그리고 세 번째가 이제 지금은 없어졌지만 중앙박물관이 이전하기 전에 있을 때 그런 모습. 그리고 현재의 모습입니다. 이 각각의 모습들을 가상의 공간에 다 재현할 계획입니다. 문화재청의 디지털 혁신은 디지털 헤리티지 기술이 중심이라고 생각합니다. 그래서 여기 모신 여러분들의 뭐 적극적인 도움이 필요합니다. 이상 발표를 마치겠습니다.
네, 발표 감사드립니다. Q&A 세션은 그 안재원 교수님께서 발표를 하시고 한꺼번에 진행을 할 예정인데요. 방금 최영규 사무관님께서 말씀하신 것처럼 그 한국에서 진행해 왔던 여러 가지 문화재 기록화 사업이 굉장히 오랜 시간 동안 진행이 되었고 그걸 통해서 전문성과 경험을 축적했음에도 불구하고 국제적으로는 사실 그렇게 많이 알려지지 않았었던 것 같습니다. 그래서 이 기회를 통해서 지금 그 기록화 분야의 전문가 분들이 모여 계시니까 한국이 가지고 있는 전문성과 경험 같은 것에 대한 좀 이해를 할 수 있는 좋은 시간이었으면 좋을 것 같고요. 그 다음에 이런 지금 그 프로젝트를 진행해 오면서 시파에 계신 저희 동료들이 포인트아웃 했듯이 제가 이거는 그 용어라서 영어로 말을 하겠습니다. 뭐 issue of accuracies, copyright, personalization, interoperability. 시파에 있는 그 전문가들이 그 포인트아웃 했던 그러한 문제점들을 저희도 그 지난 경험을 통해서 이미 그 인지를 하고 있었고, 이제 그 인지하고 있는 상황에 대해서 서로 얘기하거나 어떤 협력을 할 기회가 없었던 것 같은데, 이 기회를 통해서 저희도 같은 문제에 대한 고민을 하고 있다는 것을 그 노트 해주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 그럼 이어서 지금 안재영 교수님 그 프레젠테이션을 넘어가려고 하는데요. 그 교수님 프레젠테이션은 이 지금 전반적인 얘기가 아니라 조금 더 이렇게 구체적으로 들어가서 그 국내 정책 문서 개정과 관련된 것인데, 주제가 무엇이냐 하면은 문화유산 3D 스캐닝 가이드라인에 관한 이야기입니다. 그래서 한국 정부에서 문화유청 주도로 그 3D 스캐닝의 문화유산의 데이터를 취득을 할 때 어떤 식으로 표준화된 프로세스와 어떤 식의 데이터를 취득해야 되는지에 대한 가이드라인을 작성을 했는데, 그것에 관해서 이제 교수님께서 발표를 하시겠습니다.
Hello, I'm Jae Hong An. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you all for staying until the last presentation. In this presentation, I would like to present our experience we had in the project, the revision project, the revision of national policy documents. It's a project to revise, update the guidelines for 3D scanning of cultural heritage in 2018. So I want to introduce this project and also all the experience we had, and I want to share with you the issues issues to be considered for the guideline, the update, or data standardization. As you many of you know or have experienced, until recently the technology that captures the three-dimensional data of cultural heritage, such as 3D scanning or photogrammetry, has been gaining interest from the experts in cultural heritage domain. So many countries, in many countries, the experts use this kind of technology in documenting the cultural heritage, including Korea. And we expect this kind of technology can contribute to the conservation and restoration of cultural heritage. Already we mentioned the Notre Dame Cathedral. Very sadly, we have lost the part of Notre Dame Cathedral a few months ago. But fortunately, we have the scan data. The Professor Andrew Talon at Vassar College has recorded the Notre Dame Cathedral to analyze its structure and compare the structure with other cathedral. And other companies, such as UBIsoft or some 3D printing company, they propose as a method or the way to assist the restoration of Notre Dame Cathedral. For example, the UBIsoft have the game, the Assassin's Creed. In the game, they modeled the Notre Dame Cathedral in very high detail. It took 2 years to model all the details of cathedral, interior and facade, and even the outdoor, the Paris at that time. So they opened this game for free, and they suggest that they give this model for the restoration. And there's a 3D printing company who has the technology to use the kind of sand or wood for 3D printing. They suggest propose a method to use the fragments from the actual Notre Dame. They collected the fragments taken from the the burnt cathedral, and ground them, the fragments, and use it as a material for printing. The statue is the pilot sample for the restoration. So, like this example, there are some activities to support the restoration of very important cultural heritage by using the very precise 3D scanning, 3D data. We also have similar tragedy. The Sungnaemun here in Seoul have totally burnt. Not totally, but most parts have burnt. So we lost. But now you can see the restored Sungnaemun now. But most parts were burnt in 2008. Also, after the Sungnaemun has burned, it was found that the scan data of the Sungnaemun was made before the fire. So it was expected to use the scan data for the restoration of a Sungnaemun. And actually this data was made by the company that you can see the exhibition on out there. Anyway, there's an issue how how we can use this 3D scan data for the physical restoration. But I expect and I believe if some kind of new technology or some related technology can be developed to use the 3D scan data for conservation or the restoration more actively. In Korea, around the early 1990s, the 3D scanning technology has been adopted to Korea, and then people in the company tried to capture the cultural heritage to make the 3D scan data, and then in the early 2000, the Cultural Heritage Administration tried to use the 3D scanning for the documentation project. They until now they aggressively use this 3D scanning technology in the documentation. For example, in 2006, the documentation of important movable cultural properties, in case the bells of Buddhist temples. In this project, they used digital technology such as 3D laser scanning or non-destructive inspection using the X-ray or gamma ray. So until now, the Cultural Heritage Administration in Korea and local government and cultural heritage institutions, they use exploit the 3D technology to make the digital data to document or to make content. For example, such as virtual reconstruction, VR or AR. They use the 3D digitization very actively. This is the also image of scan data of Jongno Shrine. Also the image of the scanning at the site and the model and the drawing from the scan data. So the 3D scanning is nowadays very, very frequently used at the site for the very precise metric survey or the quick documentation of the excavation site. So most the documentation project by the Cultural Heritage Administration contain using the 3D scanning and the outcomes from the scan data. At the point when 3D scanning is actively used, the necessity of building guideline for cultural heritage documentation using 3D scanning has been brought to guarantee the quality of 3D heritage data and interoperability. Actually, until that time, in the scanning project led by Cultural Heritage Administration or the local government or the museum, like a museum or the other heritage institution, their outcomes were not standardized strictly. So it made quality and interoperability difficult. Another reason to make heritage data standardized is due to the Cultural Heritage Hub Bank system run by Cultural Heritage Administration. The goal of Hub Bank system is to materialize and envision the endeavors in line with data management system. And the system needs to allow more standardized and systematic approach to production, management, and utilization of 3D scanning data. And also need allow the support, it should support the holistic cultural heritage management and conservation. This is the timeline to the revision project, our project, and here you can see there's a milestone on the timeline. Actually, the Cultural Heritage Administration has already published some guidelines or the guidance for the documentation or the metric survey and for the digitization to make the standardized data. For example, the guideline for precise metric survey about historic architecture contains some issues or some things to be considered to use 3D scanning or GPS technology in the project. And in case of guideline for building standardized data in the Cultural Heritage Documentation Project, it includes a naming convention or the characteristics of data and structure of the files and the data backup methodology and quality management or the outcome management. There is a similar project in UK with our project. Now the English Heritage, now the name has been changed to Historic England. They published the 3D laser scanning for heritage. It's advice and guidance to users on laser scanning in archaeology and architecture. And the first edition was published in 2007, and then the edition has been revised in 2011, and last year the third edition was published and open to the public. So in the project, I attended the building the guidance for the 3D scanning, and as a consultant, and I referred to the 3D laser scanning for heritage from Historic England. And this guidance contained the laser scanning technology, the general issues and laser scanning procedures, and specifying and commissioning a survey, such as the project and case studies. And when two guidelines compared, the standard manual for building 3D scanning data of cultural heritage from the Korea and versus 3D laser scanning for heritage from by Historic England, the goal or the purpose is similar, but there's a big difference. The biggest difference is the manual from the Cultural Heritage Administration is published by government. So it has its character is a little bit the compulsory. So the difference made the items in the guidance or the characteristics of standardization makes different. And the goal of the guidance in Korea was to provide the direction how to use the 3D scanning technology and how to make the 3D scanning data in a high quality and how to make the outcome from the scan data for the project from the government or the heritage institution. And what are included in the guidance, there's a definition of the terms, the recommendation of the 3D scanning processes, or how to decide the scanning type before the project, and consideration, some issues to be considered, and workmanship for the paradata documentation to give high credibility to the data. And this guidance had been used for the project to include the 3D scanning to get the heritage. Not only the documentation project, but also some contents making project that use the 3D scanning. So in accordance with the ordinance, the documentation project to be implemented by any division of Cultural Heritage Administration must comply with this guidance. But after that, while the first edition of guidance was used in project in the field, but some problems had to be found, so their necessity of revision had been brought. It was due to the errors that were not identified in the first edition, and also the change of a technical environment or the new technology, such as photogrammetry for the documentation has been used broadly, and change of the workflow. So those issues made the necessity of revision. And so we performed the user study and analysis of the environment, technical environment or some other environment or so. So the revision of the manual has been made into project. The title of the revision of the 2015 guideline for 3D scanning data of cultural heritage. So in this guideline or the manual, the goal and the features are declared clearly in the preface. So I will skip some, right? So we divide the items in the guideline is compulsory. For example, the data format, drawing format, or minimum requirements for the resolutions, so on, and recommendable is such as consideration to acquire the 3D scan data in higher quality or better understanding of the working process, and so on. And these are the example of the problem we found in the first edition. For example, in the perspective of data, the problems found in working with the ASCII format, in particular the commercial software. So if we put the coordinate to georeference the data, the coordinates has been shifted at certain interval when we export the data into ASCII format. So we removed the ASCII format in the manual. We use the PTS format for the scan data. And so the ICF file was used for the web service. The ICF file is a format provided in GeoMagick before the rapid form. But now as the INUS, the company, has been merged to 3D systems, so it's hard to get the support from the company. So ICF is a unique format and not a standard. So we removed it from the guideline. And we introduced the E57 or GRTF as a potential standard format in the future. And the new technology, the photogrammetry. Nowadays, photogrammetry is very, very popular in documenting the excavation site or the historic sites in Korea. So we need to think about, shall we include the photogrammetry technology in the guidance or not? So we made a decision not to include it in the guidance because the quality of the final data can be dependent on the operator's skill compared to 3D scanning. The 3D scanning data of 3D scanning is qualified from the precision of sensors, but as Fabio said, we need a brain to get the high quality in the photogrammetry. So we just we don't have the evaluation criteria yet. So we just introduced the technology in the guidance. And we revised some terminology and revised the worksheet for paradata documentation based on the user study. They used a very different working process based on they have the tradition they have, and we updated the basic cases in the guidance. So this is the value chain diagram I will propose in the report for planning of Digital Heritage Museum that will be built in Sejong City. The value chain is value chain that is composed of divided components: survey, excavation research, or the restoration, until to the application and analysis. In each phases, the value chain is divided, but those divided components can share the digital heritage information by exploiting the digital technologies, like documentation technology, representation technology, or experience technology. Thanks to the digital technology, but the data on the unified platform can underpin the information and technology layers. This is not enough. In order to make the information richer, we need standardized data with preservation strategies, as the previous speakers emphasized. We need standard in a unified platform. And in conclusion, we have more questions to be considered. Some are hard to be answered, and some are easy to be answered but hard to be implemented. So how can we cope with the challenges that new technology or new standard gives us as new solution or new big problem, even our technology? How to make the guidelines sustainable enough? It's technology and all the environment are changing so rapidly. And how can we make heritage data more valuable and practical at the same time to be prepared for data-driven technology, such as big data or machine learning and deep learning? And how can you build a cross-border collaboration for digital documentation of cultural heritage that can accept different technical, social, or cultural environment? So this is the final slide. In order to answer to the last question, already the previous speakers gave some insight and ideas to the questions. We need create an open communication mechanism across the whole heritage sectors and also across the borders. And the complex and unique nature of the relationship should be is necessary. We consider the nature, so we should involve all the relevant stakeholders in the process. in parallel with the policy of a new guiding paradigm of Korean government, the Cultural Heritage Administration. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Actually, we don't have that much time, so we would like to take 2 questions from the floor, and then we are going to make the final closing ceremony. So if you have any question, could you raise your hand, and then we will collect 2 questions, and then we will try to answer.
네, 안재영 교수님 발표 잘 들었습니다. 되게 이런 기록 보존이나 이런 분야를 있어서 이런 스탠다드가 매우 중요하고, 또 밖에 보니까 2018년도 예, 안재영 교수님 발표 잘 들었습니다. 밖에서도 가장 2018년도 문화재 기록 보존 스탠다드에 대한 안내 책자도 있고, 또 오늘 발표를 통해서 이런 게 정말 필요하다는 걸 많이 느끼는데요. 단순히 이게 우리나라 그동안에 20년 동안의 디지털 헤리티지나 기록 보존 관련된 스탠다드 좋지만, 이게 어떤 전 세계적 어떤 기준을 위해서 한국을 넘어서 아시아나 세계나 다른 외국의 디지털 헤리티지 전문가들과 같이 어떤 협의나 컨퍼런스를 통해서 이 기준이 좀 코스모폴리탄하게 확장될 수 있는 방안에 대해서 좀 여쭙고 싶습니다.
Yeah, that's why we invited SIPA, Korea. 사실 저희가 이제 어제까지 SIPA에서 운영하는 이제 서머스쿨에 이제 문화재를 디지털로 기록하는 방법에 대한 어떤 기술적인 부분 혹은 또 테크니컬한 부분이나 혹은 이론적인 부분들을 교육하는 프로그램인데, 그걸 이제 쭉 유럽에서 이루어지다가 저희가 처음으로 이제 한국에 유치를 하게 된 건데, 그것의 중요한 부분은 단지 우리나라의 많은 이쪽 문화재 쪽에서 종사하시는 분들이 3D 스캔에 관심이 많고 거기서 그치는 것이 아니라, 바로 지금 말씀하신 어떤 이제는 우리가 스탠다드도 만들거나 혹은 또 가이드라인을 만들고 하는 데서 우리 내부에서 그치는 것이 아니라, 이제 이것을 좀 더 국제적인 수준에서 같이 고민을 하고 하자는 그런 기회를 만들기 위해서, 네트워크를 만들기 위해서 했다고 보시면 됩니다.
Is there any one more questions? 질문 하나 더 받을 예정인데 혹시 질문 있으신가요? 네.
예, 저는 외대 정보기록학과 강사 이상원이라고 하고요. 네, 기록 디지타이징뿐만이 아니라 기록 전반적인 문제에 대해서 굉장한 관심을 갖고 있고, 한국 문화유산 디지털 데이터 구축의 최영규 사무관님께 질문을 드리겠는데요. 지금 4차 산업혁명을 포함한 기술의 발전이 많이 대두가 있고, 그리고 빅데이터 같은 경우는 각각의 데이터나 기록들이 갖고 있는 성향이나 정체성을 넘어서 새로운 가치가 이제 발생하는 상황이라고 생각이 되는데, 그런 때일수록 어떤 기록의 신뢰성이나 무결성의 부분들이 항상 기술의 발전보다도 더 담보가 되어야 된다고 생각을 하거든요. 그래서 이런 기술의 무결성이나 신뢰성, 진본성 등 이런 부분에 대한 이제 고증이나 연구에 대한 솔루션은 어떻게 준비를 하고 계신지 질문 드리겠습니다.
고민을 많이 하고 있는데, 아까 좀 전에 질문한 거하고 똑같은 건데, 표준화도 중요합니다. 품질도 중요한데, 실질적으로 이제 한국의 경우에는 표준화 가이드를 내려보는 하더라도 사실 똑같은 규모의 문화재를 3D 스캐닝 하는 거에 있어서 그 가격 차이가 굉장히 많이 납니다. 그게 스탠다드를 준수하냐 이런 문제가 아니라 그 얼마 정도의 노력을 들여서 하느냐. 그 뭐 쉽게 말해서 어떤 거는 1,000만 원짜리 되는것도 하고 어떤 건 1억 들어서 하기도 한다는 거죠. 그래서 그렇게 개별적으로 생산된 데이터들을 이제 표준화를 준수했느냐 따지는 것은 굉장히 어려운 문제인데, 그 문화유치원 같은 경우는 모든 그 법적 의무사항으로 해서 문화유치원의 모든 그 기록한 데이터들은 다 수집하게 돼 있는데, 저희가 품질 점검을 하지만 그럼 뭐 반려시켜서 그러면 2월을 시켜서 이건 잘못됐으니까 다시 해오라고 하는 데는 굉장히 한계가 좀 있습니다. 그래서 이제 똑같은 그 질문하고 똑같은 문제인데요. 그 진본성, 원본성 이런 것들도 기존에 우리가 아날로그 데이터를 이제 디지털로 변환을 해서 아마 2000년대 초반부터 그 막대한 재원을 투자를 해서 디지털을 했습니다. 대지포 보면 기록의 진본성, 원본성 중요하긴 한데, 그러면 국가 전체를 볼 때는 그렇게 해서 투입한 걸 가지고 어떤 뭐 아직보다 더 할 때가 있느냐. 그래서 보존 목적 외에 그게 어떤 의미를 가진가에 대한 무르무르여지고, 그게 다시 이제 그러면 재원 투자를 또 해야 되느냐 이런 부분이 있습니다. 그래서 단순하게 학술적으로 연구하는 데 있어서의 어떤 진본성이나 이런 것들은 뭐 개별적으로 할 수 있는데, 국가 차원에서 뭐 진본성, 개별 기록에 대한 진본성 중요하긴 하죠. 중요하긴 한데 항상 그런 것들은 이제 그 우선순위가 밀린다는 겁니다. 그래서 제가 고민하는 것들은, 제가 아까 발표도 했듯이, 대형 프로젝트를 통해서, 이 프로젝트를 얻을 수 있는 뭔가를, 뭐, 정부 관계자나 아니면 국민 일반한테 보여준다는 전제하에 여러 가지 이제 사업들, 뭐, 사업국도 나오고, 그 세부 과제로 해서 그 진본성을 논의를 해야 그 진본성이 담보가 된다는 거지. 막연히 전체 기록물에 대한 진본성, 디지털화가 되면서 엄청나게 많은 데이터를 생산이 되고 있는데, 묻습니다. 그 개별적으로 생산들을 다 진본성을 보장할 수 있느냐? 그거를 왜 국가가 다 예산을 들여서 하느냐? 뭐 그런 문제들이 있는 거죠. 문화유치원 같은 경우도 지금 66만 건의 디지털 데이터가 있는데, 2005년부터 한 130억을 들여서 했습니다. 근데 그 데이터들이 그 단순하게 그 저장 목적으로 해서 기록학 관점으로 이렇게 편찰권 순으로 이렇게 하다 보니 찾을 수가 없다든지, 이게 진본성은 중요한데 그 문화재별로 정리를 한다든지 이런 이슈가 있다는 거죠. 그리고 디지털을 했으면 요즘처럼 이제 빅데이터로 가기 위해서는 정형화, 구조화가 돼야 되는데, 그 무수하게 많이 돈을 들여서 스캐닝을 했지만 그 데이터들이 지금 활용적으로 넘어갈 때는 한계가 있다는 거죠. 그래서 제가 다시 디지털화를 또 해야 됩니다라고 하면, 아니 뭐 옛날에 많이 했는데 왜 또 해야 되느냐, 그런 물음이 온다는 거죠. 그래서 제가 생각하는 대안은, 그러면 이걸 통해서 뭐를 얻을 수 있는가? 그거는 기록학뿐만 아니라 다양한 학문적인 뭐 서지학이 됐든 미술이 됐든 전통적인 인문학, 그리고 뭐 4차나 산업혁명이라는 테크놀로지 기술들, 그리고 여기 계신 분들이 관심 있는 디지털 헤리티지 기술, 이거를 융합해서 뭔가를 만들어내겠다는 것들을 제시를 해야 그런 부분에 대한 재원 투자가 되지 않느냐, 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다. 네.
말씀 감사드리고요. 말씀하신 대로 굉장히 어려움들이 많이 있으실 거고, 그 기록 콘텐츠나 정보화 콘텐츠 어떤 서비스를 통해서 보여줄 때 그런 어떤 그 진본성이나 신뢰성의 어떤 부분들도 그 함께 담보되는 것도 말씀이 맞고요. 근데 이제 그 기술이나 어떤 그 디지털화된 디지타이징의 양이나 결과물이, 아까 어느 교수님이 말씀을 하셨는데 무형유산이 없으면 유형유산도 의미가 없다라는 말씀을 제가 들었거든요. 그 부분은 어떤 얘기냐면은 역사적인 맥락이나 어떤 물론 그 진본 원본성 밝힌다는 것도 메타데이터를 풍부하게 만들어낸다는 게 쉽지는 않습니다. 쉽지는 않은데 기관 자체적인 또 상황도 굉장히 다르고요. 하지만 하나하나 따박따박 그것들을 만들어가지 않으면 그것들이 어떤 다른 기술을 활용해서 뭉쳐지고 다양화될 때 결과적으로 더 큰 문제가 일어날 수 있는 부분이 있거든요. 간단하게 메타데이터 얘기들도 많이 나와 있지만, 그 디지털화가 3D 프린터를 비롯해서 화려하게 아무리 됐다라고 하더라도 그 안에 어떤 그 역사적인 맥락이 갖춰져 있지 않는 메타데이터가 있지 않으면 사실상 그건 아무 소용이 없는 거라고 생각이 되기도 합니다. 그래서 이런 부분들도 어떤 용역이나 뭐 이런 것들을 통해서도 물론 이루어질 수도 있겠지만 그 어떤 디지타이징이나 아니면 그 콘텐츠와 더불어서 함께 솔루션을 좀 모색을 하셨으면 하는 생각에 질문을 드렸습니다.
부가적으로 제가 설명을 드리면 이게 따로 볼 게 아니라는 거죠. 와서 기록의 진본을 찾는 게 있어서 메타 정보가 있는, 예를 들어서 오래된 사진이 있는데 그 안에 들어가 있는 인물들이 확인된 사람이 있고 확인되지 않은 사람들이 있습니다. 거기에 대한 메타데이터가 필요하고 그 사진을 찍은 장소라든지 뭐 그때 상황이라든지 이런 것들은 없는 기록들이 상당히 많습니다. 근데 거꾸로 이야기하면 사실 빅데이터나 머신러닝을 통하면 그런 연관된 기록들, 무수히 많은 방대한 기록들을 통해서 유사점을 찾아서 그 결락이 일어난 그 메타 정보를 찾을 수 있다는 거죠. 와서 그게 따로 놓게 볼 게 아니라 그건 사람이 할 수 없는 것들입니다. 우리 문화청 그 자료관이나 기록관에 엄청난 자료들이 쌓여 있는데 이걸 사람이 정리하라고 보면 그거 못하고 그동안 쌓여 있다는 거죠.
네네, 맞습니다. 이제 그 AI나 그 빅데이터를 활용해서 그렇게 새로운 연관성이 만들어지는 게 말씀이 맞고요. 사실 그 인적 자원을 투자해서 하기는 굉장히 힘든 작업인데 그럼에도 불구하고 그 AI도 마찬가지로 딥러닝이든 그 어떤 다른 방법이든 간에 기존의 정보가 정확하지 않으면 그 훌륭한 결과를 도출하지 못하는 게 사실이거든요. 그런 기본적인 베이스가 없이는 아무리 기술이 투입이 돼도 그렇다는 생각에 뭐 말씀하신 거 충분히 이해하겠고요. 뭐 시간이 없어서 이상 마치겠습니다.
Now we will close the session 3. So thank you very much for your hot debate and interest. So Professor An, he is going to make a very, very short closing remarks, and then we are going to close. Thank you.
To be honest, I prepared a long script, but okay, I will make it quick. Again, I really thank you for coming to the international seminar and your attention to the presentations. And thank you. Before I close the seminar, I want to remind the title of this seminar again. Protecting the past for the future. Digital documentation as one of the imperative tools for safeguarding cultural heritage. The goal of the activities on heritage, such as research, excavation, analysis, dissemination, communication like this seminar, is to safeguard the cultural heritage in the world together. In order to achieve the goal, we think digital documentation is one of the imperative tools, but it's very important and very mandatory in our age, the digital era. And we often classify our heritage into tangible and intangible, although different techniques can be used to record the intangible heritage and tangible heritage. But I strongly believe that we should be on common basis to discuss how to develop effective technologies to conserve both intangible and tangible heritage. Because that's the nature of digital and digital technology. That is why we hosted this seminar today. First, I appreciate Director Ki Hyung-kum, although she's not here, Vice President Soo Young-han, for you to open this seminar with great remarks. Please give them a big hand. Thank you. And we have invited 9 speakers for this seminar, actually, including me, the 10, but I was not invited. They are the experts in conservation of cultural heritage. We invite them to deliver their precious experience and idea to you. I would like to thank you to Angela Labrado and Athanasius Moshe-Deas, Monarija Maharya. They belong to e-commerce ICICH, which is an international scientific committee for intangible cultural heritage. And also I'd like to thank you to Won Mo Park from ISCAP, International Information and Networking Center for Intangible Cultural Heritage in the Asia Pacific region. Thank you for your contribution and the presentation that allowed your endeavors in ICH conservation. Thank you. And also appreciate Andreas Geropoulos, Fabio Roman. I don't know if this pronunciation is good or not. Just say the name. Name? Fabio, Isabella, Stratos, okay, who are working for SIPA, which is the Scientific Committee on Heritage Documentation for the ICOMOS. Actually, we hosted the 6th SIPA summer school in Gyeongju. It finished yesterday. Outside of Europe for the first time, from the last Monday to yesterday. It was a training program that consists of theoretical lectures on photogrammetry, computer vision, laser scanning, and photography, and also some survey, and practices on 3D digital documentation of cultural heritage. It was a great experience, a really great experience for our attendees and me to learn their knowledge and their passion. The experts in SIPA came to Gyeongju as our tutors and for the summer school, and they willingly accepted our invitation to the seminar, and they're also attending the seminar, and 4 of them made a wonderful presentation today. Thank you. Thank you. And I also would like to thank our supporters who made this wonderful seminar. SIPA, Cultural Heritage Administration, ICOMOS Korea, the National Museum of Korea, and ICICH. Thank you, all institutions. Finally, as I mentioned in my presentation, we need to build an open communication platform across the whole heritage sector and also across the borders internationally. So I hope this seminar can be a small step to reach there. Thank you all again. Thank you.
Now we officially finish our international seminar. Thank you very much for your participation and passion. We hope to meet you in the near future. Thank you.